All right, hello everybody, and welcome back to the Best in Guild Talandre NA East Championship Series. I am Blue Squadron, joined on the desk by Morlin today again, my man over here. Morlin, you want to give yourself an introduction?
Yep, Morlin. I'm a gladiator from the NA East region. Very familiar with a lot of the guilds and matches that we have tonight, and I'm excited to see some of these, Blue.
Yeah, it's gonna be very, very exciting. As some of the matches have been kind of a long-awaited rivalry. Some of these guilds really do hate each other just that much. So really excited to see it. I can see the other guilds that are playing tonight are making war games right now, trying to prep their war games right now. So I can see a lot of the guilds prepping. Almost every guild in the tournament, save like 3 or 4, are playing today. So a lot of matches to get through, and we are going to have to jump straight into the first one. The first match of today, Corrupt versus Flex. I'll introduce the Corrupt boys, Soggy and Dragoon. I played with them for a long time over in Black Desert, and now they are here in Throne and Liberty, hailing from the Ivory server, rank 4 in their alliance, but don't let that be understated. They are with Tyr, Exodus, and Hellowing, which is widely considered probably the best alliance on the server, but we will see about that in this tournament here. Rank 1 on their server with 5 siege wins, and they said if you lose to us, your guild might die, Morlin.
Yeah, and they do definitely have some precedent to make that claim. Now, on the other side, we've got Flex from the top alliance on Snowburn. This is an alliance and a guild that has been around and been strong for quite some time. They're ranking themselves only 3rd in their alliance, but don't underestimate them. That is a very strong alliance with a lot of strong guilds. So even if you're 3rd in that lineup, this is still going to be a very, very strong group of players, and this is going to be a crazy fight, honestly. I'm not quite sure which way this is going to go. They finished top 8 in the T1 tournament, losing to Press W. Sieges won 11-1. I don't know if there are many other alliances that can claim 11 siege wins. That's kind of crazy. Their prediction top 8, I think, is totally valid, and possibly they might even go further depending on what kind of strength they've developed in recent weeks, Blue. So I'm looking forward to this one.
Yeah, this one, we are off to a banger at the start of the day today. I'll be honest with you, if I had to give it to one team or another, I don't know, man. This is kind of a coin toss depending on how pick ban goes. Speaking of which, why don't we take a look over at pick ban here, because it's already happened. Flex won the coin toss, which is kind of big for this matchup. They chose to pick Corrupt ban. Corrupt chose to ban Pakalo, Azrael, Digon, and Chernobog. Very interesting bans targeted for sure. The choice on the side of Flex is Kawazan, which is the first time I believe we're seeing it in NAs.
Yeah, I think it is.
I'm double checking right now. I'm pretty sure, yeah, it is the first time that we have seen it in NA East. I've only actually seen it one other time in NA West in the tournament worldwide so far. So clearly Flex pulling this one out of their back pocket. They had to have been prepping this ahead of time. They know that this match is going to be close. The lobby looks like it's still filling up here. Okay, so predictions. If you had to give it to either guild, who you're giving it to and why?
Man, I really don't know. I have more experience fighting against Corrupt, so I have some sense of how strong they are, but I feel like so many things have changed in the last month as far as guilds merging and swapping servers and, you know, different members going to different guilds, so I'm not quite sure. I've seen war games against both these guilds, and like neither one of them are to be taken lightly. Seriously, these are 2 of the strongest guilds in NA East. Just because they're not often on the same server doesn't mean that they can't be similar in terms of strength, so I'm with you here. I'm really struggling to pick a winner here. Corrupt, I'm sure with the alliance that they've joined on Ivory, probably has gotten stronger more recently. So if I absolutely had to pick, then you know, maybe I would be leaning in their direction, but I would absolutely not count Flex out at all here.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going with Corrupt. I'm going with my boy Soggy. I think that shot calling is big, and Soggy is sort of the best shot callers over on the Black Desert side of things. I don't think he's any worse in Throne and Liberty, as it is, in my opinion, an easier game to call for because there's just less going on in terms of depth of the combat overall. Let's talk about Kawazan as a map a little bit, because you have this really tight room. Like, you know, there's only technically 3 entrance points to the room overall, but all 3 of which are kind of, you're fighting narrow choke points, but you can kind of fly in from the outside and flank as well. I always give advantage to the guild defending on the stone, but time and time again, we see this stone being very close.
Yeah, it's an interesting map. It doesn't have as much space as some of the other maps, so you really gotta, you know, kind of know what the entrances are. And if you're going to do any kind of split pushing or anything like that, it's going to require some more coordination compared to other maps. This is also a map where just flanking or kill squads in general can see a ton of value. And if you are at the guild picking this map, you can bet that you are aware of that and that you're going to try to leverage that. So it's going to be interesting to see if Flex, you know, really tries to just bunker down in the middle of the map there, or if they do commit some of those squads to deal with respawns and that sort of thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that overall, again, respawns aren't as important on Kawazan. You can't really... I mean, if you're dominating, you can send one flank group outside and try to camp a respawn. But for the most part, guilds are getting ready, set outside. Any static that is left outside is just going to get absolutely mopped up, especially when the guilds are close. Like in this case, Flex and Corrupt should be a very back and forth match. It's going to come down to who strategizes better. And certainly, this stone has a lot of strategy that goes into it. You can actually fly into the room from outside. Like there's like a little doorway you can fly down to if you go all the way around the stone. So I'd be interested to see if any flankers try to do that versus coming up the stairs on the backside versus down the hallway on either side, which is more of the direct approach here.
Yeah, and there is some interesting parkour you can do actually inside the objective as well. It takes quite a lot of practice to be able to pull it off without it taking, you know, 2 minutes to get up there. But I don't know how sweaty these guilds are getting with that, if they've actually practiced the jump to get up top. There is some potential perching there that you can do. Probably not something that we'll see too much of, since you can just get hooked off. But it's been a strategy that guilds have played around with in the past. So we'll see if anyone decides to get kind of gimmicky on this one.
Okay, yeah, chat is telling me that it's Cena's birthday, who is a player on the side of Flex. Looks like a spear SNS user. Interestingly enough, okay, so this is actually a weapon loadout that I've seen more and more, particularly on NA East. I don't really see it expressed in EU very much, and I certainly don't see it expressed in NA West very much at all either. How do you feel about SNS spear overall? Because I actually like this weapon comp. Happy birthday to Cena, though.
Yeah, happy birthday. I do think it is one of the most underrated comps right now, especially with Crusader falling down just a little bit due to the limitations to blood devotion. Instead of running 2 Crusaders in your comp now, running a Crusader plus a Steelheart is totally valid. You basically got a tank who can run around using Bloodleech Aura to take off heals, plus all the other crowd control and benefit that comes along with that spear as well. So I think it's solid.
Yeah, absolutely. As we get into the first matchup today, both guilds are spotting and running straight in, Moral, and both the front lines are trying to pull each other back. The Cordy Spinners are already going off as everyone is caught in this little lobby right here. Flex looks like they got into position a little bit better first, but Corrupt coming up around the kill feed. Nil with a massive kill feed, wiping the majority of Corrupt, but Corrupt is starting to get through here as I'm seeing a lot of Flex health bars go down. It is very back and forth for the very first engagement of this Riftstone. Morlin.
Yeah, a complete bloodbath. I'm seeing a complete yellow kill feed and then a complete red kill feed, and then it's back to yellow again. It looks overall like Flex does have the deeper position here inside of the stone, and they are able to hold this choke point. I'm not sure if Corrupt is going to be able to pierce this. They're going to need to make something happen pretty soon here, because Flex is just going to continue to solidify this position. So they either need to break this or they need to just pull off completely and maybe try to take the other route. For now, it looks like Flex is doing a really good job of holding this down, but Corrupt continuing to be aggressive. And that feed's looking pretty red, so they might actually be able to do it here.
Yeah, look, and this is what I'm talking about. The shot calling to back up, get ready, set, and continuously push through Flex. It looked like Flex had the upper hand there for a moment, and now Corrupt is pushing through as a unit. You see Obese, basically the wide boy on that back line right there as Corrupt pushes through. Big kill feed right there. As we see, half of Flex did make it to the Riftstone, but you see Corrupt starting to round the corner right now, and they're pulling in their targets on the side of Flex here, as you see more red health bars coming around that corner, trying to get forward. Dr. Creeper out in front as well. He's doing what he can. An old Vertex member of mine, if that is the same guy right there. But Flex still looks like they're holding control of this because Nell is doing so much work. He's almost just hard carrying the entirety of Flex. Almost every engage I see him kill 6 to 8 Flex members, Corrupt members, all on his own. Without him, I think that Flex is just getting bulldozed right now.
I'm seeing a lot of Flex members, looks like the reinforced from the other side. It's going to be tricky for them to get in here if Corrupt is just holding this front room and pushing as hard as they are. So we'll see if they decide to try to sandwich Corrupt or if they decide to just try to go around the other side. But even though it was looking sketchy for them for a second there, Flex has managed to basically lock down the stone, and we'll see if they are able to control it. We have 2 minutes until they can actually cap the stone. So this is an advantageous position, but they can't actually do anything with it yet for another couple minutes.
Yeah, thank you for giving us that inside look at the stone. I'm looking at the, here's Davin's Flex crew over on the side of Corrupt right now. You can see them hovering just out of sight right there of the unsuspecting Flex members as the rest of Corrupt is in this hallway occupying the majority of this Flex crew here. A lot of Corrupt basically getting ready set in this hallway. They do get scouted out by Draggy, who pushes him down right there. But again, Corrupt getting ready from all sides, and this is that choke point I was talking about. You can actually fly down into the room from just outside there. We'll see if Corrupt tries to push in. Here comes the push, it looks like, from the main ball of Corrupt. As some of them managed to come out and around the corner right there, but I don't think the majority of them have moved in. There's the flankers coming from the backside. That's actually a lot more Corrupt than we initially thought right there as they push in, and they've certainly got the jump on Flex on that right side. The left side for Flex, they're not sure necessarily what to do as Corrupt pours around the corner. The flank team comes in making a big statement on behalf of Corrupt. Can they break through into the rift room in Kawazan right here? Flex trying to hold this down here as the flank team from Corrupt. He's on the back line with Dragoon here in the middle of everything on that Crusader right there, trying to hold it down. I don't think he's going to be able to get a heal. He's going to run out of health. He's going to run out of time. And I think that Corrupt has been thwarted on this push.
Yeah, it was looking good. They had some confidence there coming through that choke, but every time those pushes start, Nell is just getting like 6 or 7 kills off the rip, and that is going to steal so much of Corrupt's momentum. They're going to have to figure out what to do about this guy, whether that means, you know, putting a skull on his head and focusing him, or just figuring out a split push or something, because he is getting so much value on each of these pushes. You can't be losing that many of your members right off the bat on every single attack.
Yeah, look at this, 33 kills for Nell right now. He's almost got twice as many as the next closest member. Soapy Stud, the top kills for Corrupt right there, but you can see the leaderboard's very back and forth. Certainly a little bit Flex favored here right now, but again, Nell leading that as well by almost a factor of 50% as well. Literally one man is the difference between Flex and Corrupt right now, as the rest of Flex is doing their best, but Corrupt holding up strong right now. Ooh, they've all rotated around. They're gonna push down the other hallway here. Here's Soggy out in front. That's the shot caller for Corrupt right there, again on an SNS spear, as we talked about before. It gets pulled in, dashes to the middle of everyone as he tries to get his guild down the hallway right here, and Flex holding down the fort right now as their Flex team from Corrupt is nowhere to be found. Heavy Edge looks like he got hung up on the Flex team from Corrupt, or the flank team rather, for Flex right there. Whack. They're chat PvPing each other now, Moreland.
Oh, yeah, of course. You have to see some chat PvP when it comes to these two guilds. These are both established guilds that have been around for a while. They know each other. A lot of these players have bounced around from server to server. This isn't the first time these guys have fought, so you could expect that the chat is not going to be silent between these two, especially when we're seeing what is fairly one-sided in Flex's favor right now. Corrupt has had some decent pushes, but Flex has really just stuffed them every single time. We're going to have to see some sort of split push or something. It looks like Corrupt is starting to hit them from both sides now. I think they're going to get better results from that, a lot better than just funneling down a choke point where Nell can disintegrate anyone. And now it looks like Corrupt is able to get a foothold inside of this now that they're attacking from both entrances. I'm seeing a lot more of a split kill feed here, and they're taking a lot of space in this inner chamber.
Yeah, it looks like Corrupt's flank team finally winning out on this skirmish. Clem gets blown away right there on his way in, but the rest of the flank team does make it through, and you can see Corrupt now diving onto the board. 30 33 members finally with a Corrupt with a presence in this room, and this is such a big deal. Nell will have a lot less presence in this room now. Nell just went down on beside of Flex right there. That is the majority of their guild's power overall right there, not to understate the rest of Flex, but I mean, we saw he's got 50% more damage and 50% more kills than the next closest person. Corrupt starting to gain in percentage right now, as now they don't have to trickle through tiny little choke points to get in the middle of everything. The Cordies become less impactful, still great, but less impactful. So now Corrupt can kind of trickle spawn and run back onto the point and try to make this the all-out brawl that it very likely is going to turn into anyway.
Yeah, Corrupt is a guild that knows how to adapt. They're not just going to let Nell bully them all game. They might have had a few good wipes at the beginning, but once they see that there is a standout player that is dominating them in that way, they're going to call that out. They're going to find some sort of reaction. So I would imagine that things are going to get pretty heated for Nell here going forward. His static is really going to have to do a good job of babysitting him and making sure that he cannot get bullied so that he can himself be the one who continues to bully Corrupt here. But this brawl is just absolutely back and forth here. Again, the kill feed just 50-50 straight down. It's really hard to see who is going to win here. Now that the fight is not stuffed into the choke, like you said, that Cordy doesn't have as much value, but still, if you have the coordination and you have the chain hooks, you can still make those clumps even in a room of this size, and you can still get some devastating spins, and I think that's exactly what Flex is going to be aiming to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And we look at the Cordies on the behalf of Corrupt, anything POS and Akara over there. And again, Nell and Milky Sucker. I have not seen Milky Sucker because, again, we've been so focused on Nell. But again, I have not seen the Cordy crossbows on behalf of Corrupt particularly do a crazy amount as they get another cap on the Riftstone. But again, just don't have enough people on the stone. So they get almost up to 20% right there. But immediately starting to lose out on this stone is, oh my gosh, they're just getting wiped off so quickly in the bottom corner of your screen right there. Raffle doing what he can with his counter barrier popped right now, but he's trying to get a heal, but he is gonna just run out of HP slowly. This is what happens when your healers get wiped off the point. I think Corrupt is just gonna have to reset again, Morlin.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to have to reset, and they're going to have to do probably another coordinated split push. It looks like they're coming through now from both entrances. They are not taking too long to regroup, which is good. That's what you want to see. You don't want to see people just trickling back in with half health, but you do want to see regroups happening as quick as they can whilst maintaining some decent health and some decent buffs. So Corrupt doing a good job, not wasting any time, getting right back in here. Clem getting a little bit of a kill feed there as well. And they are still making some really good impact here. Flex is winning these encounters, but they're winning them pretty thin, and it might just be a bit of a Cordy diff right now, Blue. I don't know if Corrupt just needs to do a little bit better job setting up those clumps for their spinners. There is more room than a choke point here, but there's still not a whole lot of room to move around. There's nowhere you can stand here to avoid those chain hooks. So if tanks want to make a clump here, they can make the clump, and Corrupt is going to have to do something here to empower their Cordies to catch up to Nell.
Yeah, interestingly enough, we saw Corrupt get down to 0.7% on that cap right there, and then we're able to rally it back to 20%. You can see and that was in just under a minute right there. So you can see just how quickly this fight can turn on its head right now as Flex starts to rally back onto the stone again and starts to push that percentage back down. You see Corrupt able to rally here. I'll be honest with you, if I'm Soggy in this position, I do a big surge onto the point, maybe with Guardians right now, try to take full control of the stone right now, because I don't think that if they get control of this, they get one really big surge is all it's really going to take, because Flex cannot trickle spawn and get back to this point. I don't think if they get hard wiped on this one, I think Corrupt would be able to control it for the rest of time. But honestly, now Corrupt has wiped off only 8 people on the point. They're going to lose this cap now with 38 Flex members here. Almost their entire guild makes it onto the point. I think that Corrupt is backing off to regroup. They have 9 minutes on the clock here. So we'll see if they can make anything happen right now.
I'm watching the entryway from the first respawn portal, Blue, and kind of as I predicted at the beginning, Flex definitely has a kill squad that is just living in this cave, preventing those respawns from getting back. You have to make the choice. Is it actually worth standing here and fighting these guys? You're only a few seconds away from the objective, so most players from Corrupt are choosing to just run past these guys and try to reinforce, but you cannot deny the absolute annoyance and disruption that this kill squad is causing, pulling away 5, 10, sometimes 12 12 corrupt members from the fight just with one static. This is a really tanky kill squad here, and as much as corrupt wants to just ignore them and go past them, they're getting some kills too, so they can't be totally ignored. I'm seeing these guys get a lot of value from just shutting this cave down.
Yeah, I saw Nell go around the other side as I have the other perspective on this one. It's great that we have both perspectives here. But Nell came around the other side, traded 1-for-1 with the Cordy. Really pathetic trade for a Cordy crossbow to go 1-for-1 like that. So didn't get buffed up instead, but Corrupt did not take advantage of that opportunity. I'm not sure that they really communicated that Nell had gone down at that moment. Maybe the rest of the main ball wasn't ready to go yet, but Corrupt really struggling to get set on both sides. I think that Corrupt is going to try for one big swell onto the point here. If they can just get one kill feed that they're looking for here. You see Glistening and Sneaky Bonk on Flex doing great jobs as well for their guild. There's Monster Dota in the middle of everything. He's just going to run back out though because he is a tank. A lot of Corrupt held back on the outside of this room, and you can see why Flex chose this map. Corrupt was very likely not ready for this, and gosh, the kill feed is looking awful yellow with only 7 minutes left on the clock. Corrupt again really struggling to even regroup right now.
Yeah, and you can see why. I mean, they just do not have a solution to this Flex kill squad. I recognize some of these players here. Glizzy Maxing in particular is just an absolute small scale Andy. I see this guy go to every single PvP event and just run around by himself looking for kills with that greatsword. And now that he's got a static behind him, I mean, this one group of 6 Flex players is completely just dominating Corrupt in this cave. There will be 20 Corrupt players in this cave, and they might get 1 or 2 kills, but they cannot completely shut down this kill squad. They're going to have to come up with a solution to this. They can't decisively run past them, and they can't decisively wipe them. I'm seeing so many Corrupt just get staggered and left behind when they should be pushing that main objective on this Flex kill squad here.
Yeah, absolutely. It does look like that Flex right now, if things stand as they are and Corrupt does not make a push here, Flex is going to win this, and they are really struggling to get onto the Riftstone here, although we are seeing a big push from Corrupt down the main hallway right now, trying to make something happen. But again, look at the health bars. The red health bars just are not there. Where is the big swell that we saw from Corrupt earlier? Where is that coordination that we know them so well for? It's just right now, just Flex absolutely farming them on the point. There's Arcara doing really well in that Cordy on behalf of Corrupt right there. But again, where's the rest of Corrupt getting killed? Right now, just consistently in the hallway. Koki gonna go down as well on the other side. Red Camper is gonna go for a cap on the point, but at this point, Flex knows all they have to do is just consistently keep them from doing this. Nell with another massive kill feed. If we take a look over at the defeats right now, Nell at 57, massive like canyon level gap. And then there's Milky Sucker, who is clearly just not on the same level. This guy is insane over here. The top Corrupt member isn't even visible. Soapy Stud down here at 21 kills. If you look at damage dealt, 3.6 million for Super Saiyan Andy coming up big on that Spellblade right there, and 3.5 for Nell, and then Milky Sucker coming in third right there. The healing squads again, Flex coming up big. HTC Fuzzy doing what he can, certainly a gamer. I know him from way back when, but doing what he can. But Corrupt, I think, just coming up short here.
Yeah, and you know, a name like Milky Sucker just absolutely striking fear into the hearts of Corrupt, and you can see why they probably are too afraid to even target someone with a name like that. But they're gonna have to do something to shut down these Flex DPS players. They're just able to free farm way too much here. There are definitely, as you pointed out, a few very outstanding Flex DPS, and Corrupt is going to have to take notice of that and really start trying to single those guys out. You can't just rely on the AoE strategy here. It is not working out for them. They need to find those high value targets, whether it is Milky or Nell, and they need to shut them down and keep that feed from just going pure yellow.
Yeah, there's Milky Sucker coming back right there, showing that he's a great Cordy crossbow as well. I gotta say, man, I am so impressed with that flank team that you talked about in the hallway on behalf of Flex over here. And then the Cordy crossbows, obviously the real carries on Flex here. But basically the coordination from the entire guild just cleaning away looks super good from start to finish in this fight. We've looked at this. I mean, you look all the way even back at Picked Ban. They were prepared for that pick ban. You do not pick Kawazan, especially in the Talandre meta, unless you are prepared to fight on Kawazan. There's a lot of strategy that goes into this stone, and Flex knew that their Cordies were the most impactful part of their guild, and they said, okay, let's put our Cordies in a position to succeed.
Yeah, I'm continuing to watch this kill squad, as you said, and I'm very impressed as well. As much as I hate to glaze Glizzy because of how annoying he is to fight in these events, I have to say, I mean, he is just shutting everything in this hallway down with the help of his static. These guys, it's the same 6 people from Flex this whole game, and they just there's Corrupt has no answer to them.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the entire game. And then you look at the main ball again. You're looking at Sneaky Bonk, and then Super Saiyan Andy, and then the 2 Cordies on behalf of Flex. And they are just, look at Nell's kill feed on the right side of your scrubbing. This is crazy. Like, they got like 4 or 5 people that are just diffing Corrupt right now. Milky Sucker certainly a part of that as well. Just doing a great job of consistently wiping Corrupt off. Fortunately, this is not the last that we will see of Corrupt, as we will see them move on to the losers bracket. They're going to fight again today, later in the evening here. They will have yet another opponent waiting for them in the losers bracket. I think Flex, though, has shown these are winners. Winners belong in the winners bracket.
Yeah, this is definitely a strategy that they have practiced. This is a group that knows this hallway. They know even when the hallway is empty, their ability to, as a kill squad, kind of bounce back to the main objective and even scoop up a couple extra kills there before they go back and prevent the Corrupt tempo from getting any kind of momentum on their respawns. This is definitely a map that they have practiced. This is a group of players that has done this map together. They have a strategy. Everyone knows where they're supposed to be and what they're supposed to be doing, and they executed this plan flawlessly.
Yeah, absolutely. They did great work on behalf of Flex right here with 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the clock. There is no way. Corrupt does get a cap off, but you can see they only have 4 people on the point to the 34 from Flex, as I think that Corrupt is just trying to get as many kills as possible. They're probably rethinking their strategy overall. If there's something I know about Corrupt, it's they do not like losing, but they certainly can handle it. These guys are going to look at this replay. They're going to say, okay, how did we lose this? And I think that they're going to look at this and say, we could have won this had we played this better. Here's Soggy, the shot caller, for Corrupt, I believe, on this left side, as they're going to look down this hallway one more time with 1 minute left on the clock. They're going to try to get some pulls down, try to get some kills here, but they are certainly out of time right now as their cap is run out, and Flex is just positioned in way too strong of a position right now.
Yeah, there's really, even if Corrupt gets good push here, there's really not much else they can do. But like you said, I do think that they will watch this one closely and figure out what they need to change. I'm sure they will probably come up with a kill squad of their own. You have to have something to counter this group that has just been able to completely disrupt their respawns and their ability to reinforce here. So I think there are some macro level stuff that they're going to be looking at for sure. And you're right, this was winnable for Corrupt. They had some really good pushes. They just could not quite figure out how to reinforce and how to keep that momentum in the main room where the objective.
Yep, absolutely. I think that they're going to look at this and they're going to be kicking themselves as a lot of Flex members get really low on the point right there, but they are just not able to really translate that into an objective win here. 10 seconds left on the clock. Corrupt is going to go down to Flex in our very first match of the day. And this isn't even the closest one that we will see today. We've got some crazy hype matches today that a lot of people are waiting for. Nell with 75 kills in the lobby. Milky Sucker, 57 kills in the lobby. I'm telling you, Moreland, you take those 2 guys out, or even half their amount of kills, I think Corrupt wins this match overall. Super Saiyan Andy with the Spellblade at number 3 right there. JDBX number 4 right there with the Spear Dagger. Great plays for Flex. We look down at the top Corrupt members. It's Soapy Stud, Shawarma Shuffle, and then Orzeka all the way down here at number 3. Looking over at the assists again, Super Saiyan Andy, Wanhida, and glistening on those spell blades, making it look easy. 5.6 million damage done by Super Saiyan Andy, and you expect that out of a Spellblade. Nell coming up at number 2 at 5.18 million, and then Milky Sucker at number 3. Again, the Cordies. How often do you see the Cordies at 1 and 2 on kills and 2 and 3 on damage dealt? You just don't see that very often, and that's why we were highlighting them in that match right there. Damage taken looks like Head Pats, Heloic, Sneaky Bonk, Graves, and Fabi are the top damage taken of the lobby Fabi on that Liberator. Interestingly enough, in it, I don't know if you want to see your Liberator is the 5th most damage taken in the lobby. The amount healed, Eli, I don't believe that's the same Eli that makes all of the guides that we love to see so much, but maybe it's an alternate character, who knows. Jairus God, Butch, Lincia, Topaz Mini, and Hilarious Snow, the top healers of the lobby. Status Newbie, HTC, Fubby, and Melly, and Dr. Creeper, the best healers of the lobby for Corrupt. Certainly a close match, but I think, again, everything was important right there, Moreland. You had pick ban, super important. Strategy, super important. The Cordy spinners, very impactful. The healers, super impactful. And all together, Flex just came out on top.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if we see guilds be a little bit more cautious about Kalazan. We might actually start to see some more Kalazan bans after that, because as Flex just demonstrated, if you don't have practice on that map, if you don't have the right plan on that map, and your opponent does, it's going to be really hard to come up with something on the spot to adjust to that. You know, Flex had a really good plan going into that. They knew exactly where their kill squad was going to be. They knew exactly how to hold that main objective and how to shut down those choke points. And at the beginning of the fight, Corrupt looked like they were scrapping really well. It was back and forth, 50-50. But once Flex hunkered down and got the position that they wanted, there was just nothing Corrupt could do to break their strategy.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to see them come back later. I think they have to fight Villainous later, which is pretty crazy because those are both old ancient BDO guilds. And so Villainous was never really able to top Corrupt in Black Desert, and now we're going to see them fight each other in Throne and Liberty, so there's a big rivalry between those guilds. But I know Blargo and Soggy have a lot of respect for one another, so excited to see that. Good fights to both guilds. Let's take a look at our next match for the day, as we're going to see one of our tournament favorites here, Exodus versus Polarity. Interestingly enough, Polarity has somehow gotten buys all the way through the tournament to this point because their opponents keep dodging them like complete I'm going to say cowards, but you could use other words. Exodus from the Ivory server. Again, we just saw a Corrupt fight. Exodus thinks that they're ranked 3 in their alliance. I'm not sure if that's actually the case anymore.
Way.
a lot of people think that Exodus is rank 1 or 2 in that alliance. Hallowing, in my opinion, is the strongest guild in that alliance. But Exodus, again, they're really close at the end of the day. Rank 1 on their server. Only 1 siege won. Their prediction was top 4, and they said losing to us is not a good sign. We're a PvE guild. Well, honestly, if you consider PvE guild killing other players, then yeah. Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, and you know, the Sieges one there is a little bit misleading. Exodus is somewhat of a newly formed guild, but the players in that guild definitely have a ton of Siege wins from T1 or from early T2 and other guilds. But on the other side, we've got Polarity from the Carnage server, ranked 1st within their alliance, in the alliance with Cursed and Nemesis, some other guilds that we are familiar with here. Alliance strength on the server is going to be 1st with 7 Sieges won. Prediction pretty humble here, only top 15.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, I think that Polarity definitely comes out looking like the underdog in this match, because Exodus had such a convincing first round, or I guess second round because they had a bye in the first round, but such a convincing first match of the tournament overall here. I think that we might be looking at a bit of a David versus Goliath here, as Polarity fighting, certainly fighting an uphill battle on this one. I do think that pick ban has happened so far, so let's talk a little bit about that pick ban right now. I'll let you cover it this time.
Looks like Polarity won, so we have Exodus choosing the bans. They banned Dagon, Pakilo, Malakar, and Leviathan. So that leaves Polarity with the pick, and of course, the old comfort map of Talus. Back we go.
Talus again, man. Guilds do not want to deal with the... Honestly, it's Polarity picking Talus. I would expect, again, Polarity might not think they're as much of an underdog as they are. If you're an underdog, you do not want to pick Talus. You want to pick something where it's more of a coin flip, you know, like Cherno.
I have fought Exodus on Talus, and it's horrendously difficult. So yeah, Polarity definitely has their match cut out for them here. I probably, if I was in their position, I probably would have picked a map that's got, you know, some sort of environment or some sort of gimmick we could take advantage of here to try to make it a little bit more of a coin flip. It is going to be really rough to deal with Exodus on this stone.
Yeah, it's going to be a little rocky because, again, you're looking at wide open engagements. The spawn points are equidistant from the center, or from the Riftstone itself, and then the Riftstone is very small standing on it. So if you don't have dominant control, it can end up being an all-out bare-knuckle brawl, and then you're counting on your very squishy DPS to step up onto the point. I'm not sure I want to do that against Exodus.
No, you definitely do not. Exodus is known for having a particularly tanky comp. We'll see if any of that has changed with the recent patch, but I mean, these guys, in a group of 48 of them, there's only like 6 of them that run evasion, and they have a lot of tanks, a lot of healers. So, you know, a map like this, where you have a lot of just open space to hang out and stand on the stone and live forever, this is exactly the kind of situation that Exodus is going to thrive in.
Yeah, absolutely. We are waiting on a few members of Polarity to show all their weapons. That is a requirement in the tournament now moving forward, so that we can ensure that players are in fact playing by the rules for the entire match long. So we're going to wait on a few of those Polarity members. Let's take a look at compositions a little bit though. 3 more daggers on the side of Polarity in this matchup. Almost exactly the same amount of sword and shields over here, but definitely 21 against 12 great swords in favor of Exodus. Where is the big discrepancy right now? Because we're seeing 18 wands against 17 wands. Again, only 1 less for Polarity's side. Oh, there it is. 13 spears for Polarity and only 6
yeah, I'm
for
seeing
Exodus.
a Juno spear on the side of Polarity Blue. Is that something that we see too often these days? Rocking the T1 boss spear. An interesting choice.
Well, maybe if you're Blue Squadron, you might be rocking off a Juno's here, but like, hey man, like not from people that play the game a crazy amount. That is a T1 spear. For those of you that don't know, honestly, some of my favorite fights were Juno back in the day because you had to sneak people in and then get guild summon portals down and stuff. But the weapon's not super great in T2 now. Even I rock T2 weapons now. I'm not really sure there. Maybe he just couldn't find the T2 spear in time for the tournament. That's why the tournament was scheduled when it was, interestingly enough, is that I wanted to give free-to-play players time to get their gear together so that they could come participate in the tournament against maybe people that had spent a significant amount more money than them.
Yeah, I'm actually seeing multiple Juno spears here. Maybe there's something we don't realize about the Juno spear, and maybe that's why they've been reluctant to show their weapons, because now that they are being revealed, I'm seeing a bit of a pattern. Very interesting. We'll see what they can do. These tanks running these Juno spears from T1.
The Juno incident, I hope that he's not referring to the reassembled Juno incident, because I'm not reliving this. All right, we are in match now over here. Exodus in the yellow, running straight for the stone right now. I should see them spawning over on the other side. No, I don't see them spawning on the other side. I don't see Polarity spawning in yet. I bet they were like, just let Exodus go. Let them go, and then we will spawn, and then we will come in and try to fight them after they have already all spawned in. Exodus checking all of the spawns right now, swarming on the point like a hive of bees. There's Jinshi. Interestingly enough, the Wuthering Waves goaded... what are those, heroes in Wuthering Waves? That's my favorite character in WoW. Okay, yo, chill, bro. Look, it's a really good... It has great combat. You shut your mouth. It has great combat, and she's very satisfying to use. I don't want to hear it. Okay, I don't even like... It's not even that she's one of the Coomer characters. Okay, she's...
Yeah,
you like her for
I'm sure you get lots of satisfaction from playing that game.
I do! It's not, bro. No, that's why you play Yinlin and Cheng Li, bro. No, don't even... Look, I'm not a weeb, but as far as weebs go, Wuthering Waves definitely the game that you want to play overall. It's definitely the best one, in my opinion. Okay, no, it's not a caught emote situation. Anyways, Polarity back. I should never have said anything. Polarity still has not spawned in on this map. I think that they're trying to wait as long as possible before the stone actually opens up. They're like, okay, everybody have their rosary beads in their hands. Everybody ready to go. They're gonna start praying the Hail Mary together. You look at this. Look how Exodus has kind of set up their flank squads here on this outside Marlin. Interestingly enough, positioned a little bit closer to spawn point 2 in the middle here, so they can come at the fight from the flank on either side. They're like roughly in the middle here, kind of cheating towards spawn point 1 over here. So again, if you see Polarity spawn in over here, they're going to get hit with this flank squad right in the side. And if they spawn on the other side, you're going to see all of Exodus rotate over here. And then again, their flank squad will hit them in the side once again. So really good positioning. And you see this out of the top end guilds right now. As we look, did they go to Arc Boss? I don't think that they went to Arc Boss right now. But I could check. Maybe they didn't spawn into the lobby. No, they're in the lobby. Over here. How are there 52? Oh, wait, did they leave the lobby? Maybe the lobby bugged. It's possible the lobby bugged. I'll check with the tournament director here. I do have some DMs from the they left the lobby because of their food buffs. Okay, so we're gonna remake the lobby. Holy crud. Interesting. I think I don't know. Why wouldn't you just repop your food? Right? Like you just
Well, I think they need to save their resources for more Juno spears, probably, Blue.
Okay. All right. We're gonna remake the lobby. All right, we're gonna remake the lobby. Hey, man. I would say that I don't make the rules, but I do. And so we're gonna remake the entire lobby. Remake the lobby. All right. Can we go to Arc Boss now? Honestly, yeah, let them go to Arc Boss now. Just we'll let the teams go to Arc Boss. We'll talk about the rest of the matches for the day. While they are, and we'll talk about the meta and stuff, and then I'll let you give a little bit of lore about one of our later matches. Let them go to Arc Boss. There we go. No, they said again, they told us that they got mad about food buffs, and then they just wanted the lobby remade. But now again, we're really close to the Arc Boss now anyway, so we might as well just let the players go to the Peace Arc Boss. It should die relatively quickly, but we'll see on that one. Either way, let's take a look at our next match for today as we'll start breaking down some of these other matches while we wait for these guilds to get ready here. Supple versus Cursed. I'm going to let you doing the honors of introducing your guild here. Cursed on the other side from the Carnage server, rank 2 on the server, or rank 2 in their alliance with Polarity, Nordic, and Nemesis here. Rank 1 on their server overall, 0 siege wins, and then their prediction was round 3, which they have made it to, Morlin.
Yeah, and then on the other side, we have Supple, the infamous guild / alliance that has been strong even since the T1 tournament. These are the first place winners. This is so Supple has a few different branches. This is the top branch, the strongest branch with all of their best players, or at least most of their best players, also known as Supple Oni. So they are rank 1 within their alliance. Recently moved to the Stellarite server, a bit of a controversial move. Some accusing them perhaps of a little bit of a dodge against the Ivory Alliance. Supple currently in the middle of a little bit of a rebuild, down to only 2 guilds instead of previously having 3 or more. And so as a result, kind of dodged the most recent siege. Some people not necessarily too happy about that, but here they are ready to go, ready to practice. You can bet that these guys have been putting tons of time. They do not want to lose this tournament. They won the T1 tournament and they want to win this one as well. So chat PvP there. You can't dodge us in the tournament tier. Again, perhaps a little bit of an ironic statement there, considering that they did dodge tier in the most recent siege.
And
but
they
of course,
dodged Dragon in the last round of the tournament. I'm just saying, if anyone is dodging anyone, Supple is literally dodging everyone. Okay, anyways.
Yeah, well, the Supple Phoenix, the second guild, having some roster issues since they had some people competing with Wave and were not really able to get it together there. So, yeah, Phoenix did drop out of the tournament. Definitely another issue that had some internal strife, I can assure you. But Oni is still looking pretty strong, and we will see their fight against Cursed later this evening.
Yeah, absolutely. I do see the DMs now with the GM of Polarity to see exactly what happens here. Said, bro, you don't even give us a cooldown to eat buffs. Nothing. Come on, man. Lamau, restart lobby. We're leaving. Okay. So it legitimately, they didn't eat food before entering the match. I don't know. The lobby was like, I mean, Warland, you know, these lobbies are ready for like 5-10 minutes at a time. And they just didn't, I guess they just didn't eat food before they entered the match. So like, I don't... Okay, but I'll be honest with you. That's gonna be the meme of the day at this point. So interestingly enough, okay, so now we have the T matchup. So honestly, okay, all the respect in the world to the Supple boys. Even though they did have one of their teams back out of the tournament, I still think that these guys can pull up with the tournament win. Overall, I respect the hell out of that organization and that leadership core over there. Krelix runs a very tight ship right there. Looking ahead to this match, this is our premier focus match of the day right here. Take Care versus Hellowing, two of the top rated teams in the tournament, clashing for the very first time in this tournament overall. Hellowing on Ivory, rank 1 in their alliance, maybe rank 2 to Exodus. It's very close. I consider them rank 1. These guys bulldozed my booty cheeks in T1. It wasn't even remotely close. I remember talking with Alec in Ethereum, and Alec literally admitted to me that he felt that Hellowing was the strongest 70-man stack, despite the fact that Ethereum was a stronger alliance. Hellowing was the strongest 70-man stack on the server overall. Hellowing did not show up for the first T1 tournament because I don't know, right next to the female blue whale, they might have the largest, never mind, second largest, whatever, alliance on the server. They think that they're rank 1 on the server. This time they are here for this tournament though. Remember, Take Care was rank 2 in the Best in Guild T1 tournament. And so, but Hellowing was not in the Best in Guild T1 tournament, and they're here now though. And honestly, okay, so I'll let you introduce Take Care, and then you have the T for us, right?
Oh yeah, well, so Hellowing has had like 15 different names. So I think they were in the T1 tournament. The chat is saying that their name at that point was Nihowing. So they've.
It was more
I
of the
cannot
FTP
keep track
alliance.
of all the different.
Yeah, it was more of the FTP alliance. It wasn't really Hellowing. This is like a Hellowing full stack of just Hellowing, basically. That was, again, Nihowing was a combination of like 2 or 3 guilds with Yeehawing. Yeah, I think it was like, again, the remnants of FTP and Invuln's alliance coming together, and then they had a bunch of Hellowing guys in there too. So some of them absolutely were in the T1 tournament, but they didn't have their dedicated guild, I don't think. Anyway.
Gotcha. Well, yeah, they have been a very strong contender in T2. The Hellowing Alliance has gone back and forth with Supple as sort of the dominant force on Ivory when it comes to both Siege and, Grimturg and bosses like that. So these guys are definitely some of the strongest players in the entire game and have been for a while. This particular matchup is such a fascinating one, Blue, because Take Care and Hellowing actually used to be allies. And while Take Care was in the Hellowing Alliance, it was probably the strongest alliance all around. Again, went back and forth with Supple for domination when it comes to Siege and those big objectives. However, as always, there was some inevitable loot drama. There was another guild called Nisa that had merged into Hellowing, and they had felt that they were being treated unfairly when it came to leadership and when it came to loot decisions and whatnot. And so a group of, I think about 15 or so of them split off from Hellowing. For a while, they were kind of homeless, just griefing the Hellowing Alliance in Nebula, sort of teaming up with Supple, but unofficially, their job was really just to make Hellowing as miserable as possible, which they definitely succeeded at. There were some pretty angry calls and comms in reference to them that I remember. But long story short, those players ended up wanting to join Take Care. The leadership of Hellowing said, TC, if you guys recruit these players, then you can't be in the alliance with us. And so TC said, okay, then we're leaving. And they recruited about 15 of Hellowing's strongest players. Several of them, I'm sure, are still in TC right now. And so, Grudge Match is putting it lightly when it comes to this fight tonight. These guys absolutely hate each other, and they are going to do everything that they can to come out on top.
Ooh, the T is strong with this one. Good lore indeed. Absolutely. Holy moly. So we had a poaching of about 15 or so players after a falling out. And so you're telling me that the Hellowing that we saw in the previous rounds of this tournament, he's not the Hellowing we're necessarily seeing today.
Yeah, but at the same time, I mean, we already saw Helloing compete once in this tournament, and I wasn't sure if they were going to be at peak strength because of these mergers that have happened, but they were just absolutely devastating in this last round. So I think that they have done a pretty good job rebuilding, and now that they are on a different server from TC, we haven't necessarily seen these groups go straight up head to head in a little while. I mean, this is really going to be a clash of very, very geared, skilled, practiced players on both sides.
Yeah, I completely agree. I'm super excited because, again, Take Care ranked 2 in the previous tournament, and they're going to do what they have to do to come out on top. I believe that Take Care, interestingly enough, owns a castle right now. Let me double check. I'm pretty sure that they have the castle buff on Snowburn.
Yeah, I believe that's correct.
Indeed. They do indeed. Does Hellowing have the castle buff on Ivory?
I don't actually know who's holding the it was Supple until this week, but one of the Hellowing tier alliance guilds definitely took the castle. I don't know how they decided or who ended up with it on Ivory.
Okay, so both guilds actually, so chat saying that Hellowing does have the castle buff. So both guilds have the heavy attack evasion and the heavy attack buff from castle, which is a big deal in this tournament. So honestly, both of them positioning in a really powerful way to try to win this tournament here, and again doing what they have to do to try to poach and bring down the other guilds. Holy moly, what a matchup. If we look ahead to the next one of the day, it's going to be Gwenchana versus Cobra Kai. Cobra Kai was personally one of my favorite names for a guild I've probably ever seen because I grew up on the Karate Kid, second degree black belt myself. Cobra Kai from the Stellarite server, rank 1 in their alliance with Hailstorm, CPQ, and Released. Released is still in the tournament. I think CPQ might be in the losers bracket, so I'd have to double check that real quick. Rank 2 on their server overall with 11 siege wins. And their prediction was the second round, so they've made it.
They have indeed made it to the second rounds. They will be going against Gwenchana, which is a guild that we didn't really know much about until recently. Not a lot of info provided here either. No alliance strength, anything like that. No sieges won because they're a pretty new guild. Prediction, just happy to be here. Ding, ding, ding. But we have seen Gwenchana compete earlier in this tournament, and they were surprisingly strong, Blue. I mean, these guys, I don't know what groups they might have been part of before, but I hadn't heard of them at all, and they came out swinging super hard.
Yeah, they're like a brand newly formed guild, so that usually when that happens, guys, in the PvP scene, it's because other guilds have fallen apart, and the core players are all typically friends with one another, guys. What you need to understand is that these PvP communities, they're exactly that. They're all friends. They're all friend groups. They want to keep playing with each other. So when a guild dies, the core of that guild usually all goes together to another guild. In this case, they created Gwenchana. Again, I don't know the lore of Gwenchana. I don't know which guilds actually formed or died in order to come together to form Gwenchana right now. But they came out and cattywampus Nemesis in their first match of the tournament here. And they beat Villainous as well. These guys are fighters. And then every single time they play in the chat, I just see ding, ding, ding repeatedly over and over again. And then they put it on their chat PvP card. Not really sure what to make of that. On the other side of things, I do know a fair amount about Cobra Kai. A lot of people like to accuse Cobra Kai of a lot of different things, but the thing that I like to accuse Cobra Kai of the most is winning. These guys, maybe not they don't fight the most that I have seen, okay? They're here to win. So typically they've been accused of sitting on dead servers in the past where they can just win siege after siege after siege after siege after siege again. But can you blame them at the end of the day if they just keep winning? And honestly, they're allied with CPQ, who I know I've shot called for them before. CPQ is an extremely strong group of guys. They've got Hailstorm as well in their alliance, and then Released, who is still in the tournament as well. So a really strong alliance to boot. Who are you favoring in this one?
It's really hard to say, but I think even though they are a newer guild, just based off the performance that I saw earlier, I'm leaning in the direction of Gwenchana. Normally, I would go with the established guild. I mean, 11 sieges won, even on a lower population server. That's still an impressive win streak. You got to give it to Cobra Kai. But in this case, after seeing how strong Gwenchana has been earlier in this tournament, I think they have the upper hand here.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like it's really hard to tell because again, Gwenchana, brand new guild, so we'll see what they can come up with here. It does look like the Delulu piece is dead now, and the guilds are starting to flood the lobby. So we should be getting this match ready to go in just a moment here. Let's take a look at our next match of the day, which is going to be Infamy versus Doom. I'm going to introduce Doom because these are some of my tournament favorites now. Doom from the Adrenaline server, rank 1 in their alliance with Omnia, Imperio, rank 2 overall on their server. At least they believe that they're rank 2. They'll probably end up being rank 3 behind the Supple alliance who just swapped in, and Privateers' alliance, which is quite strong. And then no siege wins so far because there's only 2 of them, but their chat PvP is Doom has arrived. We're the last Latino guild, forged in fire and ready to fight, and they came out swinging last time in this tournament, Moreland. Were you there? Were you the one that was shoutcasting with me? Because these guys bulldozed their first match.
I don't think I was. I remember watching them, but I don't know if I was actually the one calling it with you.
Yeah, I think may have been Grenton. May have been Grenton. I'll let you introduce Infamy, though, on the other side.
Yeah, no, it was Gritton because he was talking about how much he loves the Latino guilds. But on the other side, we've got Infamy from the Ivory server, the alliance with CPQ, Flex, and Dwagon. Some really, really strong allies there. Alliance strength on the server is unknown, which is an interesting description of that. 5 sieges won. Prediction is going to be the top 10. They haven't quite made it there yet, so they're going to have to get past this round if they want that prediction to come true.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that I'm going to give... Gosh, it's tough to say. People are saying update the alliance. I can only update the alliance officially if the leadership core reaches out to us and tells us what guilds they are now allied with. So if the alliance is wrong on the sheet, it is because their leadership core has failed to tell anyone in tournament staff what is actually going on. Not much I can do about that, although I think Doom Alliance is
so I can tell you that Infamy was recently part of the Supple Alliance, but it was pretty short-lived. They kind of got left behind on Ivory when Supple transferred over to Stellarite, so I don't know if they have any allies at all right now.
Yeah, okay, so chat, why don't you tell us who is Infamy allied with currently now? If they are not with Supple and they're not with Dwagon over here, and they're certainly not with Flex. Supple ran away. I don't believe that Supple ran away. I think that Supple did what Supple had to do in order to secure a castle to get ready for the final rounds of this tournament, which I think was actually really smart. In my opinion, I think that's all. If you accuse, oh, Supple ran, I think that you have to basically say that all of the guilds ran, basically, because every single guild was not looking for a fight in this most recent siege. They were looking for a castle in order to try to win the tournament. You see this basically in every alliance over here, and I'm sure that the tier alliance is probably looking at each other, going, okay, well, whoever makes it through these rounds here is going to get the castle in the winners bracket so that they can try to win coming up here as well. So, you know, you can't accuse the guild of running when they're just doing what has to be done. Does look like we are almost ready in the lobby. There are going to be more matches than this, guys. We only got through a few of them there, but honestly, we're going to see some guilds fight twice today. Looking back at the versus screen, once again, we're looking at Polarity versus Exodus. Do you think the Polarity with the food buff is going to really be, do you think that that is the difference with the Juno Spears?
I think so, yeah. I mean, without their food, I don't think that they had a chance to get against Exodus, but now that they have their full food buff rotation, that is just going to make such a difference, Blue. I think Polarity, now that they are able to eat their proper buffet with all of their fruits and vegetables, a fully balanced meal, that is going to be the thing that absolutely turns this match in their favor.
Yeah, absolutely. We might, again, we join the War Games lobbies, and again, you cannot expect me not to meme on you if you literally tell your guild not to eat food. You've been in the lobby for 10 minutes. No one eats any food. We're sitting at 48v48. We confirm with you, are you ready to go? You ready up with us? And then you literally get mad that we started the lobby and you guys didn't eat any food. So now I'm very interested to see them. I want to see these Juno Spears come out here. 13 spears against 6. Over here. So clearly Polarity thinks that the spears are a lot better, honestly, doing their best impression of an EU guild. Also, NA West Pineapple runs a lot of spears just like this as well, and it's certainly a good weapon in the current metagame.
Yeah, I'm noticing just the, I think you called it out already, but the absolute insane number of greatswords that are coming out on the side of Exodus. I'm trying to recall if that's a more recent development. I definitely remember fighting against them. They felt very, very tanky, so there was probably a lot of S&S greatswords. And scrolling through their lineup here, that is a good amount of them, but I am seeing some Ravagers and Gladiators here as well. I mean, 21 greatswords is, that's a greatsword on almost half your players.
Yep. It looks like we are almost ready to go right now. Both sides are 48v48. We are, again, double checking to make sure that everyone has eaten their food buffs before we start this one. As we get the ready check. Okay, both guilds are ready. I am now hitting the go button in the match. So hopefully we see both guilds actually spawn in this time to Talus on this one. A bold strategy to pick Talus against what could be one of the strongest guilds in the world, if not just NA East here. Exodus versus Polarity starting right now. Let's see the difference that these food buffs really make here. Moreland, I'm trying to get over there as quickly as I can. We should see Exodus spawning in. There they go. And there's Polarity spawning in right behind them. If I click on them, you can see, look, they do have food buffs eaten right now, but it does look like that Exodus is going to turn around and start eating, and you can see just how effective those food buffs actually are on the side of Polarity. Look how much of that kill feed is going their way, Moreland.
Yeah, I believe that there was actually only one Exodus player who died there, so we should find that name and perhaps tease him just a little bit. But other than that, a completely one-sided sweep here. As you can see, Polarity has just become the meal. Perhaps there has not been enough of those buffs popped. Maybe they forgot a few. Maybe they didn't
got 3
eat
kills.
IRL. Something is going wrong here.
Yeah, they did get 3 kills right there. W Polarity, if I do say so myself, right there. It does look like the Chup and Buey on the side of Polarity are the Cordy crossbows to be looking out for. And on the side of Exodus, you're looking at Fiercely and Frank. And again, we talked about, Frank. So Frank, certainly one of the better performers for Exodus in the first match that we saw here. There's Croft, and again, we saw Croft's party. This is the tank for one of Exodus's premier flank groups over here. As you see him try to stay with his static, you see Polarity grouping on the other side here as Exodus rotates over to try to meet them in battle. Oh my goodness, Odie has already dove in right now. I believe that's part of Croft's static. Croft behind the ball right there. I'm not gonna find it. Frank though with a big kill feed. Good Cordy spin in the middle of everything right there, and a solid engagement coming down on the side of Exodus. We are seeing a few kills come on the side of Polarity here, so they are doing what they can right now. Willow Harper over here with this healer doing what he can from the outside of the fight. But honestly, PMA, he only has 3, nope, never mind, 2, never mind, not even his own health bar to keep track of anymore, as the rest of Polarity just gets mopped up right there.
Yeah, absolutely. And Exodus not hesitating to rotate all the way back towards either respawn point. They don't really care about sitting on the stone. They are going to run all the way across the map and find Polarity and hunt them down. Some Exodus kill squads already out in front, keeping Polarity engaged away from the rest of the ball. And even in a small group, Exodus players just being very, very hard to get taken down here at all.
Yeah, Polarity with a different... I respect the resiliency on the side of Polarity. They've now tried 2 different spawns. They've tried to regroup with one another. This time they just tried a big spread, huge concave to try to divide and conquer on the side of Exodus, but they are just getting mopped up repeatedly here. Blast out in front for Exodus, doing a great job. You look at 1 minute and 45 seconds left on the clock. We'll take a look at the leaderboards right now. As you can see, Ensign, Savre, Sorano, and Akko and Odie Fiercely, all the top kills in the lobby, all Exodus right there. You scroll down, you see Polarity coming in at number 16 is Emperor right here, followed by a few more Exodus numbers, and then Night Ghost coming in down there as well. Emperor on a great sword dagger, and we talked about that. Exodus actually has more great swords than they do. Damage dealt over here. You do see Nathias doing pretty well on damage dealt with a spear dagger on the side of Polarity, but again, very Exodus favored right there, and Polarity certainly the top of the damage taken. Normally we see that from the losing guild, and here's the story of the lobbies. The healers from Exodus are putting on a clinic.
Yeah, and again, Exodus with a very defensive comp historically. So even if you are pumping out a lot of damage against them, that damage will not necessarily translate into kills. A lot of tanks, a lot of healers, and their healers know how to react. They know who's going to be getting targeted. They do a very good job of keeping their key DPS players alive. So you can throw a lot of damage on that clump, but you will often be frustrated fighting these guys because it looks like such a juicy clump and you think you're about to eat, and then their health just doesn't even move.
Yeah, absolutely. We take a look at Odie here. This is a spear greatsword, it looks like, and Odie has been getting a lot of kills in this lobby on the Gladiator lineup right now, and Exodus is just systematically wiping through Polarity. Honestly, at this point, when you're getting dominated this hard on a map like Talus, I do think that you should try Spawn Point 2. I think that Spawn Point 2, normally we don't talk about Spawn Point 2, guys. It's way out in the middle of nowhere, but it would give them a moment to regroup. Looks like Polarity approaching from the other side right now. I'd love to see them push pull and try to pull back, but they know they're just gonna meet Exodus head on again. In fairness to Polarity, their flankers do make it through to the back line back there. Nathias doing what he can on the back line with this spear, trying to debuff everyone to keep them from healing. But Exodus has found the answer to that, is to just not take any damage, and then you don't have to worry about that healing debuff. That's brilliant. I didn't even think about that, Marlon.
Yeah, absolutely. These guys just, as I said, you know, they're all tanks. Even their DPS feel like tanks. They are hard to take down. They went with that defensive strategy, and even post-patch, it looks like it is working out for them. We're seeing a handful of kills come out from Polarity, and props to them for being able to secure those. But overall, the kill feed is just going to remain overwhelmingly in Exodus's favor. You can see some damage coming out, but these guys are so good at just reacting and positioning and staying alive even when that danger is confronted. Polarity coming in now with some pretty hectic regroups. Once again, we see this over and over again in the tournament where these guilds want to reinforce aggressively, but running back in with half your health without your static against a group like Exodus, you're just going to get absolutely disintegrated. So I want to see Polarity take a second. I think, as you said, that respawn 2 might be the way to go here. You have to do a proper regroup and get yourself healthy before you throw your body at a group of players as strong as Exodus.
Yeah, I can't even find the Cordys on the side of Polarity. I've been looking all over the place for them. Haven't been able to find them, but I did find Bowery here. Wand, Dagger on the side of Polarity, just constantly trying to curse bomb people to the best of his ability, but you see him getting locked down by Izuna right there, and he is just going to get wiped off the earth right there by a greatsword. Oh my goodness, you just hate to see that. And again, he was doing a pretty good job of positioning overall until the moment that they decided to look at it. Anyone decided to look at him, and then he just went down. Here's Buey right there. And we see just how effective the Cordy crossbows for Polarity are in this matchup as we take a look at this POV respawning right now. Buey really struggling to make anything happen for Polarity. And in fairness to him, his static is probably just getting wiped immediately. It's so hard to make something happen as a corny crossbow when your static is just getting wiped this consistently.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you're not used to fighting a group like this that's keeping the rest of your static so debilitated, then you might get a little bit ahead of yourself. You might run in on your own when you expect your healer or your tank to be nearby and they just aren't there. And that's going to lead to a death spiral for sure. And, you know, Exodus, in addition to having those strong defensive players, they're not all defensive. They definitely, some of those great swords are playing the assassin build. I'm watching a Perk Taker here over on the side, one of their top kill squad members. I fought against this guy a bunch of times, and he is deceptively slippery. You always think you're going to lock him down and blow him up, but man, his healers just do not let him go down. Using those crossbow movement skills plus the evasion build to stay alive, even playing far away from the main build here. This guy, he looks like he's in danger, and it makes you want to target him, but he just refuses to ever go down.
Yeah, absolutely. Exodus in full control of this stone right now. Oh my god, bro. What happened to his health bar? He got hit by like one skill on accident. Here's Buey once again. We'll see if he can't get a Cordy spin on behalf of Polarity right now, but he gets pulled in. He's trying to run for his life, catches a heal right now from his static group. It does look like he's buffed up. He's going to try to jump in here and get a Cordy down. Gets pulled himself. There's the Cordy spin. And again, really rough situation when your Cordy, again, just cannot pick up any sort of kills like that. And again, I have to give it to his static is just having a rough time trying to get regrouped, trying to get him in position. And even he is just running forward, but they're all just melting.
Yeah, they are indeed just melting. And, you know, at this point, you've got 10 minutes on the clock still. You can try to do something else. I mean, fighting against a guild like this is just so demoralizing because it feels like you can't make any headway. But I'm still seeing Polarity members continue to make the mistake of just respawn and run back in without taking that time to heal up. You gotta be in communication with your static here. You gotta be near your healer before you go in. I know you want to help your guildies, but you gotta do it properly. You can't just go in and feed.
Yeah, so Plankton running a Cordy crossbow on the side of Polarity, but that's not what they told us. They said Chup was running the Cordy on the side of Polarity. So it's possible that Chup renamed himself right here, and possibly they gave us the wrong it's possible they gave us the wrong name right there. But Plankton, that is why it's been so hard to find the other Cordy for Polarity. Plankton doing what he can on the side here. We'll see if he can get a spin in here. There's the spin going down, and again, oh my gosh, bro. Well, thank goodness he changed his name. It really helped not being targeted on that push right there. Yeah,
I don't think Exodus cares a whole lot about the names. I think anyone on their screen is kind of just getting blown up, whether it's DPS tank or healer. They are really not discriminating. Everyone is going down here. I'm still continuing to follow Perk Taker around. I think I've seen him use the stealth key twice this entire game as a Scorpion. So, I mean, you've got one of the most dangerous players out here, and they are not even putting enough pressure on him to cause him to press that stealth button, let alone put him in any actual risk of death. So Polarity gonna have to figure out, you know, who to go after here. It looks like Perk finally took a hit from one of those great swords, but there's just not enough follow-up here with the rest of the Polarity members struggling to get any damage or kills of their own.
Yeah, Frank with another big kill feed right there. Thana coming in with this great sword dagger, trying to lock down individual targets. But like, I'll be honest with you, they're just dying. Like, everybody's just dying. It's very difficult to really kill anybody because they're already dead. You lock them down, you're like, no, that's my kill, and then somebody else just blows them away. It's a first world problem right here as Thana pushes through with his static, and Exodus just continually wipes Polarity back and forth. Polarity has taken, they did manage to initiate the stone here, so good on them for that. You have Butter on the outside of the fight on this spear dagger right now. We'll see if he can't make anything happen as 24 Exodus members answer that cap right there. They come back, they just want to snuff this out. They got up to like 25, almost 30% on that cap right there. So props to Polarity where props is due. They did manage to make something happen despite the kill feed being overwhelmingly against them. Butter in the middle of everyone right now. This is not where you want to be. He gets flipped in and he is trying to run. He dashes to the outside of the fight. He has not been focused down yet, doing what he can right now to stay on the point and try to deal damage. But I mean, this guy, he's not even casting skills, more or less. He's just running the whole fight. There we go. Finally, we see the first couple of skills come down, but the moment he draws his weapon, he takes like 80% of his health and damage as he tries to lock down another member of Exodus over here. And again, they just keep getting healed back up, and the strategy against spear players that Exodus has created here is to just not take damage, and then you don't have to worry about the healing debuff.
Yeah, I'm following B-Blast now, one of the top shadow dancers from Exodus. And, you know, again, it's like he's not even in danger. He'll jump right into a clump of Polarity players, getting those spear stacks and throwing those javelins. You know that you're seeing his name over and over again. He's got a bit of a memorable name, so you can tell that the Polarity players, they know that he's one of the guys that's farming them, and yet they are just not able to put him at any risk here, positioning wherever he wants to go, running around with, even when his health goes to half, he's just immediately shielded and back to full again, playing with full confidence here and no hesitation and not getting punished for it at all.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see Frank once again getting big kill feeds basically on every single push. Let's take of the top players in this lobby. Ensign, 72 kills on a Spellblade right there. Serrano and Odie number 2 and 3. Salvre coming in at number 4. Honestly, I don't even see Frank Like, there he is all the way down here, and he's getting kills on every push. I can't even imagine trying to keep up with these players. 4.1 million damage done for Ensign, Toronto, and Odie. And again, you look at the Exodus players, you didn't block down here. It does look like that Exodus, Polarity, rather. There they are. Nathias and URNA. And then 11, the top DPS on the side of Polarity, just trying to make anything happen for their guild right now. The amount healed, 22.8 million for Gnarlynar. And he was the top healer in their last lobby as well. APG Gonzo, AP Gonzo, Emmy Boo, and GDAX, the other top healers of the lobby. Where's Polarity's top healer? Willow Harper, doing what they can. I think that we locked onto him or her a little while ago in this match, but man, they are really struggling to get another cap off on the point. And I think that Exodus fumbling a little bit to keep, like, their front line should be a little bit more diligent about trying to keep them from interacting with this point. But I think that they're just having fun killing a lot of people here, Moreland.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, when you have this kind of a lead, you could expect that the discipline is going to slip a little bit. People are going to be maybe overextending, hunting for kills, not taking things super seriously. But honestly, I mean, Exodus is looking so strong here that I think they've earned the right to kind of slack off and go for, just frag out a little bit in this position.
Yeah, absolutely. Serrano busting out the damage in this match as we tick under the 5-minute mark. Polarity really struggling to make anything happen. Maybe they got a Delulu spear though, or something from their last, maybe they got an arc boss weapon or two from the Peace arc boss, so they take away a W today. Who knows? Chadwick on the low ground right now on the SNS spear. Interestingly enough, he's going to try to rejoin his guild on the point here. He's going to dive into 13 yellow health bars, which is a bold strategy, Moreland. I'm not sure that that is necessarily what I would have done. But honestly, he's staying alive. He's just not doing any damage as everyone around him is at full health and has a shield on.
Yeah, and I am noticing a few of the Polarity players making some key plays here. They kind of die right afterwards, but following Nathias for a second there before he just got killed, and he was able to take out B-Blast and a couple other of the DPS from Exodus. So there are some Polarity members that know who they should be prioritizing here, and they are able to get kills occasionally, but they just get immediately punished every time they get one or two of those kills. Exodus is not going to let that fly, and they are just hunting down those players and killing them immediately afterwards.
Yeah, absolutely. Is this an all-out brawl? Exodus, I think, has kind of let go of the reins in this match as they keep allowing Polarity to get cap after cap, and credit where credit's due to Polarity's leadership core. They are managing to land these caps, but there's little to no hope in taking the stone, because everywhere Exodus goes, a wipe follows. Emmy Boo on the outside of the fight as well over there, as well as you didn't block. You see just about every Exodus member almost at full health right now, just wiping as quickly as they can. It's almost, last man to the engagement is a rotten egg right now. You're not going to get any kills if you're there, but even 10 seconds late.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing aggressively, and if you want to look good at the scoreboard at the end, you got to show up and you got to be the ones that get that damage. If you're hesitating, you got bloodthirsty neighbors on either side of you that are taking those kills and getting that credit instead. So, yeah, Exodus definitely, they want to be on top. Everyone wants to be on top of the scoreboard at the end of one of these tournament matches. They're not going to just hang out and be lazy. They might be lazy when it comes to protecting the capture stone, because that doesn't show up at the end, but they're not going to be lazy when it comes down to getting these kills.
Yeah, absolutely. We see XXX getting flipped into the middle of everyone over there. There's Cody on behalf of Polarity catching a heal as he runs into the onslaught. He pulls. I love how he goes for a pull right there, and his healer's backed up like, what are you doing pulling him over here? We don't want him over here. What are you doing to us right now as the rest of Exodus collapses down? Cody's going to go down. I think there's just regret in his arms, or in his eyes right there, rather. Just really difficult match on behalf of Polarity, but we should see them come down to the losers bracket of this tournament. We're going to see them fight one more time today as we tick under the 2-minute mark. I believe that time has basically run out for them. There's almost no way that they're going to be able to win this match at this point. We are going to see them fight a little bit later today, and it looks like they're going to be fighting. Let me take a look at the Lords of the Dead, which actually should be a pretty good match for Polarity. So assuming that they do eat food, I actually think that should be a pretty close match overall, Marlon.
Yeah, I mean, I think as long as they don't forget to eat the food, like you said, that food is going to be absolutely just a game changer. So as long as everyone stays nice and fed during this tournament, then the matches should be pretty close.
Yeah, absolutely. As Trill out in front with their static right here. Not a name that we've talked about very often, but they're a healer, and the healers often go underrated. That's why I've tried to point them out a few times so far in this tournament, because these guys are the real heroes of the lobby. You don't get to do any DPS if you don't have a good healer at the end of the day. The best DPS typically always have the best healers in their lobby. Exodus getting another big pull right there. Akko getting a big kill feed. Blee following that up as well. Trill takes a little damage, but immediately heals it right back up. Anyone in their vicinity always being healed here as the Exodus healers just on point. 25 seconds on the clock. Polarity is going to move to the losers bracket, and Exodus is going to continue their march through the bottom side of this bracket, Marlon.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, Exodus ranking themselves only third within their alliance. But as we can see here, perhaps a bit too humble of a rating. I think they definitely deserve to at least be considered first or second in that Ivory Alliance. I mean, these guys are just so strong in the 48 versus 48 scenario. And we can see how absolutely overwhelming and one-sided this is once again in their favor.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like Ensign and Serrano, the top defeats of the lobby, both at 103. But Ensign is clearly a better player because he did 6.2 million damage, as opposed to Serrano that had a measly 5 million. What a loser. 101 kills for Odie right there on the Gladiator, interestingly enough. Blee coming in at number 4, Spear, Dagger, and then Blast, like we talked about at number 5 right there. The top kills of the lobby. For Polarity, looks like it's Nathias, as we talked about, Urinate, Nyx, Spicy, and 11 coming in as the top kills for them. Look at the assists on this side. Yeah, where are the Cordies? I don't see any Cordies on the front page here, but honestly, you don't expect that. 327 assists for Ensign is crazy right there. Damage Delta, again, Ensign 6.2 million. B-Blast 5.3. Odie at 5.1. Serrano at 5 million. Blee rounding out the top 5. A lot of spears and spell blades in there. Damage taken, it looks like Frank, Hadley X, Chadwick, Catwoo, the top tanks of the lobby for Polarity. You scroll down, you look at the top healer, or a top tank for Exodus. It looks like Akbar down here, and it looks like, again, damage taken once again topped out by a healer over here. We talk about Crusader a lot because it is technically the best tank, but oftentimes you see healers taking the most damage in the lobby. 35.3 million damage healed for Gnarly Gnar. Continues to consistently be one of the best healers and best positioned healers that we see in this tournament overall. Amiibo, AP, Gonzo, GDAX, and Trill coming up and rounding out the top 5 for Exodus. The top healers on the side of Polarity are Willow Harper and Isla Summers, and also Igris the Black down here. So Polarity, a good fight, but sadly not as close as I think they were hoping for on Talus.
Yeah, and Exodus is just, unfortunately, I think we could kind of predict that that's how it was going to go, especially on that map. I don't know if Polarity perhaps wasn't as familiar with Exodus or underestimated them a little bit there, but that did feel like one that was kind of decided right off the bat. Just want to point out, even in a lopsided match, getting 101 kills on a Gladiator is completely insane. We do have the double arc boss. Oh, my game just crashed, but we do have the double arc boss set up on Odie playing that Gladiator, but still 5 million damage and 100 kills plus all those assists is quite impressive for a class that is typically played as more of a bruiser rather than a raw DPS.
Yeah, absolutely. Polarity shouldn't be too demoralized. Exodus could go on to win the tournament. We're going to have to see them. We might see them fight Supple in the finals. I don't know. Wouldn't that be a match for the ages there? As I've seen chat PvP on both sides of those alliances. Of course, I just want to see some good games. That's the side that I'm on overall, as we have the next lobby actually already ready to go. We look ahead to, speaking of Supple, it is Supple versus Cursed. And again, I think that this is David versus Goliath here. Cursed from the Carnage server, representing David, rank 2 in their alliance. We just saw Polarity go down in the previous match with Nordic and Nemesis as well. Rank 1 on their server with no siege wins is an interesting take, but their prediction was round 3, so they've made their prediction happen, Moreland.
They have, and I am logging back in real quick. My game did crash a moment ago, but on the other side, we have Supple. Again, we talked about them a little bit earlier tonight, but the winners from the T1 tournament and an absolutely strong guild and alliance that has been around for a while. This is going to be a really tough match for Cursed. This is Supple Oni, so this is the strongest of these Supple guilds, ranked first in their alliance. Their alliance now the strongest on Stellarite. They just moved to Stellarite to secure that castle for the tournament. So this is the castle holding guild, and their chat PvP here. You can't dodge us in the tournament tier. I'd have to take a look at the bracket, but there's a chance that Supple and tier see each other later on in the tournament.
Interestingly enough, Tier's next opponent is Velocity, which is yet a Tier versus Velocity is crazy hype on this one. Yeah, okay, it's no problem, Marlon. The Tier versus Velocity fight is going to be crazy close. The winner of that fight, again, we're going to see Supple fight Cursed here, assuming I don't want to count Cursed down and out. This is a strong guild, but it is a David versus Goliath situation. Let's just be honest with ourselves for a moment right now. This is the first time we're seeing Supple actually fight in this tournament, as every guild they've been paired with to this point has dodged them, interestingly enough. So now they do have a problem with this so far in the tournament. So finally, I'm sure that the Supple boys are chomping at the bit to make this happen. Let's talk a little bit about pick ban in this one. Let's look over here. What's it look like? Supple won the coin toss. They chose to pick Cursed banned. What an interesting map choice. Pacolo, Leviathan, Digon, and Manticus were the maps that were banned. Supple would like to go to Adentis.
Yeah, and again, who doesn't love going to the dentist? You can bet that this is a map that they have practiced on over and over again. They are not going to make a map choice lightly here. This is a guild that's taken this very seriously with lots of practice. When you give them the opportunity to pick a map, they're going to pick their absolute favorite, and apparently that's a dentist.
Yeah, just do your best. If the lock-on feature is giving you a little bit of trouble there, you can just get the flank perspectives in each fight for us. It does look like we are going to a dentist where there is high grounds aplenty, but we did see this on EU yesterday, interestingly enough. We saw EU go to a dentist with Sovereign versus, I'm blanking on their opponent. It might have been, it started with a V, but I can't remember. But it was Sovereign and their opponent again, and they knocked them out in T1 on the same map. They picked it again. And again, they tried to dominate the high grounds, but in T2, we're seeing the high grounds matter a lot less on a dentist. Like, again, the guilds that are stuck in the past just do not understand that those pulls are so impactful on a dentist. Supple rushing to the point right now, Marlon.
Yep, and I'm zoomed in on Pontius right now, one of the Supple Cordy spinners, an absolutely devastating player, fought both alongside and against him in the past. A very well-known, one of the first people to get that Cordy build up and running in Tier 2 in the NAE scene. So we will see how this first engage goes down.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, gotcha. So we do see Curse come down to this low ground right here. We do see a few kills coming in as Supple takes a really bad engagement into Cursed. Cursed, what's going on? Cursed taking a huge yellow kill feed right there. Wait a minute on this one. We may have counted them just a little bit too down and out. Finally, the rest of Supple collapses down. Pontius gets into the fight and wipes up the remainder of Cursed, but that was an engagement that I think made a statement on behalf of Cursed, because I think, again, this was supposed to be David versus Goliath. Why are we seeing this much yellow in the feed, Moreland?
Yeah, I mean, these are the T1 tournament winners. When you're going against them, you're going to expect to lose. And I think everyone watching and predicting and putting their brackets together, that's Supple just absolutely dominating this match. You would not expect a whole lot of back and forth. But Cursed is not going to allow themselves to get humiliated here.
Yeah, absolutely. Curse doing a great job of mopping up Supple on this high ground, but again, Supple battling back. X-Con Hero Mike getting kills on the side of Curse right now. Supple trying to get over towards their spawn to interrupt that right now. Zanto, Ed, Lilo over here picking up kills, trying to interrupt the regroups on behalf of Curse. Curse certainly on the back foot right now as the rest of Supple starts to reinforce over to the portal. They look a little mad, Borland. I'll be honest with you. I know mad gameplay. When I see it, they're mad that they're getting any kills right now as Supple pushes to the high ground. We saw yet another kill feed come out from Curse right there, but Supple starting to close the vice in on this respawn point. I'd love to see, again, Curse pivot right now and try to respawn at a different point. Maybe attack very quickly, catch Supple off guard.
Yeah, Blue, let me know if my screen share is working now. I do have Pontius's perspective still. He has yet to go down once in this fight, playing aggressively as usual, has one of the best pocket groups. There's the spin coming out now. They are going to put a lot of resources into keeping him healthy and allowing him to play as aggressively as he can. And that is exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, certainly Supple on top of this match, but I'll be honest with you, in the T1 tournament, we did not see Supple struggling this much against anybody but TC overall. And now they're up against Curse, and I'm not sure if it's Curse necessarily or if it's maybe Supple that is lacking in the match. But I think that I think people have underrated this Cursed lineup right here as they've come out and now they're starting to get mopped up. They're trying to move over towards the zone. Looks like they have taken my advice as it is always correct. I've never been wrong. They have respawned and now they're up over on the other high ground. Supple trying to rotate over. You see them all flying in right now. We'll see if they can make an engage happen right now, but right now they're just getting killed right now by Curse. They're just taking a bad engagement. Supple getting mopped up by Cursed on that engage. What are you doing, Supple? You cannot engage like that, Borland.
I think that Cursed might be a little bit underestimated here. I'm seeing some Supple players kind of be out of position, maybe go in a little bit early and get a little too cocky, getting punished in scenarios where they should honestly be pretty fine. So yeah, I don't think we can count Cursed out yet. We're gonna have to see what happens when the stone actually goes live.
Yeah, kills looking very Supple favored obviously right now in the kill feeds. They do have the upper hand in the match, but again, we were expecting this to be an Exodus versus Polarity, if you don't mind me saying, situation. And look at these, you see Cursed gun wallet, payrams on the front page over here. Damage taken, certainly looking at Curse right now, and then the amount heals, you're still seeing the bottom of the healing leaderboards going over to Curse. So definitely still a one-sided match, but again, look at the kills coming in for Flacco and Onren on the right side there, and then Params. And again, it's not just one person that's necessarily making the difference for Curse. We're seeing a lot of different killers in the kill feed right now, which tells me this Curse lineup is definitely a lot more well balanced than maybe we may have seen. Flex was definitely more more lopsided in terms of who was getting kills.
Yeah, you know, some of these guilds that are really going to lean heavily on a handful of carries, but when it comes to Cursed, we are seeing a variety of different names. I am seeing Params, looks like he's kind of rising above the rest of Cursed in terms of getting those kills. Params is a name that's familiar to me. I don't remember what guild he was in before this, but another established player who knows what he's doing here. And even fighting against Supple, he's consistently showing up in that kill feed. We'll see if Supple starts to notice some of these names and start to single them out and shut them down.
Yeah, we see Gunwallet pigeoning from the high ground, but that's exactly why you can't get away with doing that as he backs up right now. You can see the little invisibility. He's trying to run for his life right there. The pigeon that he is, he's going to rotate back over to the high ground. This is why the meta on this map has changed dramatically between T1 and T2. You can't just stand up on this high ground because any good frontliner worth their salt is basically just going to pull you to the low ground immediately as we see people getting pulled down. Here's Eli. Eli, for those of you that don't know, this is the guy that makes all of the healing guides and all of the goated healing advice that we see. Typically, when you look online at any healer build, this is your man right here, the myth, the legend himself, pumping down heals. Let's see how he's doing in this lobby right now. You're seeing him in at number 2 currently, right behind Lilo, who is number 1. DKP check in at number 3 as well. So such a great healer and good player. I constantly would ask him for advice every time I come into a new metagame in Throne and Liberty, certainly with those goated builds. Flacco out on the side of the fight, one of the best killers on behalf of of Cursed, and you see him kind of working the outside of the engagement. Great sword dagger. Okay, he goes invisible. We'll see if he can lock anyone down on this engagement right here. He's certainly taking some damage, but his healer is keeping him alive. You see Lothric on the high ground taking down a Supple member right there, and Flacco Static doing a great job of getting mopped up eventually there, as again Supple begins to dominate. Supple does have control of the stone, but Cursed has managed to initiate a cap, but they're prioritizing this high ground advantage to try to get regrouped, and they just keep getting pulled to the low grounds repeatedly, Morlin, and I'm not sure that this is necessarily the play.
Yeah, I continue to see them look for that high ground, and you can go up there and free cast for a second, but eventually a tank is just going to notice you and pull you right off. I've got Gunwallet's perspective right now, one of the higher damage cursed spell blades, and he is very much playing from roof to roof. So I haven't seen him on the actual kill feed in a minute. We'll see if this is going to pay off for him, but he's really loving that high ground, and we'll see if it actually translates into a kill.
Yeah, Strixon Strider 04, the 240 crossbows on behalf of Curse right here, and I'm locked on to Strix right now. On the side of Supple is Pachas and Sit are the 240 crossbows there, as we just saw mine go down. Big Sedge right there, but you see the high ground advantage. This is where you want to take high ground advantage. I love Helicase right there, the unzipping enzyme when they go for DNA replication. If you don't know, you've just now gotten your biology lesson for today. That is the enzyme that unzips the DNA and prepares it for replication. So I love that guy. He must be some sort of biology major. Love to see that.
Well, thank you for the trivia, Blue.
You're
I
welcome.
did not expect that.
Yep.
That is, I will treasure that for the rest of this fight.
Yep, absolutely. Hero Mike over here getting taken down. Curse gets mopped up, and now we're seeing traditional Supple. I think they've locked in a little bit more now, although Curse getting onto the point right now with 26 members as Supple scrambles to regroup onto the point. They got up to 26%. I'm not sure that Curse is going to be able to hold on, though. Look at all the yellow health bars getting absolutely obliterated in the top left of your screen right there. Supple expressing dominance now as we move further into this match. We're seeing them perform just better and better each time, not taking the really poor engagements, but rather prioritizing this low ground advantage.
Yeah, playing a little bit more on the actual objective now, maybe not getting quite as cocky. We're seeing Supple really start to dial this in and clean this up. Fewer and fewer kills coming out on the side of Cursed, but they are still picking some Supple members off occasionally. I think perhaps with some organization here, we could see a more decisive push from Cursed, but Supple is kind of starting to get their rhythm now. They're going to have to shake it up if they want to have a chance of getting anything going here.
Yeah, there's Krelix on the high ground right there. That I believe Krelix is the shot caller for Supple. I could be wrong. He's certainly one of the leadership. Yeah, certainly the leadership core for Supple right there. And he is watching over the point right now. There's two people on the point. That's 2 times as many people for Curse right now as they're outplaying it. Krelix, what's going on right now, big dog? As they get up to 25% on the docket over here. Curse still fighting just off screen to your right. But again, they do have a cap initiated on the point and are keeping just 1 or 2 members on this point consistently. Here's Gunwallet, one of the top DPS on the side of Curse, doing what he can. He gets pulled in, has to go stealth immediately. This is the advantage of playing a dagger class, is those pulls are not quite as effective against you here. That's why we don't see quite as many Liberators doing super well in these matches nowadays. Gunwallet gonna rotate, trying to move towards the Riftstone, say, okay, this is kind of a lost fight, and they're going to reinforce. They've got it. They've got 12 people on the point against 4 from Supple, and now Supple has to trickle through this tiny little choke point. They're up at 32% and climbing. Supple, Krelix?
I'm seeing a lot of Supple members out in the field just fighting under the tree, so we'll see if they respond and come and take at this point or not.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. It's very dangerous to allow a cap to get up to 30% like that, and to allow your opponent to start to regroup on the point proper. Because see, then as Supple, they're risking moving through choke points, Marlon. With Cordy crossbows, certainly we've seen Curse can capitalize on a lot of these opportunities, and you don't want to get caught in a position where Curse, you're pushing through a choke point into Curse. We've already seen Curse farm Supple once or twice on a couple very poor engages from Supple. You're just asking for it if you allow Curse. Now, Curse, honestly, I think strategically is pulling the fight away from the Riftstone, only to basically regroup on the Riftstone itself and initiate a cap, and then just try to spring for as much percentage as they can. And again, they're looking for, I think, a miracle engage, because if they wipe Supple even one time, you get up to 33%. Supple tries to come back to the point. Supple gets wiped. That's a cap. On behalf, potentially on behalf of Cursed, Supple mopping this up, thwarting it one more time. So Cursed again gonna go ahead and try to regroup off the point one more time. But again, I think they have the right strategy here. They might not be as strong skirmishing in the field, but showing that Supple can be out strategized. Look at all of them blood hungry for kills as they come up to try to meet this ball, but they've already rotated over. You see Mr. Pecan and Gunwallet. I'm not a super favorite of that position, but at least he's got a dagger this time, so it is a little bit better than the Liberator we saw in EU, standing up there flash waving from a tree for himself, I guess. Down here. But again, Curse, 16 people, 17 people on the point over the top of Supple, getting up over 24% once again, because all of Supple is just a little bit too blood hungry, trying to get those kills over and over and over again. Sure, they're able to mop this up, but I'm starting to think, Moreland, against a stronger guild, if you're playing for kills this much and you're not playing for the team, I think that they just lose. I'll be honest with you. I think that I'm seeing a lot of just like, oh, we just want to run out and get kills on this one. I think they think it's a little bit more one-sided than it actually is, because again, your opponent should not be getting over 30% on a cap and then wiping you on a few pushes like this. You see Params getting a couple more kills in that feed right there. XCon again, very yellow in the feed right there. You should be prioritizing, trying to work together, not just trying to get useless kills in a matchup like this. So Supple certainly dominating in this match, but I'm a little worried for him.
Yeah, and you know, Supple absolutely just playing this with confidence, but in a match like this, confidence can always turn sour if you get a little bit too confident, if you have too many people that are pushing out. You know, sometimes in a situation like this, you can think, oh, it's fine, I can chase this guy, I can go get kills. But if you have a bunch of people in your guild that are not communicating, that are all simultaneously thinking, oh, it's fine if I go out and camp this spawn point or whatever, then suddenly the objective could be pretty unguarded. And so you definitely don't want to let Cursed sneak up on you in this situation, even though it is one-sided. We can see Supple maybe playing with their food a little bit here, but you can't do that too much or else you will actually get punished on this map.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll be honest with you, I think it's a low chance that Curse is able to bring this back with under 6 minutes remaining here. Obviously, Supple has the upper hand. They are dominating in this round of the tournament. I'm just looking ahead to potentially the future here. Is again, I think that I'm used to seeing more of a cohesive unit here, and I think the reason that Supple is winning this round is just flat out that their players are just individually just stronger than their opponent. It is certainly not strategy. That is not the case. It is not the shot caller. It is not the strategy, and it's not necessarily their statics. It's just that they're lining up player to player. They're just getting outplayed on the side of Curse, because Curse strategy is clearly working for them. They keep initiating. There's always been a cap running for Cursed on this point, pretty much since Supple took over at the beginning here, and that is not something that you see against the guild that is being dominated. Like, look at the leaderboards. It's basically all just dominating for Supple. But like, again, why is there a cap constantly initiated then? Normally in these top tier guilds, what you see are people, especially on a map like a Dentist, you see the front line basically consistently interrupting the cap, pulling people off, CCing them, keeping them from getting caps down. But again, we're seeing Supple engage off the point consistently, which keeps giving Curse these opportunities. It's a little bit scary if you're a Supple fan.
Yeah, and I would expect that Supple is not going to play this cocky later on in the tournament when they do have those tougher opponents. I think this is one of those scenarios where they feel like they've got this secured, and so they can let loose a little bit and go hunting. Because you're right, the macro here is not exactly super clean. A lot of Supple running around somewhat chaotically and doing their own thing. But I can tell you that when push comes to shove, when Krelix needs to get that discipline from his players, especially the players in Supple Oni, which is the branch that we're looking at right here, these guys at the end of the day are going to listen exactly to what he says and be exactly where they need to be. So I would expect that macro is going to go right back to where it always has been once they have an opponent that can keep them on their toes.
Absolutely. I hope so, for Supple's sake, because they're going to meet Dwagon in the next round of this one, and Dwagon is no slouch of a guild in this tournament. Yep, they're just going to have to show it. They're just got to be better. And I think that Cursed, honestly, coming out is the massive underdog in this fight and showing up and getting as many kills as they are. Pontius with a big kill feed right there. Good spin on Pontius and his static right there as the rest of Supple collapses down. But like, look at the kills on the half of Curse. I don't think anyone thought that it was going to be this close, or even like at all. We thought it was going to be Exodus versus Polarity again, if you respectfully saying. We thought that this was going to be a very one-sided match, and I think Curse has shown up and said, no, we can tango with the best of them. We definitely have the strategy to tango in. Look at them, 17, 19 people on the point. That's twice as many. Here comes Supple scrambling back to the point here, trying to clean up and mop up the rest of Curse right now. And this is the problem, is that Curse, I think, player to player, static to static, is just not measuring up to Supple here. But they've shown that they've got the coordination, they've got the synergy as a guild, and they certainly have the good players to stack up with some of the best in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going into this also thinking that it was just going to be a complete blowout in Supple's favor, but it is good to see Curse put up quite a fight against the T1 and possibly the T2 rank 1 guild in all of NA East right now. They did not just come in and allow themselves to get bullied. They showed up, they got more kills than anyone was expecting, and we saw some really clean pushes that I think genuinely caught Supple off guard.
Yeah, 2 minutes on the clock as Curse is going to get knocked down to the losers bracket almost certainly. Supple is making a statement in this round, but I'm just going to give Supple the benefit of the doubt. Despite all of the doubt that I've had on them in this match, I'm going to go ahead and take Warland's advice, and I'm just going to say they did win the Best in Guild T1 tournament. These guys are probably just messing around a little bit. They do know that they have this match in the bag, and they're just trying to make the most of the first round of the tournament where they've actually gotten to fight a little bit on this one. So hopefully we see them lock in a little bit. I can't wait to see them lock in against Dwagon in their next match next week sometime. We look ahead, a minute and a half left on the clock here. Supple basically groups back to the point right now. Curse did again this beautiful strategy where Curse pulls most of Supple off the point and then regroups to the point itself is actually brilliant on a Dentist. And again, that is something that I see out of a very developed guild, out of a guild that works very well together, and a guild that again is, I would consider top tier in North America. And I don't think that anyone coming into this tournament thought that Curse was even in the top 8, much less coming out this strong against a guild like Supple.
Yeah, so it's going to be really interesting to see how Cursed performs in the loser bracket. There are some guilds that have been knocked down to the lower bracket by very strong opponents. So just because they're in that lower bracket doesn't mean that they're weak guilds. I think we're going to see some fantastic matches coming up later on once those matches start to proceed. Yeah,
absolutely. We're going to see here again. Supple did bow out one of their guilds in the tournament here. So this is their only guild left in the tournament representing their organization. And again, they used to have 4 guilds. Now they got 2. Now they're basically getting down to 1 because their second guild can't pull enough people anymore, but demonstrating dominance in this round, showing why they are one of the favorites to win the tournament overall. A lot of people doubt them. A lot of people like to cast doubt on them. I certainly looked at this match and was not expecting Curse to come out as strong as they were, but Supple definitely dominating in this matchup right here. If we look at the defeats overall, it is a very Supple heavy leaderboard right now. Zonto with the Spear Dagger, Spellblade for Boy, NGH on the Spellblade as well. In as well, Gone, EID on the Gladiator right there, 75 kills. That's very impressive. 322 assists coming out for Zonto, Boy, in NGH, EID, and Gone right there. Damage dealt. Honestly, let's take a look at the top for Curse. Synchro right here. The top kills for Curse right there with a positive KD is very difficult to get. We scroll down. Oh my gosh. Okay, so Gunwall at the top on the assist leaderboard, but way down here for that one. But damage dealt, it does look like 5.5 million for Zonto on that Spear Dagger, Boy in, and Gun Wallet cleaning up the top 4. But look at this, Cursed in at number 4 with Gun Wallet in damage dealt, NGH, and then Params with Cursed as well, Gone, and then Strider 04. Again, look at Cursed on this damage dealt. Nobody thought that that was going to be a thing right there. Damage taken, obviously, very Cursed favored. Phonia, Carcius, Cheese Curds, Crippler, J Sidious, Glow Fabby, V4, the top tanks of the lobby, most of them healers. Ironically enough, we look at the top, Supple, Sit the top Supple tank of the lobby. 19.4 million damage healed, and that's why he makes the guides. It's Eli at the top. You expect that. Certainly one of the best healers in the entire world for Throne and Liberty. That's why he makes the guide. Senior Drake, Little Murdoch, Lilo, and DKP check over here coming in as the top healers for Supple. Top healer for Curse is Jasidius at 7.3 million, doing his best.
Yeah, indeed. And, you know, some of these numbers, 4.4 million damage from Gun Wallet, but only 10 kills and 60 assists. I don't think I've ever seen someone do more than 4 million damage and only get 10 kills. I mean, barely breaking double digits there. That just goes to show, even though Cursed was definitely on the board there and getting some decent wipes, just the absolute resilience on the side of Supple to take 4 million damage from this guy and have that only translate into 10 kills is kind of crazy.
Yep, absolutely. Good fights to both guilds. We're going to see Curse later in the losers bracket. Supple's going to move on right there, which is what most people expected. A dominating performance from them in that match right there. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are on to our feature presentation. One of the most hyped matchups of the NA East tournament so far. Get your friends in here. Morpheus is fighting Neo. Situation from the Matrix, if you understand that reference. Hellowing from the Ivory server, rank 1 in their alliance overall. Rank 1 on this server. 4 siege wins. Supple is butt cheeks. Is the chat PvP coming down for them. And why don't you just give us the Take Care intro, and then for anyone that wasn't here for the lore earlier, if you could give us a little bit of the TLDR on the lore as well.
Yeah, so Take Care coming from the Snowburn server. These guys are the castle holders in that alliance, ranked first in their alliance, but look at their alliance members, Flex, Velocity, Dwagon, all of those guilds insanely strong, and TC still ranking themselves first. They got second place in the T1 tournament, only losing to Supple, the guild that we just saw. Prediction top 3, which I think is completely valid here. These guys love these mid-scale 48v48 fights. It is what they are built for. They participate in the sieges and everything, but they love guild on guild. That is what TC is all about. This match in particular is an absolute grudge match. Ton of drama between these two guilds that were former allies. The reason that they are no longer allies is because a portion of Hellowing broke off due to loot drama and other issues and wanted to join Take Care. Hellowing told them, you guys cannot recruit these people. If you do, then we will not be allied with you. And Take Care said, well, in that case, we're not going to be allies, and turned their back on their alliance, recruited those members from Hellowing, and now they are all going to be fighting against each other. Blue, no matter what happens here, the content court is going to be going crazy. This is the match of the night for sure.
This is why I love putting on a tournament. All of the hours of struggle, all of the hours of dealing with subpar femboy, weak men and leadership cores constantly backing out, or they got to complain about this and complain about that. Screw all of those people. This is why we do it. Take Care versus Hellowing is going to be one of the hype matches of the tournament so far. We have been waiting for this, and honestly, it's only going to keep heating up. We're going to still see these guilds keep squaring off against each other for the first time in these super hype matches. And again, there's a losers bracket, so even if we see either of these guilds lose here, we're going to see them fighting each other again in the losers bracket, which could be literally insane. And I have some exciting news to share with chat. The pick ban is a fucking clown fiesta, guys. It is. Again, remember, guys, Take Care has poached about 15 Hellowing members. Hellowing is super mad with Take Care. They disbanded the Tier Alliance over this falling out that they had, and this is a super grudge match right now. Take Care won the coin toss. They chose to pick. Hellowing has banned. Hellowing banned Malakar, Manticus, Kawazan, and Morokai. Ladies and gentlemen, Take Care has chosen Chernobog as the map of choice in the crazy highlight match of the day. We are going to get Cherno.
This is I don't know if this is a flex or if they see this as a safety pick or a coin flip or what, but this is not the map that I expected them to pick against Hellowing at all, Blue.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, we're gonna bring this down. A lot of people talk about, a lot of people talk about Cherno as kind of a coin flip style map where like you're dealing with like a spawn point that is really close. You're constantly in an all-out brawl on the point. Take care. I know that they were practicing this stone just a few minutes before the match. I could see them making the lobby. I wasn't going to say anything about it, but I seen them been making lobbies the last few nights, prepping stones just like Cherno in the event that they won the coin toss. Clearly, they must have a strategy in mind coming into this one, and they know that this is going to be close, and they think that they can give themselves the edge, because normally you would say that this is kind of a 50-50 match. I'm going to predict Hellowing in this match. Crazily enough, I'm going to go with Hellowing. Morland, do you want to take a stance?
Yeah, I'm going with Take Care for sure, man.
Oh, God, bro. Look, Hellowing lost 15 of its best members to Take Care. If Hellowing wins this match, Take Care is completely cooked. I'm going to be honest with you. I dealt with this. You know, it's funny. Why don't we give them a little bit of our lore, Morland? You used to be in Null. Believe it or not, Dismantled versus Null was one of the biggest rivalries in the T1 scene many years ago in Black Desert Online. I ran Dismantled. Morland was over in Null. And the reason that Null was formed was because a bunch of my core members, about 15 to 20 of my core Dismantled members that I formed the guild with, decided that they could do it better themselves. They carried the guild. Screw you, Blue. They went and formed Null. And then Morland ended up joining Null. And then a month later, I rebuilt the guild and stopped yo asses. So I'm just going to say it. I'm rooting for Hellowing because from my perspective, this is the Dismantled of the situation. I'm just saying.
Well, as someone who has seen the some of the behind-the-scenes leadership conversations about why this group of players left Hellowing, I can honestly say that if I was in their position, I probably would have done exactly the same thing. So I definitely am going to stick with my call here and pick TC's side in this one.
I know, I just had to throw it in there, but like, dude, like again, there's a reason I'm picking Hellowing here. They've stomped me every time I fought against them. Although I will say, to Take Care's credit, the Take Care boys were one of my favorites to win the T1 tournament because these guys practice and they practice and they practice. The Take Care squad probably has more war games practice than any other guild on the server, period, dot, in NA East. These guys are grinders. They do guild versus guild. Chat saying that they're from Albion Online, which makes sense. It's a very large scale PvP game, and they certainly have a strong grasp of it here in Throne and Liberty. Chernobog coming out as this pick is literally insane, as we're waiting for just a couple people keep crashing from the lobby right now. So we're waiting on one more player to rejoin here, and then we will get things underway. We certainly have a lot more matches left in the day, guys. Remember, a lot of the guilds that lose their first match of the day are going to be playing again in the back half of today. This is only our fourth match.
I got DC'd as well. I'm getting back in real quick.
Okay, this is only our fourth match of the day, guys. We have 10 matches prepared for you today, and again, super hyped to see Hellowing versus Take Care. We look at the Cordy users, guys. The people, the health bars of the names that you're looking for on the side of Hellowing are Ari and Anarchy. On the side of Take Care is Spinkar and Ryu over there. So definitely the names to be looking out for, and especially on Chernobog, it's going to be a very Cordy rich environment.
Yeah, one of the most Cordy-rich environments that there is, really. I mean, once you get up there, not only is it small, but it's pretty open. There's not a lot of line of sight or anything like that. If you are going to get hooked, you're going to get hooked. And these Cordy spinners, these are players that have been practicing a lot. This map, the fact that TC picked this map means they know exactly how to do this. And, you know, we're going to see some really clean shot calling from both these groups. They have seasoned leaders in both organizations that are skilled not only at these Boonstone and Riftstone scenarios, but Siege, small scale, large scale, everything in between. And even, you know, these guilds have even played together in other games for years, you know, in some cases. So absolutely, the coordination and the competition that we're going to see here is going to be astounding.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of these guilds certainly dominant in the tournament so far already. Take Care knocking down no problem in their first match. And then on the other side, Hellowing wiping out Camp Press Q down to the lowest bracket, losers bracket. It certainly Camp Press Q, in my opinion, may have been just a slightly stronger guild, but honestly, we're going to see play a little bit later today here, as it looks like an entire static of Hellowing has been DC'd from the lobby. They are reconnecting once again. At some point, they're just stalling, right? Like, there's no way I am being, they're edging me to start this match right now. We're right on the edge of our seats, waiting for this one to get started on Chernobog. Both guilds should be spawning in and just getting absolutely just blasting one another, basically right off the rip. So, Morlin, you're saying you can't log in right now?
I cannot log in, so I think the servers might genuinely be having some kind of hiccup here, because I am just permanently locked at the character screen even after restarting.
There is no way right now that the on the cusp of the coolest match of the day, we get to the versus screen. And there's no way. I refuse to believe it. There is no way. AGS. At AGS, we Prage. Everybody put Prage AGS in chat that they can keep the servers together for us so that we can see these lovely matches today. It might be on fire. Well, honestly, it might not be their fault. In fairness, everyone does know that the tournament is going on. It's no coincidence that the servers start to struggle the moment that the hype match of the day starts like this. And again, there's a lot of grudge. There's a lot of grudge that goes into this match right here. So, like, are we ruling out the realm of possibility that this is basically that this is you know, a coincidence?
The timing is a little strange here, Blue. I turned off my VPN to see if that helps at all, but I'm still struggling to get back in the game.
People are stuck. Yeah, so it looks like we are waiting on the lobby right now. I guess we'll just bring it back to the caster desk right now, because we are waiting. People are, I'm getting DMs, guys. I understand. I get it. I understand. We are not going to start the match.
I'm in now. I think chat is right, Blue. I think it actually might be exit lag. So if you are using a VPN, switch to a different server. And if that doesn't work, then you got to just shut that thing down entirely, because I think something is going on. I'm able to get back in now that I closed it down.
Okay, good. So, honestly, there we go. In AGS, we trust, guys. Okay, beautiful. Honestly, WAGS, keeping the servers together for us on this one. Everybody rejoining the lobby once again as we look ahead to this match. It looks like it's 48 against 46, so we're just waiting on a couple more members on the side of Take Care to rejoin the lobby right now. But honestly, we have not seen a more hype match of the tournament so far. But like NA East, and this is why I love the NA East tournament, is it's so competitive, Moreland. I think there are like 8 guilds that honestly you're like coin flipping, and you're seeing all these guilds talk so much chat PvP with each other, and they're finally being forced to meet each other in the tournament. It's so cool.
Yeah, no, it is seriously competitive. And I mean, you had, not too long ago, you had maybe 1 or 2 guilds that were really above the rest, and everyone kind of knew that they were the strongest, but that is not the case anymore. A lot of these guilds have shuffled members. People have quit, people have merged, people have, you know, had loot drama and got angry at each other and split off. And so a lot of the top players that were previously concentrated in maybe 1 or 2 guilds are now spread out. And it's really hard to say who is the strongest now. That's why this tournament is going to really be the opportunity for these guilds to figure out and prove, because you know they want to prove. They can make excuses when it comes to Siege or Grimturg or whatever, but in a straight 1 guild versus 1 guild tournament like this one, there's no excuses left.
No, there is not. That's why I like putting on tournaments despite all of the controversy that goes along with tournaments in the large-scale PvP scene. And certainly there have been a lot of controversies, whether it's NA West, NA East, and certainly EU has had a fair amount of controversy, as well as the leadership cores are pulling out. People are being dramatic, changing their names, people swapping around. Everyone's trying to cancel each other, particularly me on this. But like, the reason that you do it is so that you can see the PvP scene, where before Morlin, everyone can just dodge each other and talk all of the chat PvP in the entire world. The tournament is where the rubber meets the road. And for the first time in any MMO, we are seeing the ability to put 2 guilds against each other in a large-scale PvP format like this. This is the first time we've ever tried a large-scale PvP tournament in the history of the MMO genre. And as hard as it has been for me and my tournament staff, this has certainly been worth it, because you get to see these leadership cores and these guilds, and you see how much work each of these leadership cores and these guilds put forth in forming the bonds, the friendships, the statics, like doing the politics, setting up fights, like winning the rift stones, getting through castle siege, doing the politics with that, and the full-time job that basically goes into running a PvP guild really come to fruition for the tournament. And these leadership cores that have worked so hard get to demonstrate why their communities are that strong.
Yeah, and wow, you know, I'm scrolling through these names as we're waiting for everyone to get back in, and I recognize just about every single one of these players, especially some of these DPS. Yep. These are guys that I've been in guilds with. These are guys that I've played against. They are absolutely bringing out their A-tier roster on both sides. Again, neither guild wants to be the one that is going to lose here. This is going to last pretty much until the next tournament, I think. Like, there's not going to be another opportunity to prove yourself here, right? Like, even if you win at the next Siege or Grimturk or whatever, your opponents are always going to blame numbers. They're always going to blame this. They're always going to blame that. This tournament, this moment here is going to be the decisive trash talk factor for these guys for months, and they all know it.
Yeah, I'm not going to say who, but some of the guilds tried to request that this match actually be a best of 3 today, and I said, sure, let's just change the entire format of the tournament. No, the reason that there is a losers bracket is so that we see guilds like this, and then if they lose, and then again, Halloween may lose later in the tournament. No, we bring them down to the losers bracket. We'll see them fight again. So it's not the end all be all quite yet. We're not seeing these top end guilds. It's not necessarily the end of the world, but we are going to finally see definitively who is stronger. It does look like the lobby is finally ready to go for Chernobog. Take Care versus Halloween. Holy moly. Let's look at the prediction. What does chat think is going to happen? 61% in favor of Halloween, 39% in favor of Take Care. And you can see spams for both guilds. And then there's some Chonation in there as well. I wouldn't doubt it if we saw a TSM chant start in the lobby or in the chat as well. While the match goes on, I've given the go to the tournament director for one of our best showcased matches of the day. Take Care is going to be in the red. Hallowing is going to be in the yellow. Hallowing had another DC. Never mind. We are waiting. God. Let's talk about composition, Marlon.
Oh my goodness. Hurry up and turn your VPNs off, guys.
Okay, let's look at composition. 16 wands on the side of Take Care, 18 on the side of Hallowing. If you look over at the daggers, it's 10 to 12. Again, more daggers on the side of Take Care. SNS, you look at 20 SNSs on the side of Hallowing, with only 16 on the side of Take Care. 17 to 16 great swords, pretty close overall, but slightly favored in terms of Take Care. 5 staves and 5 staves, 17 to 18 bows, slightly more for Hallowing. 5 crossbows and 5 crossbows, 4 spears for Hallowing, 8 for Take Care.
Yeah, and actually 5 crossbows, you know, it sounds a little bit low, but a lot of these guilds that we've been seeing will field, you know, other than the 2 Cordies, they might have like 1 other crossbow player, so you usually see a total of like 3. 5 crossbows, and I can see why. I mean, both of these guilds have some legit high skill crossbow players. Crossbow is one of those weapons, you know, when paired with dagger, where a lot of people don't really realize how strong it is until you see it played by one of these top competitive players, and both of these guilds are going to have those crossbow players that really define this class and make it capable of doing what it can actually do and show it for what it can actually perform.
Yeah, absolutely. We did away with the melee meta with the most recent patch, guys. And we replaced it with another melee meta. Interestingly enough, you know, like, you see even more melee DPSs in the metagame than you did before the patch actually happened. It does look like the Halloween member has rejoined the lobby. I see 48 versus 48 waiting on the ready from the tournament director here, as we are just about ready to go on Cherno. I know I keep saying that, but here we are. I
will say that 4 spears is kind of crazy. I don't think I've seen a single guild this entire tournament only running 4 spears blue.
Yeah, but are they running the are they running the T1 spears?
Oh, that is a good question. I have not seen Unironically, the first spear person that I moused over has the heroic polearm of the resistance over on Halloween's side, one of the tanks. So I guess he really wants that extra 20%
Oh,
range.
we are in match on this one. I am desperately trying to get over here. I am assuming that the match is going to start almost immediately. I'm sure that the guilds will basically be spawning in the moment that we get here. And yes, we do see both guilds already in an all-out brawl. Take care in the red, Halloween in the yellow. People are already flinging. Look at the tanks flinging each other off. Both sides Halloween already up on the riftstone. The kill feed back and forth. One red, one yellow, one red, two red now coming in, but not a big difference right there. Both guilds neck and neck as we expected. Portland, we are in for a match.
Yeah, neither guild able to really decisively decide these first encounters. I mean, we've got the fight all over this staircase entryway. There's multiple choke points that could be played off of here, but honestly, so tanky. The healers and tanks on both teams doing such a good job of staying alive here that nothing is really decisive quite yet. But Halloween starting to pull forward now with a decisive kill feed, 10 or 12 kills in a row. I don't know where Take Care got caught there, but that did not look good for them.
Yeah, Halloween, my goats right here, not gonna let me down right now. I swear if Halloween wins this match, the content cord is going to go ballistic. Because again, Take Care stole 15 of their members. If you lose after stealing 15 of your members, disbanding your alliance is a direct result. It is bad news bears for Take Care. Ari right here on the Cordy crossbow for Eloing, waiting for his moment or her moment to shine here, getting buffed up with their static right behind them, taking a lot of damage though, waiting for the opportune moment, goes for the pull right there. Not looking for the spin quite yet right now, gets pulled in themselves. Still waiting, and this is the patience that you need sometimes with this Cordy right here in the middle of everything. Take Care actually struggling to get up the stairs a little bit here as Hellowing positioned well right now. Walls getting wiped out right there. There's Ari's spin, and it is a big spin for Ari right there. Good. Well, excellent patience right there on the side of Hellowing to make that play happen. Waited for the opportune moment. That is why Hellowing is currently on top and dominating the Riftstone, but Take Care battling their way up the stairs right now.
Yeah, Ari, again, one of the earliest Cordy spinners on the server, been playing it basically since the weapon got added to the game, knows exactly where to position and what to do to get the most value, and has a specific key static of players that know exactly how to keep him alive. Definitely going to be one of the names to watch, as he consistently is going to be getting the most value out of that weapon than practically any other Cordy spinner that we've seen.
Yeah, let's take a look at the 2-minute mark very quickly. Take a look at the leaderboard right now. Hellowing, Take Care. Hellowing, Take Care. Hellowing starting to pull ahead in the defeats on this one. Hellowing ahead in the assists. Hellowing ahead in the damage dealt. Damage taken. Hellowing again. Amount healed. Hellowing again. It is all Hellowing at the start of this match. Take Care with 15 poached members still struggling into Hellowing right now.
Yeah, and I am seeing some of those ex-Hellowing members here, Jeff and Viglin, etc. So I don't know if all 15 of them are present, but there are definitely a few of them. Viglin in particular, known for being the Eclipse holder, aka the #1 kills on the server for a very long time on the most competitive NA East PvP server. So definitely a player who knows how to frag, and he was one of those people that flipped to the other side. So we'll see if he made the right choice here.
Yeah, I'm looking for the Cordy crossbows on the side of Take Care here. It should be Ryu and Spinkar. I can't seem to lock them down as to where exactly they are, but they must be in the middle of everyone here. Deep Purple on the side of the fight gets flipped into the middle of everything twice right there, and that is a healer. That's not where you want to be necessarily right there. As again, the kill feed back and forth 30 seconds before the match actually initiates. We did see another kill feed right here for Hellowing as they continue to dominate in the first part of this match. 30 seconds left on the clock. Let's take one more look at the leaderboards. It's Hellowing, Take Care, Glenn, NA, and Sample trying to keep up for Take Care, but it's Hellowing on top of that one. Damage dealt, D-Slime, Markelov, and then Park J and Glenn Glenn back and forth, but then it's Hellowing as numbers 5 through 9 on the leaderboards right there. Take Care starting to pull ahead in damage taken. Not a good sign for Take Care. Hellowing with the top healers of the lobby on Cammy, Sauron, Likey, I like that ice right there as well. The top 3 healers of the lobby. The stone has opened up. BDOing, trying to go for that cap right now, but getting interrupted. Now we see Take Care step forward, and again, Take Care, no stranger to this Riftstone right now. Taco-chan, they keep pulling each other off the Riftstone. You can see on the side of your screen over there. I'll try to zoom in on it. BDOing, gonna go for another one. Can he get it off? 80, 90. Is Hellowing gonna be on the board first? It is Hellowing on the board first. 27 people on the point compared to 23, 26 now for Take Care. It is nail-bitingly close, despite the fact that Hellowing leads in the leaderboards. Hubert gonna try to put Take Care on the leaderboards, and now we're seeing them. Here comes the fight we have all been waiting for. Take Care back and forth. Look at that contribution right now, Morlin.
Yeah, just a consistent advantage to Hellowing here when it comes to these kills. And remember, Take Care was the guild that picked this map, so this is what they wanted. You would expect that they have practiced this. You would expect that they have a plan, but I'm not quite seeing it come to fruition here, Blue. I'm not seeing any particularly special macro. I mean, what can you do on Cherno? It's a lot of spawning 2 seconds away and just rushing up those stairs, but they have not been able to dominate this upper plateau. Maybe they've been used to being able to do that against some of the other guilds that they've practiced against, but when it comes to Hellowing, they're just not letting that happen.
Yeah, everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face by about 48 Hellowing members. In this case, Ryu, one of the Cordies, on behalf of Take Care, he's gonna go for a spin, but he only is gonna find 2 right there. It's his guild that gets kill fed in the middle of a Cordy spin. Oh no, that is not what you want to see. Shield with another big kill feed as well. Somehow we see a Cordy spin come in for Take Care, and it's Hellowing on the kill feed.
Yeah, and Shield is a notorious SNS player. I've seen him playing SNS Spear in the past. I believe that he's playing Templar, SNS Wand at the moment. A highly ranked arena player as well. Not only is he a tank, very hard to take down, but he always manages to just get a ton of kills, even with those tank builds. An absolute problem player. You don't want to waste time fighting him, but if you ignore him, then he will just farm.
Yeah, absolutely. Sauron, one of the top healers of the lobby, so I'm locked onto him right now so you guys can see just how narrow the positioning on this map actually is. In the middle of everyone, he's trying not to draw too much attention to himself as he keeps all these Hellowing members around him healthy right now. He finally starts to get locked down by one of the staffs over on the side of Take Care. You can see him start to get targeted down. Can he keep himself alive? Catches a heal from a different healer right there. The healers helping themselves out, trying to keep themselves alive. Oh boy, Hellowing in a lot of trouble right now as Take Care puts themselves back on the board. Hellowing currently owns the Riftstone, but Take Care with a big push up onto the stone right now. But again, Hellowing just managing to consistently have more people on the point. I have never doubted them for a second. These guys are absolute monsters, Morlin.
Yeah, I mean, wow. Take Care leadership is known for being calm and collected, keeping their cool in situations like this. They definitely still have an opportunity to rally and get the boys to do what they need to do, but so far we're not seeing it happen. They're going to have to come up with some kind of strategy here. Again, on Cherno, how much can you do? A lot of it is going to be flooding back, but there's something has to change here, because so far, other than maybe that first engage, this entire match has been slightly but consistently in Hellowing's favor for sure.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. Remember, guys, Take Care chose they chose Chernobog. They clearly had a strategy coming into it. I saw them practicing it earlier. They were doing their best to basically have this ready to go. But again, Hellowing just making that wall at the stairs right there. And again, they're just dominating on the point as they look at Ari one more time. The patience on this Cordy crossbow. Ryu gets spins on Ari right there, and Ari just says, no, thank you. I'll be fine. Gets another spin down right there, but Ari stays alive through all of it. Blocks, catches a heal from his healer, and now it's time for Ari to return fire because Ryu did not get enough kills with that Cordy spin. You see him biding his time. The patience on beside of Hellowing. This is what makes them such good players on this one. We'll see if we can catch yet another pretty good spin. There it is. There's the spin going down right there. No, he doesn't actually get it off. Not every spin can be a good one, and Ari's gonna get killed as TC surges onto the point right now. A huge kill feed on the side of TC, and that's the problem when Ari and your Cordies underperform in that choke right there. TC finding the edge as they come back on top of this match. Can they get... They need to translate this into a cap right now. Hubert Campbell gets interrupted, and Hellowing is running up the stairs, trying to reinforce that that huge wipe on behalf of Take Care means nothing because the front line of Hellowing refuses to let them initiate a cap. Hubert going for it again, gets pulled off one more time, this time by Ari, and now Hellowing is back on top of the stone. TC, a disaster right there after what looked like such a convincing push, Morlin.
Blue, that has to be so demoralizing. I cannot believe that they were not able to secure that cap. That was the most decisive push we saw from TC in this entire fight. It was a complete red feed. I thought that Hellowing was going to get shoved off of the point completely there for a second, but the respawn is just too close. And the fact that Hellowing was able to disrupt that cap, I mean, TC had 80% of the people on the plateau there, and they weren't able to even get that cap off. That is crazy.
Yeah, Hubert Campbell keeps going for these caps, you guys. You can see just how close he gets, only to get pulled off. Wait for it. Wait for it. Here comes the pull. No, he does get it off. That's the caster curse right there. But TC finally managing to get on the board. Now they need the kill feed to back it up. There's only 8.5 minutes left on the clock. TC does not have all the time in the world. I think it's time for Guardian Remedy and just try to push up, clean wipe Hellowing, and then just try to hold on, because again, it's going to take Hellowing time to recap this if you do manage to surge onto the point in a strong way. But I don't think that TC has conserved their Guardians right now as they run up onto the point. You see the cluster in the center of the yellow and the red health bars, but it's consistently Hellowing coming out on top as D-Slime with another kill feed on behalf of his guild. Ari with another spin right there as well. And again, the kill feed is very yellow. Oh boy, the content cord Trepex is eating good today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't know. I think TC might have already burned their Guardian push. That might have been what we saw a second ago. I'm not sure how much juice they have left, Blue, because the longer this fight goes, other than that one surge, it feels like more and more Hellowing is starting to gain advantage here on TC's picked map here. The longer this fight goes, the more it leans in Hellowing's direction.
They have full dominance of the stone right now. There's almost not a single member almost on the side of Take Care that's even on the stone right now. How do you take 15 guild members, strong guild members from a guild, and they're still farming you on the Riftstone, on your chosen Riftstone? How is this even possible? These guys are absolute monsters right now. Sauron right here, one of the top healers of the lobby, doing his best to try to stay in position. People, you'll notice not very many people really pulling people off the edge here. Taco's gonna go for it, does manage to find one. RuneScape falls off the edge, and good riddance. Why are you playing that game with a 5090 in your computer? Please move on with your life. Ashby now tries to get onto the point for Take Care, and that's a spear user, but you can see again the spear user POV for Take Care in this fight is just a tombstone.
Yeah, the spears are being completely shut down, and remember that Hellowing only chose to run 4 spears here, the fewest that we have seen in any guild from any region, I think. And, you know, just pointing out the absolute difference between the NA meta and the EU meta. But even in NA, spear is becoming very, very popular. Hellowing going against the grain, fielding only 4 spears, some of which who are tanks, and they are still taking away the decisive win. TC now coming up with another push, and IShiB, one of the TC spears, getting some kills along with Viglin. Maybe they can get something going here, but with that quick respawn, they're going to have to make it a lot more decisive than that to prevent Hellowing from just reacting and getting right back up here and taking this spot back from them.
Yeah, there's Jeff trying to interact with the stone, gets interrupted one more time. Now it's Encore on the other side. He's going to go for a cap on behalf of Take Care, and Take Care actually does have a surge of people onto the point. They had Moment of Brilliance, big wipe on the side of Hellowing. That's very good for Take Care right now with 5.5 minutes left on the clock. They're gonna go for yet another cap. Can they get it off? They do. 33 people rally strong on behalf of Take Care. Can they hold on at all? Hellowing desperately trying to regroup this time. 20% and climbing for Take Care. Can they bring it back, Moreland?
This is pretty much going to be their last chance. There's only a few minutes left on the clock. They need to start pushing that percentage now. These caps don't come quick, especially against a guild that is so good at staying alive. Look how light the kill feed is just overall in this fight compared to previous matches. Ooh. Both guilds definitely going back and forth a bit here, but that kill feed is not flying across the screen like we are used to seeing it. Two defensive compositions, it's going to be hard to get this cap off. They need to use every last one of these few minutes here, but they are climbing now, pushing towards 30% and higher, so maybe it is possible they do have enough time to pull this off still, Blue.
Yo, 33%, climbing to 34%, and Take Care rallies back in this fight. They certainly have enough time if they can stay on top of it, but it looks like Halloween might be getting the better of them now, as that just for a brief minute right there, we saw some brilliance coming out for Take Care as they push up onto the point. Now they're back down to 29%. Halloween starts to take back control of the match. No, it's Take Care now trying to get back on top. You can see just one member makes the difference between the two guilds in terms of contribution. Halloween with one more member on the point than Take Care, consistently pushing that percentage down with only 4 minutes left on the clock. Take Care is running out of time on this one. 25 members now on the point as they struggle, but the kill feed on the right side of your screen is very back and forth still. Again, Take Care trying to kick it into gear into the final moments here. You know that they had a strategy coming into this match, and you know they've thrown it out the window now, as Halloween has just met them in the field head on. They were not expecting this strong of a showing from Halloween. I think a lot of people were not expecting this strong of a showing from a guild that just lost 15 members. Halloween's just standing tall and saying, get out of here, down to 15% on the point now on behalf of Take Care.
Yeah, you know, the reason we call Cherno a coin flip map is because anything can happen, even when you are underrated, even when you are not as strong as your opponent. Just the fact that Halloween is forced into this defensive position here, they have to keep that percentage from climbing, and that's difficult to do when your opponent can spawn right around the corner. So even as the weaker guild, you could make some heroic last second flips on the Chernobog stone. You really have to pay attention to this one all the way down to the last minute. TC can flip this at any point if they just get one decent surge. All Halloween can do is try to keep that percentage down. They will not have time to recap if TC gets this, but TC is indeed running out of time. As you said, only a couple minutes left. They have maybe one or two really good pushes left to secure this, and then the clock is just going to run out.
2.5 minutes left on the clock. They're back down to 5%. It is not looking good if you are a Take Care fan right now, but they are currently on top, trying to get back to that 8%. It's Halloween consistently pushing that percentage down, always consistently on top. 2 minutes left on the clock. Very quickly, look at the, oh my goodness, it's Halloween all over the place on the leaderboards right now, and that is the story of this match. Is Take Care fighting to breathe, fighting to keep their head above water. 16 people on the point against 35. The percentage is going to be snuffed out. Honestly, has the leadership of Halloween reached out to Take Care? Maybe they need just a few more members to make it close.
This is absolutely shocking to me, Blue, to be honest. I did not expect it to be nearly this one-sided. I mean, we knew that this match could go either way, and at the beginning it really looked close, but the second half of this match, Halloween just did not even give them any room to breathe. An absolute decisive victory. No best of 3 needed. This was not even close enough. Halloween completely shut them down in the second half. Really not what I expected at all. A crazy outcome here. Halloween looking really strong to potentially take the whole tournament from here.
Yeah, and again, I never doubted them for a second. My boys, I have been in their position before. I've seen people poach a lot of members from my guild. I didn't like it. I remember how good it felt to beat them head to head in a 1v1. Holy moly, that felt good on this. So Halloween has got to be getting their chat PvP ready right now. Take Care does initiate another cap, but with only 35 seconds left on the clock. There it goes. Oh boy. Oh no. They're just gonna let it loose on this one. They are spamming that chat right now. Take care in absolute shambles. The backstab of a lifetime to come out, steal 15 members from your own alliance, then disband the alliance because they said if you take them, we're leaving the alliance. They said, screw you, we're here to win the tournament. And then to come out and lose to that same guild in the tournament is the statement of the entire event so far worldwide. It is Hellowing on top, and certainly so. 70 kills for Ari, D-Slime at 67, 46 for Arky. Look at that leaderboard right there. Take care. Zorxor, Broomstick, Spinkar, and Sample coming in at number 12 through 15 as the top take care kills right there. The top assist of the lobby from Boring and Charity right there. The Liberator with the top assist of the lobby. Don't see that very often. 4.9 million damage done for D-Slime. Shield coming in at 4.5 million. You said you had mentioned him earlier in the match there. Take care's Broomstick coming in at number 3. V-Glen, NA, and Markelov coming in at number 6 and 7. But Hellowing all over that. Damage taken top tank of the lobby goes to Hellowing again. I don't know how they did it, but a Liberator is the top damage tanked of the entire lobby. Hellowing wouldn't even give Take Care the damage taken leaderboard. They took that from them too. Dabloya, rank 1. Jeff at number 2 on the damage taken right there. Unbelievably, a squishy has outcompeted you for damage tank. Isn't your job to take damage? Amount healed in the lobby. Cammy, Not Sauron, Simp for Me, Lychee Light, Ice, Aza, Siluta, the top healers of the lobby for Hellowing right there. D Purple coming in as the top healer for Take Care. What a match. Boy, it delivered. Oh boy.
Oh man, there is such a story behind these numbers here, Blue. One of the top damage takens, along with all these tanks that took 2 million damage. Another player that took 2 million damage is V-Glen. Again, remember from earlier, one of the former Eclipse holders, top fraggers on NA East, a very well-known spear player, and taking as much damage as a tank there. He was one of the players that left Hellowing to join TC, so you know every single Hellowing member knows that name and was hunting him the entire time. Still able to get 25 kills, but not nearly as many kills as I'm sure he was hoping to get, as that grudge match, he was probably just being hounded from start to finish there.
Yeah, absolutely. As again, I'm just sipping the tea right now, and so is the rest of chat. Let's take a look at the instant replay that we caught from that last grudge match right there. You see Ari, he had waited for 30 seconds at this point for the kill feed that he needed, and this is what puts Hellowing on top consistently. He could have he doesn't just spin off cooldown. He waits for the opportune moment to go in and make something happen, waiting for someone to group up right now, and then he sees this opportune moment right there, and look at the kill feed come through for Ari right there to start to express dominance at the start of that match. It was just the entire match start to finish. Watching the patience on that Hellowing squad was so critical, and their ability to win that match. Again, that was Take Care's match to lose. They did choose Chernobog there. They came in with a strategy, not able to execute it against Hellowing.
Yeah, and again, one of the lowest kill matches that we've seen, I think, in the entire tournament. Even a lot of these top fraggers are only sitting at around 30 kills, but Ari, that spinner, able to pull 70 kills in a match that otherwise had far fewer deaths. 70 kills in a match like this is like 150 kills in any of the other matches that we've seen here. I mean, these guys were living twice as long, and yet Ari still pulled 70 kills on them. Really, you just got to hand it to him. That was a fantastic Cordy performance.
Imagine being Flex and watching that match and going, we're kind of just taking the L here, right? Because they got to fight Hellowing in the next match, and that's going to be a little rocky on them for this one. We look ahead to our next match of the day. It's good fights to both guilds at the end of the day. It is Cobra Kai versus Gwenchana. We still have 6 matches to get through today, so we got to keep things moving. Cobra Kai, Stellarite server, rank 1 in their alliance with Hailstorm, CPQ, and Released, who are also in the tournament, rank 2 on their server, 11 siege wins. Their prediction is round 2, which they've made it through, so W.
Yeah, and both of these guilds, we saw Gwenchana coming through earlier, and I think they were quite a bit stronger than anyone expected. As a newer guild, you never really know what to say, but they have had a really good showing in this tournament so far. No allies, no real history to go over here. All we know about is the previous matches that they've been in, and that ding, 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 which we are now starting to see a little bit of in chat. So we'll see if some of their members that are perhaps not competing are going to be supporting them in the chat with those dings. And I guess anyone watching too, if you want to show support to these guys, you know how to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know what the history is behind ding ding ding, but I know that Gwenchana is just happy to be here, and I am super thankful that they show up for their matches, which is more than I can say for a lot of the other guilds in the tournament. But honestly, Gwenchana has already won 2 rounds of this one. I don't know where this group of guys comes from. I just know that these guys are gamers. They've already won 2 matches so far. These guys are still in the winner's bracket over here, and now they're up against Cobra Kai. They're gonna do their best here. I'll be honest with you, I kind of favor Gwenchana here. Do you want to cover pick ban for us?
Yeah, so it looks like Cobra Kai won, so Gwenchana are going to be the ones to ban. They have banned Talus, which is interesting, banned Manticus, Leviathan, and Pikilo, so avoiding a lot of those Talandre maps. Cobra Kai with the pick going with the classic Azrael.
Yeah, absolutely. They are going with the classic Azrael choice. We have not seen Azrael yet today, as the lobby is almost ready to go for this one. Cobra Kai versus Gwenchana. Make sure you get your predictions in for this match. It should be a very close one. I'm glad to see that we're seeing it on a relatively close match. Again, Cherno for Take Care versus Hellowing was crazy. That is madness. Azrael is a map that's a more safe map that you expect to see in this case. I am seeing details and a lot of Hailstorm members in on the side of Cobra Kai, so I don't know, man. We'll see. These guys are kind of gamers, as we say go, and give the lobby director basically confirmation that we are ready to start the match here. It is Azrael. It is Cobra Kai versus Gwenchana in match 5 of the day. On this one, we have not seen Gwenchana really in the tournament, or at least in T1. They're a brand new guild, and they've just come out and shown such a good showing so far. In the red is Gwenchana. We should see Cobra Kai spawning in the yellow, potentially from spawn point 3, but this is why you don't spawn point 3. Cobra Kai should know better as an experienced guild than to spawn up here initially like this, because now again you're seeing Gwenchana actually get to the Riftstone first here, and now they're positioned in a better spot here for the first engagement, Marlon.
Yeah, they're looking pretty good. And, Gwenchana not having any allies, it can be tougher to put a roster together when you're just pulling from one guild. As you said, Cobra Kai maybe got some Hailstorm and other people in their roster as well, so a lot more options to pull from. An interesting choice to start here at 3, though. They're finally coming in, taking the far side of this giant arena here.
Oh, there's the initiation.
It looks like Gwenchana's ready to receive them. This brawl is going off, and the initial kill feed heavily going in the favor of Cobra Kai. Maybe Gwenchana was hanging back a little too much there.
Yes, they were. Oh my goodness gracious. But now Gwenchana battling back with a kill feed of their own. So a solid yellow feed to start the match off. And you see the flankers, Basic Dream, Blah, Beans over there on the side of the fight. Classic in here as well. But then on the other side, you see Goddess over here trying to keep, that's the healer for the flank squad on behalf of Gwenchana, trying to keep their DPS alive on this one. Eddie in the middle of everything as well on that Crusader Slipper G. Again, the flankers doing their best, basically wiping both backlines. The only people left alive are the healers and the tanks at the end of time remaining. And now we're starting to see these regroups come through right now. We'll see which guild decides to respawn where here, as it is an all-out brawl on the point right now. And both guilds are just going toe-to-toe with it, honestly.
I've got Keishu's perspective here. He is the only Cordy from Gwenchana. So Cobra Kai has 2 Cordys, but Gwenchana only has 1. And so far, he has not been killed a single time. Let me go ahead and fix that link, and I will update you on that.
Yeah, okay, no problem. And look at this, boy. Cobra Kai starting to come out on top of this one. You can see starting to coordinate a little bit better. These guys have been playing together for many years, some of them, because again, Hailstorm is digital from Black Desert Online. For those of you that don't know, they are technically the strongest guild in North America for Black Desert Online, because the strongest guild decided to retire on that one, which by default makes them the strongest. Now they're in playing Throne and Liberty with the boys, so they're certainly certainly some of them in this lobby here, but Cobra Kai looking really strong now, controlling this tiny little choke point. Good Cordy spin going down there to keep the AoE down in that choke, and the rest of Cobra Kai just closing the vice down as Gwenchana starts to get the short end of the stick here.
Yeah, Gwenchana kind of shoved completely out of the arena now, and a few of them trickling in through this choke, which is not what you want to do. They're going to have to come up with some coordinated push here and either break through this choke completely, or they're going to have to come at it from a different angle. But it looks like they are approaching the stairs, and it seems like they kind of want this fight, but maybe a little timid here. We're not seeing Gwenchana fully commit. They have a few tanks that are in there trying to absorb some hits, but not enough follow-up. The kill feed remaining completely in Cobra Kai's favor. Now we're finally seeing some hooks come out from Gwenchana's side. Maybe they're trying to pick some people off before they push in. A bit of a flank squad coming around the other side and taking up some space inside. It looks like Keishu, the Gwenchana Cordy spinner, has made it in, but not able to get off any fantastic plays there, as Cobra Kai is continuing to just kind of like stuff these pushes.
Yeah, another big kill feed there for Gwenchana. We take a look at the leaderboard with 1 minute left on the clock here before the stone opens up. You see 10 kills apiece for Mikey and JV Spar on behalf of Cobra Kai here. I'm not sure. Gorilla Grip, I think, is allied with Cobra Kai as well. Gwenchana Spartas down here at number 5, the rank 1 for Gwenchana's team over there. Gorilla Grip and Cobra Kai at the top of the damage dealt as well, which you might expect. But Slipper-G and Froani on behalf of Gwenchana trying to keep up with things. Gwenchana starting to be on top of the damage taken leaderboards. And then again, the amount healed, very, very Cobra Kai favorite as well.
I've got Keishu's perspective again here from Gwenchana. Hopefully it's working this time, but he is getting some decent spins. Just got a double or a triple kill against Cobra Kai. He's got a pretty good group keeping him alive, Blue. I've seen his health fall down to 10 or 20% a few times, but then it just pops right back up. So even though he's positioning pretty aggressively here, he is not quite being punished. He's taking a big hit here, and I think he just charged himself off the cliff. I'm not sure if that was him or if that was someone taking him there, but we'll continue to take his perspective and see what plays he's able to make. I'm expecting him to be one of Gwenchana's top killers here from what we've seen so far.
Yeah, just under 15 minutes on the clock right now as the point is opened up right here. It looks like it is Gwenchana actually on the board first, and with 32 people on the point, they actually have more than Cobra Kai does. Interestingly enough, Cobra Kai does make it onto the board, but look how laser close those percentages actually are right now. I would expect them to move back the other way, but this fight is actually pretty close, man.
Yeah, Keishu finally making that long run around and back in the arena. With a brawl like this, you can get a lot of value as a Cordy spinner. You want to go for those hooks, and hopefully you have a tank who's helping you out, but hooking some targets on top of you as well. But he is in prime position right now, right next to the stone, ready to get one of those spins off. We'll see if he can make it happen. Being the only Cordy spinner in Gwenchana, there's going to be a lot of pressure on him to perform here, and he's got the static, he's got the buffs to make this happen. So we'll see. I've been watching him closely here. He's taking all sorts of hits, but he's not going down.
Yeah, Kalki and Alfred representing the two Cordy spinners on the side of Cobra Kai. And again, Keishu really needs to be pulling it up for his guild right there. You see details, Basic Dream, Digival in the kill feed as well right there. So some great players there. And look at this percentage. Start to shift towards Cobra Kai now, as again they start to clamp down victory in this match so far here. It's Gwenchana starting to run out of options right now as the trickle spawn is starting to get cleaned up as the skirmish slowly but surely goes in Cobra Kai's favor.
Yeah, in Keishu, you know, these spins are well positioned, but he was only able to get a single kill there and then was brought down right afterwards. So not quite seeing the value that you want in these big clumpy matches right near the stone. You gotta have, if you're only gonna have one Cordy in the whole comp, that Cordy's gotta be picking up at least 3-4 kills and one of those spins goes off. Spinning for a single person is just not gonna do it in this scenario, unfortunately.
Yeah, now Gwenchana stuck in this little choke point out here. Knockout has overextended just a little bit as a healer. Maybe he's just running back to the fight. It's possible I caught him at a bad time there, but you see Classic up on this high ground, and this is a gamer. Oh, never mind. He's complete. I was gonna. Oh boy, Gwenchana with a good pull down to the low ground right there to snuff that out. I was gonna say you can't allow that to happen right there. Gets pulled immediately in. Not allowed to sit on that high ground. So Gwenchana, as much as they might be behind, demonstrating that they do understand the metagame. They do have heads up decision making for their front line to make sure that no one can actually hit them from the high ground like that.
I'm watching the Gwenchana flank squad now to see if they can get anything going. These guys have been consistently kind of peeling around the other entrance and hitting Cobra Kai in the back. Looks like a bunch of tanks and healers. I'm waiting for when the flank DPS are going to show up to actually get some kills. But they are trying to hit Cobra Kai at least a little bit from multiple directions. Looks like for the most part, Cobra Kai has been containing Gwenchana in that little choke point. So this squad hopefully can pull Cobra Kai away from the stairs and give their teammates room to breathe, room to move into the arena. But if they're just going to bring tanks and healers over here, then it's not going to be impactful enough to distract Cobra Kai as much as they need to.
Yeah, only 11 and a half minutes left on the clock, and certainly it does look like that Cobra Kai has the upper hand in this match. Keep in mind, the winner of this match has to go on and fight Exodus. The loser of this match goes down to fight Blood Paradox. I don't know who the winner is in that case, Morland. I'll be honest with you.
That's going to be an interesting one, and that's the thing about a lot of these guilds in the lower bracket is, you know, we haven't necessarily seen as much from them. We don't know as much of their history or anything like that, and so some of these loser bracket fights are probably going to be the closest fights that we see in the whole tournament.
Yep, absolutely, can't wait. And again, NA East, the first round of NA East and EU were both like, okay, well, that was kind of a blowout, but because it's a double format tournament, at least for NA East, we're seeing these guilds now. Basically every match is getting closer and closer as we move on in the rounds of this tournament, and you're starting to see the grudge matches come out as these big guilds fight each other for the first time in round 3 and round 4 of the tournament. Here we see Beans getting pulled backwards consistently now. Gwenchana doing what they can to try to group in the plaza right now, and doing a pretty good job of it as they see Boo and Keishu finally getting a kill over there on this flank side right now for Gwenchana. And again, to their credit, this is a brand new guild. They've come out of basically nowhere. I'm sure that they're kind of piecemeal collected from other guilds and their core members. But honestly, they've shown a lot of determination in this tournament so far, knocking out both Villainous and Nemesis to the losers bracket. But now it looks like they might be coming up short here finally against Cobra Kai.
Yeah, Cobra Kai actually looking really, really strong here, Blue. And again, it looks like they have probably pulled some members from other guilds in their alliance, making that roster really strong. This seems to be probably the most stacked roster that their alliance is going to be running in the tournament. But they're just really performing well here. We thought this was going to be a little bit of a closer match, but Cobra Kai, I think, coming out with a surprising level of strength.
Yeah, absolutely. There's another cap attempt for Gwenchana. They do have 37 people on the point, which again, you do not see out of weaker guilds in this map right here. So again, if it was a dominating performance, you would not be seeing Gwenchana climb up to 24% right now. Cobra Kai does have the upper hand, but not by very much right now. They are not trying to make it really look very close. If you look over at the leaderboards, there we go. 41 people finally rally on the side of Cobra Kai right there. But you look at this Gorilla Grip. This is all Cobra Kai right now, doing their best to try to stay on top of this one. You don't see anyone on the leaderboards hardly on the side of Gwenchana until you get to damage dealt, where Slipper G and Alfred are doing a great job here. And again, now we're seeing Seize, Keishu moving up the damage dealt leaderboards. That's why you're seeing these brief moments of brilliance coming out on Gwenchana, is despite the fact that this guild is new, they're still able to coordinate and work well with one another.
Yeah, Keishu definitely going to be one of their top performers. Again, the only Cordy spinner on the side of Gwenchana. Hopefully his group can continue to give him some support. I am seeing some really good plays come out from him. If he can get, oh my goodness, just a massive spin there, I think from Alfred, that was a completely, they just got melted right there on the stairs. I think 10 or 15 Gwenchana just evaporated in one clump. And that's the kind of thing that's going to make a difference in a fight like this. Even if you only have one Cordy spinner, center, you can shut down 10 or 15 people if your tanks are grouping everyone up, but you have to have multiple tanks from multiple parties listening to that shot caller and hooking on command. They have to understand where Keishu is going to be to get that additional value. Cobra Kai definitely having the practice and the coordination here to get, again, just another just massive kill feed there from Alfred. And you can see that's not just a single group project there. That's multiple Cobra Kai groups that are setting up those massive feeds for Alfred.
Yeah, right now Gwenchana really clumped up on this choke point, struggling to get through now. Again, that big kill feed on behalf of Alfred really making the difference, shoving it in Cobra Kai's favor and really snuffing out that point attempt from Gwenchana right there once and for all. Gwenchana now making the push through one more time. You're seeing meteors coming down all over the place on behalf of those spell blades, just doing so much damage and then preventing healing or shield. Like the frontline tanks really can't heal or stay as healthy because of those meteors there. And again, the spear users pushing through as well. Look at all this circle of healings on the ground all over the place on behalf of Cobra Kai and Gwenchana here, as all of the healers are scrambling to try to keep their various statics alive. We finally see Eddie push through and try to interact with the point, but the front line from Cobra Kai is starting to clamp down a little bit now.
Yeah, I'm watching Alfred's perspective now, and I have yet to see a low value spin come out of this guy. He's not necessarily spinning on cooldown. He is waiting that extra few seconds to make sure that he's got the proper engage. But every time this guy uses the Cordy spin, the kill feed just completely gets filled up with his name. And again, that's not just a single group that's setting that up. You've got multiple people in Cobra Kai making sure he gets the most value, kind of at the outskirts of the fight now, and going in for another spin here. And there it is. Alfred and Kalki both just completely cleaning up here. Every single one of those spins high value, not a single miss, Blue.
Yep, absolutely. You're seeing Oliver on the outside of the fight here on this healer right now, trying to keep himself again from being the focus here, but still in range of his static. That is always the struggle of every healer right there, throwing that down. Glenwolf on that side of the fight, getting kind of low on behalf of Cobra Kai, but getting healed up right away again. Certainly Cobra Kai with the advantage in this matchup, but again, Gwenchana showing a fair amount of strength, just like Cursed we saw earlier today, coming out and again surprising everybody with just how coordinated they actually can be. Technique and Oliver standing toe to toe with one another, trying to keep each other healthy and alive right there as Gwenchana tries to pour onto the point. They still have 30 people on this point. Scratch that now, 25 on the point. And again, Cobra Kai with always just one step ahead.
Another devastating spin from Alfred there, but this time Gwenchana does respond and kills him mid-spin. If they can find those priority targets and start to shut them down a little bit more, it does seem like there are some very specific Cobra Kai players that are carrying this match like crazy. So if Gwenchana can start to learn those names and react and keep Alfred from getting those crazy spins, maybe they can start to get some more feet on the point here. But it looks like they're going to lose that cap as Cobra Kai continues to just solidify their position.
Yeah, absolutely. Making full use of this high ground right now is Burrit on this spell blade here, doing a great job of basically positioning up here. Gwenchana should not be allowing this to happen. You need to pull these people down to the low ground. There we go. Finally gets pulled down and focused here by Zero right now. He's Crusader saying, somebody kill this thing I just found, as he pulls it into the middle of everybody. Gwenchana still fighting for life here. Classic, though, picking up another kill on the side of the fight on that Spellblade. We saw him get pulled in before as well. But honestly, Cobra Kai doing too solid of a job of just consistently controlling the point. I don't think that we're going to see Gwenchana be able to pull this one back.
No, they're unfortunately running out of time here, and it is still the same names in that kill feed over and over again. You have Mikey, you have Alfred, you have Kalki. It's the same handful of players from Cobra Kai just repeatedly cleaning up, and Gwenchana has not been able to find them and shut them down. Their healers, their tanks are just too good. The positioning is too good. Alfred doing such a good job of sort of skating the outer edge of the fight and then running right back into the thick of it when his cooldowns are up and getting huge value, and then going right back to staying safe at the edge while he's waiting for that cooldown to come back.
Yeah, absolutely. Gorilla Grip certainly showing up with a lot of very strong members on behalf of Cobra Kai right now. I'm not sure, again, is Gorilla Grip Hailstorm? Did they rename themselves? because they are basically the difference. They're the all over the leaderboards for their guild right now. Yes, okay, so Cobra Kai making full use of their alliance members in this matchup. Certainly still a lot of Cobra Kai members in the match, but the Gorilla Grip members really showing up and putting down a lot of DPS. Like you said, consistently the same members putting down a lot of damage, getting a lot of kills on their team.
Yeah, we've been fighting this alliance recently at Nebula, and Gorilla Grip definitely is the guild that seems to show up the hardest, so it does not surprise me that they are the ones that are top performing here on this mixed guild alliance roster.
Yeah, absolutely. 42 people standing on the point. Yeah, Gwenchana did get to initiate a point there, so a little bit of an L for the front line for Cobra Kai right there, but able to snuff it out basically immediately with only 2 minutes left on the clock. I think that Gwenchana is basically going to be doing their best to try to fight for as many kills as they possibly can. Coming into the final minutes of this one, Gwenchana will go down to the losers bracket of this tournament. It will be Cobra Kai that proceeds to fight Exodus. The Terminators in Exodus will be fighting Cobra Kai next up in this tournament. Well, not necessarily as the next match, but in their next round here. Gwenchana gonna move down and fight Blood Paradox in the losers bracket here as that starts to heat up as well.
Yeah, Gwenchana versus Blood Paradox is going to be a really solid match. Exodus versus Cobra Kai, that's going to be an interesting one too. We'll see if Cobra Kai can put a chink in Exodus's armor. You know, Exodus, one of the favored guilds, but Cobra Kai looking really strong here. Some of these plays in particular from not just the Quarty Spinners, but just the top DPS in Cobra Kai in general. You know, this is more than just individual skill level that's required to get these kind of kill feeds. You do need that teamwork and coordination. You do need for your group to be enabling you to perform at this level. And so I don't think we can count Cobra Kai out against these stronger guilds. I'm really impressed at what I saw here today against Gwenchana.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe not against the top tier guilds, but what about Exodus though? As it's they certainly have their work cut out for them in the next match of this tournament here. 30 seconds left on the clock. Gwenchana with a great showing in the tournament, winning the first 2 rounds, and then putting on a great show in this round too, just narrowly weaker than Hailstorm. Cobra Kai, Gorilla Grip, and their alliance showing up really strong in this tournament right now. So again, Cobra Kai coming out strong, will progress to the next round of this tournament. It's all yellow in the kill feed right now as they look ahead to the next match of this one. 40 over 23, 42 over 23. A dominating performance, but Gwenchana, moments of brilliance. Taking a look at the defeats leaderboard, it's Gorilla Grip, Gorilla Grip, Gorilla Grip, Cobra Kai, back to Gorilla Grip again, and then you're seeing Cobra Kai filling out the bottom of that one. So Alfred, Kalki, Details, Mikey, and Mikey again showing up as the top 5 right there. The 2 Quarty crossbows, as we were talking about before, were doing such a great job in that match. Details on that Spellblade coming in at number 3. No surprise there. He's always been a gamer. Details the top on assists as well. Who's the top defeats on behalf of Gwenchana? It is Keishu on his Quarty crossbow, and then Sparta on that spear dagger right there. Top assists on behalf of Gwenchana is going to be Slipper G. Damage dealt again a little bit closer. Alfred right there leading the way. Mikey, Kalki, and Slipper G coming in for the first one on Gwenchana there. Again on that Gladiator class, interestingly enough. Again, such an impressive class. We see that consistently be toward the top of the leaderboards, but only if you're a gamer. Damage taken looks like, again, very Gwenchana favored in this case, but Angel and Technique, the top 2 tanks of the lobby for Cobra Kai over here. Slurpee and Slipper G, the top there. The amount yield, 22.8, 20 million, and 16.2 for the top 3 healers of the lobby, all in Gorilla Grip, Oliver, Anxiety, and Vexast right there. The top healer of Cobra Kai and their guild is Lex's Life, and then Gwenchana is Goddess Scream. So honestly, I'm nothing but impressed from this Gwenchana squad.
Yeah, and you know, we're seeing a lot of similar team comp here in terms of the level of spears and everything else, but it does look like there was a bit of a Quarty difference there. Looking at those kills, the Gwenchana DPS were not that far behind Cobra Kai. A lot of the Gwenchana players pulling up, you know, 20-25 kills, whereas Cobra Kai players were pulling up maybe 30-35. But then when you look at those Quarties, the Quarties from Cobra Kai getting 80 plus kills apiece, just absolutely devastating devastating. Those two players alone, a massive amount of the damage and kills coming out from Cobra Kai, and it's all because of that coordination. It's not as easy. We've seen other tournaments, other matches where these Cordy players, you know, go in by themselves and they do almost nothing. In this case, we saw the complete opposite. Really good coordination. We don't see any spell blades that are competing with them. That was a decisive Cordy victory there.
Yep, absolutely. We need to keep things moving because we were slowed down at the start of today for a few reasons, but we're going to see INFAMY versus Doom as our next match of the day. Doom from the Adrenaline server, rank 1 in their alliance with Omnia Imperio, the only Latino guild left in the tournament. They say Doom has arrived, forged in fire and ready to fight. They won their last match very convincingly. I'm rooting for them here against INFAMY.
Yeah, and INFAMY, again, a guild that has been bouncing around perhaps from alliance to alliance, from server to server. I think they might be homeless at the moment, but were recently allied with Supple. Hopefully during that time they were able to pick up some tips and tricks to make themselves a bit stronger, because they're going to need it against Doom here. Whichever guild is not able to succeed here is completely out of the tournament altogether, right, Blue?
Yep. That's gonna be it, man, because we are in the losers bracket now. We are playing for keeps at the end of the day. I'm gonna let you cover pick ban as we move over to the versus screen, as I believe the lobby is actually ready to go.
INFAMY winning the coin flip there and chose to pick Doom banned Morokai, Paquilo, Cherno, and a Dentist. Some of those scarier coin flip maps there. And INFAMY decided to pick Azrael, which means we are running it back.
We're running it right back to Azrael. Not the most interesting map in the world, but as we ready up in the lobby, it looks like JDMXD and Tarnished Maiden from INFAMY, the two Cordy crossbow spinners that they have chosen. And then on the other side with Doom, it's going to be Travis versus Trompo, the final Latino guild, making what could potentially be their last stand against INFAMY. They look so good in their last match of the tournament. We'll see if they can make anything happen in this one as well, as we are already in our next match, trying to keep things moving on the day. INFAMY running to the stone as quickly as they can. I don't see, where's Doom? I'm seeing them spawning. Oh my gosh, they're gonna catch them in this side right now, but they're gonna get it. Enough. INFAMY has made it through that choke. They're desperately trying to get through the choke, and Doom trying to pull them backward, gets a big kill feed, eats the last part of that, but now Doom has to push through this narrow little choke. Trompo with a mad good spin. Travis with a good spin as well. Doom pushing through the middle right now. Huge red kill feed right there as INFAMY tried to get in position, but Doom comes out of that one.
A crazy wipe there, Blue. I think Trompo might have gotten the biggest multi-kill of the tournament so far. That was like 10 people that he killed right there on that push. INFAMY just getting caught a little bit too off guard there. Their snake a little bit too long as their backline was exposed and just eaten by Doom. And then once Trompo again with another 8-9 kills, absolutely getting crazy value here. INFAMY is going to have to do something about this guy.
I think that Travis and Trompo are spinning on top of one another. I think they're in the same, they could be in the same static, because I'm seeing them both spin together basically in that choke repeatedly, and it's really, that's the difference right now on the side of Doom right now, as they are really struggling to kill the remaining members of INFAMY here as they start to move back. Tarnished Maiden gets his spin off, only gets one kill though right there. But again, INFAMY does manage to get through that choke right now, as again we're seeing them group right back up. Here's Trompo gonna look for yet another spin in a moment right now. There's the spin coming down, not as a oh, never mind. Holy, 4 kills. Batman again, every time he hits the button, and he is going to go down, but he trades very effectively. But there's INFAMY getting through the choke behind them, starting to clamp down on the top of Doom, because they're, I mean, they're performing, but Doom is just not able to keep them from relentlessly spawning and running back to the point here.
Yeah, INFAMY doing a lot better now that the fight has opened up a little bit. In that choke point, things were just not going in their favor, but they're actually looking pretty good now here out in the field. If Doom can try to stuff them back into one of those choke points, that'd be to their advantage. But now we're seeing a decisively yellow kill feed as INFAMY rallies and uses the space inside of this arena. Killing Trompo, I think, is going to be some really big value there, but he is going to respawn and be back in no time, so they need to be ready for that. But in the meantime, INFAMY doing a great job capitalizing here, getting tons of kills while those Doom Cordy spinners respawn and try to get back.
Oh, I've realized what the problem is. Doom is spawning from point 3 and running back. I consistently see them
slow them down a bit.
Yep, that's GG. Doom, sadly, the final Latino guild does not understand that spawning 2.5 times as far away from the point and running all the way back, losing all of your stamina to fly across the map and landing with no stamina is probably not the best strategy for regrouping when you could regroup at half the distance to the goal line, basically. Have all of your stamina when you reach the match and be healed. Right now, Doom, this is why Doom is being overwhelmed. They've got too many members spawning at spawn point 3, trying to run back twice as far from the point right now. So despite winning the early engagements right there, Doom is starting to get absolutely farmed because INFAMY is regrouping. Their tempo is so much better because they just understand the war game lobby. Sadly, I'm not sure that Doom really understands that they're not supposed to be regrouping from point 3 like this. It is a complete disaster. I'm sure that they're confused because their kill feed, look at Trompo getting another big kill feed. They're doing a really good job in the kill feed and skirmishing, but their opponent is just getting back to the match 2 times as fast. You kill them and then they're back in 5 seconds. Your guys are coming back in 12 seconds. It makes a massive difference, guys, especially when you're trying to regroup with your statics. Now it's Doom outside this choke point right now. As we take a look at the leaderboard, 35 seconds before the point opens up right now, Doom's Trompo 30 kills over the next closest person is 14. What an absolute unit. And then the rest of the leaderboard is all INFAMY right there. You look over at the damage dealt, again, Doom, Trompo, Doom, Little Boy, INFAMY, Doom. Again, Doom skirmishing really well here, but I just sadly, they don't understand that you cannot spawn that far away and it's costing them so dearly.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused by what's going on here, Blue, because it looks like half of Doom is spawning at Portal 1 and getting back to that choke, but the other half is spawning at Portal 3. Portal 3 is really there for a full regroup once you've been wiped. I don't know why half your people would just be taking the long route. It's not like Portal 1 is dangerous. Doom actually has plenty of people over here, so it's completely free for them to respawn and get back into the fight, and yet they're still electing to send like 20 of their guys to spawn at the other portal. I don't quite get what the point of that is going to be. They were doing so strong in the beginning here, and now, as you just showed from the leaderboards, INFAMY is just getting this match for free because of sheer tempo. Doom is not going to be able to regroup if half of their guild is respawning halfway across the map rather than just grouping up together and doing what they did at the beginning.
Yeah, it's just poor shot calling. I'm so sorry to say it, but the leadership in Doom not understanding that point 3 is just way further away. I try to say it every time we see Azrael. For the most part, is you really don't want to be spawning on point 3 if you can avoid it, unless you're going for a full regroup and you're really far behind. Like, okay, well then I could see it, but Doom was on top of this match. They actually got the initiate on the point, but you could see 39 people for INFAMY. I think that if Doom just flips the switch here and every single member of them spawns at point 1 or 2, I think they can absolutely bring this back and flip this Riftstone back the other way. But sadly, due to poor shot calling and leadership on the side of Doom here, we're seeing them come up short as the final Latino guild in the tournament. It saddens me to see all of these people spawning on this high ground like this, just handing the fight away to INFAMY is just not what you want to see.
Yeah, it is not what you want to see indeed, especially since this would be such a close match. I actually think Doom has an extraordinary chance of winning this against INFAMY for sure from what we've seen from those initial scraps, but they are kind of just throwing it away right now. And man, they're still doing it. I keep flying up here to look at point 3, and the number of Doom players that are coming in from up here is just so high. I don't understand what the strategy could be here, Blue.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm gonna go check the spawn points 1 and 2. Over here, you see again all of the yellow health bars. Look at these guys. They run straight back. Look how quickly they're able to regroup as they come in here. They can also catch heals on their way back as well. It's just a short run up the hill and then across the way. There is no one spawn camping at all that I can tell on either team.
Yeah, it's completely safe for them to come back from 2. I don't get it.
I don't understand why would half of your guild be spawning at the worst? You land with no stamina. It takes over 2 times as long to get back to the point like this. And again, we're just gonna hand the match to Infamy because we just don't understand this most basic concept of tempo. Yeah, I hate to see that because poor Trompo, man, and the killers on behalf of Doom. I think that Doom is actually winning this match. No problem. Look how close it is. They're literally, it is 2 times the chance. Like when you die, it is 2 times as long to get back to the fight as the enemy guild, and they still are 28 versus 28 on the stone. Look how close it is for Infamy, despite just winning in terms of tempo like this. Doom, somebody needs to tell these guys spawn on the low ground. Does somebody know how to say that in Spanish?
It's kind of like having 10 of your players just AFK at all points during the fight, Blue. It's such a disadvantage, and we can see how close this fight is. Otherwise, Doom would be in such a good position if they would just get a better macro and get back here.
Yeah, man, they're still getting those kill feeds in there, but again, they're still just flying down. This is so depressing to watch. Almost every Doom member is now spawning from point 3. Horrendously bad shot calling on behalf of Doom here. I'm not sure. Did they pick this map? No, Infamy chose Azrael, so clearly not their home map or their choice map on this one. Still 25 people on the point right now for Doom. There's still hope. There's 10 minutes, 11 minutes on the clock still on behalf of Doom, but Infamy is just going to keep regrouping way faster than them. They just need to change where they're spawning from. Again, normally you see people spawn up there when they get frustrated because they're being spawn camped, but neither guild is spawn camping here.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we could see a full regroup from Doom here at point 3, but I don't even think it's necessary. They absolutely own all the space over at point 2. Infamy doesn't have any kind of kill squad. They have maybe 1 or 2 rats out here being annoying, but they don't have anything shutting down these respawns. It's absolutely free for Doom to come in here. And, you know, you see some of the players, especially Trombo on the side of Doom, just performing crazy well here, but being dragged down by just I don't know, just pointless macro.
Yep, absolutely. I don't get it, but it does show you why you have got to practice these rift stones ahead of time, guys. I am sure that Doom probably is used to the normal rift stone where you always spawn up kind of around where point 3 is over there, a little to the right of point 3 up there. And you have to run back. There is no option to spawn at point 1 or 2. They've probably never fought on Azrael before as a Riftstone in war games. They don't understand what they're supposed to be doing. It shows miscommunication as a guild. Infamy clearly has done this before. They chose this map. They understand that tempo is going to be important here. Doom sadly just going to get knocked out of the tournament because it's just a knowledge diff on behalf of their leadership core. Should have known this coming into this fight. They should have known.
Yeah, it is kind of crazy because Azrael is one of those maps that everybody practices. I mean, probably the most common war game map in the entire rotation. You would expect that any guild in the tournament has played on this map 20 times or more by now, just practicing over previous months. Even in T1, it was just such a common map that everyone would go to by default. But it looks like Doom, you know, just hasn't really done that. They just haven't put the time in on this map, continuing to flood in from point 3. Now I think even more of them, I don't know if any of them are spawning point 2 anymore. It looks like the whole guild has decided to pivot over to point 3. At least this way they will be together, and I do think that will work in their advantage, but you're still adding that extra time, so we'll see if grouping up together is going to give them that advantage enough to flip this.
Yeah, I love how chat is now saying it in Spanish because they want to see Doom succeed. We all want to see the Latino community succeed in this match, but like, again, this should be way closer. This should be like a nail biter, if not Doom favored, almost certainly on this, based on the first few engagements that we saw. You saw Doom just start to lose control slowly because their morons keep spawning at point 3, and they're not even considering, they're not even thinking about spawning at the lower spawn points. They're all just spawning up at the wrong area right now. And again, they just, the lack of consideration to do something or to spawn consistently in the same spot and slam your head against the wall like this and expect a different result. I mean, that's the definition of insanity.
Yeah, I wish I could hear their comms right now, Blue. I don't know if they just don't have any direction about which portal to spawn and they're picking randomly, or if their caller genuinely told them, okay, I need half of you guys to go to point 3. I mean, it is actually somewhat impressive how it's literally exactly half and half on both of these respawns. They must have called like groups 1, 2, 3, 4 in specific, go to point 3, groups 5 through 8, you know, like it's so precise the way that they're able to split themselves right in half in the most ineffective way imaginable.
Hey guys, if we could all have our best players spawn 4 times as far away from the spawn point, make sure that when you land, you have absolutely no stamina and that you're not grouped up as well. Now, all of our worst players, we're going to go run through this shiny choke point and make sure that we're hitting at different times as well. Again, they have overthought this map, I think. They're like, oh, let's split it so that we're flanking. There is no flanking when you're trickling back to the fight like this. The only times you have flankers that actually matter is when you all group up and you have a really strong engage onto the point as an entire group. That's when flankers matter. That's when spawning at different spawn locations might be a good thing. But when you're trickle spawning like this, having everyone spawn at the closest possible spawn point is imperative if you're going to make the match, if you're going to win the match here. And again, Doom, I think, is just getting farmed needlessly here because they just have inexperience. Zoom tar with a big
Azrael is probably the most open map in the entire game. It's one of the reasons why it is so popular. Like you said, you don't need to flank here. You have so much space to approach from different angles. As long as you're not getting stuffed in that first staircase, it is so easy to just find a safe spot in this massive open arena. You do not need to spawn in downtown. I haven't even seen Trombo in a little while, Blue, and I think that's really hurting Doom as well here. I don't know if he disconnected. I don't know if he got frustrated. Okay, I've got his perspective now again. It looks like he is back on the stairs here. We'll see if he can get another one of these hero plays. It is so depressing watching this guy get 8 kills at a time and seeing his guild just not get any value off of it.
Yeah, I got the other Cordy on the other side of it. Trompo with a big spin right there, but Travis not doing as successful in that choke point right there. And again, another big kill feed for Doom right there as they try to push in. But again, when the respawn of you, it doesn't matter how frequently you kill your opponent. If they're getting back to the fight twice as fast as you, they're just going to run back. Like, they can just zombie spawn you. They don't have to be better players. They don't have to be a better guild. They're just going to zombie spawn and just run back faster than you. Aussie K asserting dominance, laughing on the high ground right now. He knows the mistake that Doom is definitely making right now as, again, more Doom lands on this high ground. I did watch Trompo's perspective before. They have feuded him in the middle of the match. They're making his life an extremely difficult time in this one, Morlin, as the great swords are basically locking him down the moment that he tries to land and make anything happen. I'm surprised he was able to even get a kill feed on that last engage. And again, they have all day to do this because it's 6 people at a time just dropping into 40 and they're all just gonna die.
Yeah, Trumpo absolutely not able to free farm anymore. He is being completely hunted. He is so far ahead of everyone else in Doom that it's going to stand out immediately. And he's just going to have a really hard time playing the game, especially when his guild is refusing to establish any kind of presence here and trickling in the way that they are. Man, you hate to see it, Blue. Like on an individual player skill level, Doom was doing so good here. I love that initial push that they had at the beginning where they just smashed INFAMY's tail coming up, no hesitation. They look so strong, and they just, I don't know, they just threw it in the macro.
Again, it was literally all macro, and I don't say that super often in these war games, but as a shot caller diff, like hard shot caller diff on the side of INFAMY, and all he had to do was say, okay, everybody just spawn at the closest possible spawn, versus Doom is like, okay, party 6, 7, and 8, you're gonna spawn at point 3. Okay, parties 1 and 2, you're gonna spawn at point 1. Everyone else hold spawns. Okay, now let's all spawn up together. Okay, make sure that we go in, we stagger our spawns, we go in together. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. I don't understand. Why would you make it this complicated when you're already winning? They won both of the first 2 engagements cleanly. It wasn't even remotely close. INFAMY should not be winning this match right now, even spawning on the high ground. They have 32 people on the point. This is so depressing. Watching this, Doom is going to get knocked out of this tournament because their leadership failed to do any scouting, failed to understand the map, failed to understand the game. Sadly for the Latino community, just going to go down on this one. You just hate to see it.
You do hate to see it. I mean, if they don't even practice Azrael, then they must not practice any map, Blue. I mean, of all the maps to get caught off guard, there's some gimmicky maps for sure, especially some of the newer T2 maps that I could imagine guilds not having practice on or getting caught off guard. But this is Azrael. This is the bread and butter match. This is just absolutely, as you said, a failure of leadership and shot calling.
Yeah, I just can't. I'm so sorry. It looks so good. It's so sad as the Doom member looking over here, because again, they're not going to look good on the leaderboards either, and that's not going to be Trompo and Travis getting two good spins with each other over by the choke point right now. INFAMY not able to control that choke consistently enough. As we tick under the 2-minute mark, Doom has run out of time in this one for their leadership to literally pull their head out of their cheeks, so to speak. On this one, Doom, look at them flooding onto the point right now, doing what they can. Man, I had such high hopes for Doom in this tournament. They looked so good on Talus when we saw them in the last round here, and they looked great today as well. I could have sworn that once we saw those first two engagements, I'm like, oh wow, Doom is going to move on again. But again, guys, this is why you have to practice. This is why you have got to look objectively at maps. And honestly, if you just watch the tournament at all, you would know this. Like, you don't even necessarily have to practice the map yourself. I say it every time we have an Azrael map. I'm like, yeah, you got to spawn those lower spawns unless you're getting a full regroup, like Morlin said. Like, even if you just watch the matches from the other guilds, I promise you, you will learn something by accident that you didn't know before. Even if the casters don't necessarily call it out, you will see something. Sadly, the Latinos going to be knocked out of NA East on this one. Not a single Latino guild left standing, and it's not for lack of being a strong guild. You hate to see that, but INFAMY showing why, again, doing your homework matters, Morlin.
I keep flying up to Portal 3, Blue, and I keep thinking surely they are not going to be up there anymore. But for the entire match, start to finish, every time I come up here, I keep seeing a long trail of red players. So long. It's the longest for miles.
Look how
red
far
players back here.
Look how far away you spawn, bro.
Trying to figure out where the fight is as they walk for hours back towards the match. Why would you just ignore your shot caller at this point? Like, do your own thing, figure it out.
I hate to see it, bro. Look at Trompo comes in at number 3 despite being focused down the whole match. 65 kills, 81 on the side of Acer Zoomtar right there, 81 and 65 respectively right there. But INFAMY dominating these leaderboards. Waylon, Aris, Acer right there, and Waylon is not playing. There's no way this guy is actually playing Invocator on this one with the wand staff. I assume he's probably trolling that, but if he's not, he's actually the best player in the tournament. Damage dealt 4.7 million for Trompo. Again, you have to be sad if you're Trompo or little boy here for Doom. Acer and Waylon coming in at number 2 and 3. It's not every day. Again, this is what we're talking about, guys. It's not every day you see the top of the leaderboards for one guild and then they lose like this. That's just not what you want to see. You would expect this to be heavily the other way right now. But again, INFAMY almost at the top of the leaderboards once again for Pikuni right here on this great sword wand, which I doubt that he was playing, but we'll see. Caritas Poros, the top damage taken of the lobby overall as a tank. 27.7 million healed for Cozy's Reaxin. And you expect this as the guild that was regrouping in the much more intelligent fashion on this one with the stronger leadership core, because their healers are constantly able to group up and make things happen. Yeah, they're going to have a lot more damage healed over time.
Yeah, looking at Waylon, I'm seeing a fully traded shield block penetration Deckman wand, so I think that is a legit invocator. I don't think that guy's trolling. That is definitely someone who is building wand staff to be able to do some damage, and that's really interesting, Blue. As you said, we have not really seen that many invocators, especially performing at that level, but I mean, top assists in the map by far. I guess you get some assists from perhaps some heals as well. I don't know if invocators are bothering to run any of those, but not a bad performance there from Waylon.
Yep, absolutely. Let's take a look at the instant replay from that last match. This is what we expected from Doom. Look at INFAMY finally getting to the point right away, but watch the kill feed on the right side of your screen. Doom wipes up everybody from Infamy that was too late to the point. That's bad on Infamy to be spawning in that late like that. And then they push straight through that choke point with Trompo and Travis getting double Cordy spinning down. And Infamy just gets wiped out. And again, Doom with the stronger coordination as a cohesive unit and just the stronger engagements when we see them head to head. Smarter, better, faster, stronger. But again, the leadership core just failing. For Doom, it's so depressing. They are out of the tournament. They will go down. Tragic to see, but good fights to both guilds. Right there, let's take a look at the next match of the day. As it looks like it's going to be, I believe, Released versus Animal Crackers on this one. And this is going to be a banger. Animal Crackers from the Cordy Right server. Quack, rank 1 in their alliance with Pandemonium and Wolves of War, rank 1 on their server. 6 Sieges 1. The prediction for the tournament was top 3. Got knocked down to the losers bracket by Exodus in the first round. Rough. So honestly, this is the losers bracket. If they want to get top 3, they have to just basically run through the entire losers bracket here, and they're up against Released.
Yeah, top 3 is quite a bold prediction from Animal Crackers here, but that is making me somewhat hungry reading that name over and over again. Going against Released, who are from Stellarite as well, from the Hailstorm Cobra Kai alliance. We saw a lot of the guys from this alliance playing already in the Cobra Kai matchup, so we'll have to see if it's a similar thing here where they have kind of a mixed roster between the various guilds. They have themselves at second for the alliance. Strength probably were first, but Supple did recently transfer over. The big T1 finish in the top 10, so the tier 1 tournament, they were in the top 10, and they predicted top 12 this time around. Not quite as bold of a prediction as top 3, but it's looking like they might be able to back that up.
Yep, absolutely. Animal Crackers say they need quacks in chat to give them power, so we'll see. Let's take a look at pick ban right now as the lobby is already ready to go, and we got to keep things moving as we're a little bit behind schedule here. It does look like the Release won the coin toss. They chose to pick Animal Crackers ban. Animal Crackers chose to ban Azrael, Talus, Digon, and Manticus. I can't believe the words coming out of my mouth, but one of the most common maps in the NA East tournament, because this region is a clown fiesta. It's Chernobog again.
It is once again Chernobog. I never thought we'd see the day where Cherno was picked more than Talus and Azrael. We've seen the popular maps get picked, but Cherno is just, it's really making a comeback here.
What is going on, bro? It's like the go-to 50-50 map for everybody. And as the matches get closer, you're just seeing guilds flip the coin and go to Cherno on this one, as we are already in the match. Hopefully you guys were able to get your predictions in ahead of time, as we should see both guilds spawning at point 2 and immediately running up. Look at them just ignoring each other, trying to run up the ramp, and the tanks just pulling everyone back to try to keep them off the top right now. Released in the yellow, Animal Crackers in the red, and it's Released. Quack, what? Holy moly, Release kill feed over here. You thought rank 3? You thought who? What is going on right now, Moreland? That was not a good kill feed.
Yeah, this might be even worse than the Exodus kill feed that we saw earlier. Released is just absolutely dominating. I don't think I've seen a single death from Released yet in this match. I'm watching that kill feed. There we go. Arc finally on the board with 5 kills for Animal Crackers, coming out of nowhere from 0 kills for his guild to 5 kills for his guild. So if we can get a few other players from Animal Crackers to get on the board as well, they might be able to get something going here. But this initial push just devastating for Animal Crackers.
This is a little rough to watch, man. Arc, the only Cordy crossbow for Animal Crackers, Vira and Gigflahar on the other side for Released, and they're cranking right now. Look at that kill feed. It is we thought that Halloween versus TC looked one-sided on Cherno. This is going to be, if they don't pull this together, this is going to be a really, really rough 20 minutes for Animal Crackers.
Yeah, this is not a map where you want to be getting completely blown out like this because the respawn is so close. Just the psychological depression of spawning 2 seconds away and then instantly dying will make you want to quit PvP altogether. It's not as bad when you're playing a bigger map and at least you have some seconds to breathe between each of your deaths. When you're just getting farmed on respawn right next to one of those portals, it is not an enjoyable experience.
Animal Crackers does get a fair amount of people onto the backside grapple right here, and they get the flank coming down on top of what is definitely the real XQC down there playing in here, doing her best in this tournament right now to basically stand their ground. As a healer, we saw them in the first round of this tournament as well. We were locked onto them for a while, but man, this kill feed is very one-sided. Animal Crackers starting to come up with the first few kills. You're starting to see them trickle in on the kill feed with 2 minutes left on the clock. I'm almost scared to check. It is Arc with the top kills of the lobby at 17, and then it is a whole lot of released right here. Pandemonium coming in at number 19. Basically every DPS, their DPS are being beaten by the Crusaders of Release right now. The front line is doing more front line of Release is getting more killers than the Spellblades in Pandemonium. This is not good. Released over here doing a clean up clinic of a job. Arc doing what he can right now. If you look at over the heal, again, Release dominating that leaderboard as well, but certainly a few healers trying to keep it together for Animal Crackers right now. But rank 3 of the tournament may have been a little bit optimistic from this ex-Flaremy squad.
Yeah, just a bit. And, you got to give credit to Arc for still getting some fantastic kill feeds, even though your guild is getting completely one-side crushed here. We've said it before, those QWERTY spins, it's not a solo playstyle. You need party members and guild members to set up those plays for you. So the fact that he's able to still perform in that QWERTY while his guild is getting kind of trounced here, you got to give him some credit there. But at the same time, he's probably not going to continue to do that for too much longer. Those released players are going to start to recognize that name now. When there's just one guy in the entire guild who's killing you, you're going to remember who that guy is and you're going to start hunting him viciously.
Yep, we saw that in last match with Trompo. Perfectly said. It's just really, really rough to see them pushing in like this and just getting, man, they try the backside grapple, they get wiped. They try the front grapple, they get wiped. And again, it's not close, guys. Sadly, Animal Crackers really struggling in this match. It would help if they had another QWERTY, but I don't think it's really a QWERTY diff here. Arc putting in a lot of work, but even if there was 2 of Arc, I still don't think that they're able to come up with a win right now. Is the stone is about to open up, and almost certainly we're going to see Release take control for the first time in this match. I haven't seen Arc in just a moment here. You see Ladyman on the low ground, and again, every time I click on somebody down here, this is a spear dagger for Animal Crackers. This is not where you necessarily want to stand because you're just going to get farmed down. You're going to get AoE'd out, and yep, there he goes. Taken down by Chimpanzee over here. Interesting name right there. By the Crusader right there, or at least it looked like Chimpanzee. It must have been somebody else because he's a Crusader. Pulling even more people up, and again, we see an immediate attempted cap on behalf of Released, and they are starting to get ahead of this one. Animal Crackers, though, are managing to get 16 people on the point, so showing some life now, despite the kill feed being pretty one-sided.
Yeah, they're showing a little bit of life, and there has been some decent positioning from Animal Crackers. They seem to know how to get back up the ramp and take some space by the stone, but they just aren't able to translate that into kills. But as far as getting up here and positioning correctly and spreading out, they're not doing too bad. It's not like they're getting stuffed on a choke point repeatedly or anything like that. They're approaching from multiple angles. They're spreading out on the plateau like they should, but it just seems like they're not able to get any kills once they're up here.
Yep, absolutely. They do manage to initiate a cap, so good on them for that. Sparklebox in a beautiful position on this healer right now, keeping basically the entire guild alive from a position that they just can't be attacked for the most part. Animal Crackers really struggling to get through the front line and the DPS to even think about getting on top of the healers right now. 32 people on the point right now for Released as Animal Crackers is getting Baja blasted is the term that I'm going to use. Released definitely chose Chernobog for a reason, but I think that they thought that this was going to be closer, and I thought that this was going to be closer than we are seeing right now.
Yeah, Released honestly doesn't even seem to be paying too much attention to the respawns. They are content to kind of just hang up on the plateau and fight around the stone. Plenty of opportunities for Released to stuff the stairs or to stuff the grapple. And it looks like they're moving down towards the stairs now, so maybe they'll get a little bit more aggressive. But they are content to just kind of hang out here and keep doing what they're doing. At this point, they know that they've got the advantage. We can see in a map like this, you know, we talk about Cherno being the coin flip map. There is always the chance that you get too cocky and then a sneaky cap goes off and the other team just zombies back in at the last second. But even in that scenario, I think it's a real long shot for Animal Crackers here. They're going to have to come up with something different. Even zombieing back in, they're just getting farmed.
Yeah, crit me daddy over here. Gonna go down. Wish granted. On on the side of Released right there, but doing his best on that spell blade, but ultimately getting critted and blown off the Riftstone like that. Lucent, I couldn't even click on him. The greatsword just ran him down, and then this is Moist Strike right here, just decapitating heads right now. It looks like some of the Animal Crackers trying to get up on this high ground. Relix up here, but again, Moist Strike and his static have realized it, and now they are locking these targets down. A sleep comes down, but it immediately gets knocked out of it right there, and then yeah, just getting cleaned up on this high ground consistently. All of the targets just going down, and it doesn't look like Animal Crackers has an answer at all. They're just, okay guys, just win. There's no attempt to regroup. There's no attempt to go around the other side. And it's funny because we've seen some great shot calling on the side of Animal Crackers in the previous 2 rounds that we saw them play in this tournament so far. I expected a little bit more here. Maybe try spawn point 2, come up on the high ground, come around, maybe try to approach from a different angle, because clearly this approach is not working. But they're just running up and they're just taking it like a champ right now.
They are indeed. And, you know, it's very easy to get demoralized in a situation like this where you are just spawning in. We talked before about how easy it is to get baited into these trickle spawns, with a lot of Animal Cracker players now walking into those stairs with 50% health, not taking a moment to get with their static or to get with their healers. And it's tempting because it's right there. You spawn 5 seconds away. And so surely you want to jump in and you want to help out. But when your whole guild is consistently 50% health, you're just going to feed yourself into that blender.
Yep, absolutely you are. And again, I'd love to see them back up and try something different here. Yes, it looks pretty dire at this point. I'm not sure that it would matter, but for your own like morale sake as a shot caller, you really do need to try to adapt and try to keep morale as high as you can. And the best way to do that is to try something different. So although everyone else might be giving up hope and might be demoralized, getting killed repeatedly, at least they have the sanctity of knowing that their shot caller still has faith that they can win, that their shot caller has something in mind for them. Hey, we're going to try something different. Hey, we're going to move in here. I can't tell you how motivating it is to have a shot caller that's willing to try different things. And yeah, a few of them are moving around the outside trying to get to the left side of this fight right now, but they're all just getting cleaned up the moment that they come onto the point, because again, they're all spawning from that low ground down there. There's Zaffy running onto the point as well as a Templar. They're going to try to interact with the point. Zaffy not even looking at the point as his guild is just getting run down from every which angle.
Yeah, for your own sanity at this point, you have to just call a full wipe and respawn. I would get every Animal Crackers member to hold on the platform and come in together. There's only so much trickle spawning you can do. Your members are going to go insane if you have them just throw themselves into this blender repeatedly. In a scenario, especially this particular moment where we can see that almost everyone up on the platform is released. There's a few Animal Crackers tanks that are able to survive up there for a moment, but it's 80-90% yellow up top. This is really the moment where you gotta take a breath and get your guild to rally, get everyone to breathe a sigh of relief and just get some kind of morale back. You can't do a full 20-minute match straight of just spawning at the same spot and doing the same thing that has not been working. You have to shake it up. Even if you think it's a loss, you have to shake it up and try something different.
Yeah, even if it is just to breathe for a moment and step back and try something different, because this running up and dying, but clearly I don't think they're going to try that here. I do not think that, and it's funny because they got a chance to do this against Tengu in the previous round. They got to come out and fight on the low ground and have a lot of fun, experiment on Cherno a little bit. And now, again, Tengu tried a bunch of different things. Tengu did not just spawn in and run up and die like this. The Animal Crackers should be pulling a Tengu right now, where you spawn really far away at the far spawns over there, like spawn point 1, and try something different. Go around the outside, try something different, because like this is not working. And again, that's what made Tengu look pretty good. That's what made them have some exceptional engages. That's what made their guild look like they were having fun, despite the fact that they lost pretty hard in that match. That all of their members had a lot of fun, because I believe their shot caller is just better than Animal Crackers was.
Yeah, and ironically, I am seeing a few Animal Crackers members spawn over at Portal 1 and kind of take the long way through, but I'm not quite sure what that's going to accomplish in this case. If it's just you and a few people doing it, it's not really going to be worthwhile. You really want to use that, kind of like the last map on Azrael, you want to use that faraway point for a full regroup. You don't really want to use it as just a, oh, you know, I don't like the other respawn, so I'm going to go here and take 3 times longer to run to the point. But we are seeing Animal Crackers completely wiped up now and nowhere near these stones, so perhaps they are doing a full regroup off to the side.
Yeah, I think they're taking a breather right now.
Yeah.
As again, maybe taking my advice at least a little bit here, as they back up. And now again, you've got Released guessing. They don't know where the heck they are right now as they start to spawn in. There we go, spawning in at Portal 1, moving in right now. You can send some people to the right to run up the normal ramp, and then but they have waited a long time now, and Released has had a chance to respond to this, which is not what you want. You did not want to take this long to respawn out here, but that's okay. At least they're trying something different. You can send people around different sides. You see M4 in position right here on this greatsword dagger. He can't do anything by himself. He's just going to drop down and get killed. As they set up in position on this one. And again, at least they're trying something different. They have some people going around the right side. If you could go look at the main choke, give us the main choke perspective of this fight, where they would normally spawn over there. Thank you for that. You see some Animal Crackers over there. You see some Animal Crackers on my screen over here, forcing Released into a smaller choke point like this. And again, Released just pulls the trigger. They're going to fight into this smaller choke point. Animal Crackers at least fighting a front-to-back team fight right here, doing what they can. And they are getting a lot of DPS down on the side of Released right now, but no kills yet coming through for Animal Crackers, as again Released starts to back up now and lick their wounds on that one. They did pick up a few members of Animal Crackers. How's that main engage going?
I mean, it was a pretty decent split push there, but again, they're just not able to secure those kills. It looks like, yeah, they came up the ramp and tried to take the grapple, but Release just had tons of people ready to receive it. It was not successful. But
Animal Crackers, the other half of their ball is still over here on Union Break. What are we doing right now? What is happening? Like, you can't let your engage. Oh gosh, Viru with a crazy spin right there, basically mopping up all of these Animal Crackers over here in this corner. They allowed the side engage on Morland's screen there, guys, to engage, and the rest of their guild just stood back and let them all die and then pushed in as another half. That's not what you want to see if you're an Animal Cracker fan. As they at least are trying something different. This is an improvement with under 5 minutes left to go. Now it looks like, though, they're just spawning and running back to the fight. This is not what you want to see again. I'd love to see them just spawn at the fire portal. They tried a two-pronged aggression right there, but it shows miscoordination on the side of Animal Crackers to not be able to pull off a two-pronged engage like that. You are not the rank 3 guild like you maybe thought you were if you cannot handle a simple two-pronged aggression push right there. We see a lot of guilds in North America able to pull something like that off, and they miscoordinated it pretty hard. They still have time to try it one more time, but again, you cannot have these people run up the main ramp and then have the other people not try to come and at least try to get this flank off. And you see now the Crit Me Daddy and his static, a lot of them are spawning from the far spawn point. I don't even know why you would do that, and they're just running back and trickling in. At this point, just take the closer spawn. If you're just gonna trickle spawn and run back, this is like a Doom situation. Now you're just running back from like 3 times as far away. So yeah, very cluttered. I'm not sure that the shot caller really understands how to get that multi-prong aggression off, or how to organize this guild in this particular case here. And Release rather, has a much easier time right now. Just basically, okay guys, just kill this group. Okay, kill that group. Okay, now kill this one again, Morland.
Yeah, pretty low stress for Released on that split push there. Animal Crackers was coming up one side. I kind of just assumed that the other side would be pincering and hitting at the same moment, but then after looking at your point of view, I could see that they were still hanging way back, which was surprising, but it also just allowed Release to kind of casually stroll back over to the stone and crush that flank. They didn't have to worry about fighting on two fronts because the pressure was really only coming in one direction. The other direction was still just far too far back.
Yes, it was. You hate to see that on the side of Animal Crackers, but you know what? I think that they fought really hard in this tournament. They had a tough go of it in that second round there where they fought Exodus, got knocked down to the losers bracket, had a good time against Tengu here, and are now meeting their maker against Released. And Released, I think, coming out and showing everybody that they are a force to be reckoned with in this losers bracket here. They are not going to be wiped out of this tournament without a fight. Rui in the middle of everyone trying to spin right now as they just basically clump up on the ramp. Only 2.5 minutes left on the clock. Time has run out for Animal Crackers, so we're basically just trying to get as many kills as possible as we come up to the end of this one. We still have 3 matches to go today before the end of the broadcast, as guilds that we saw get knocked down to the losers bracket earlier today, we will see fight again. Villainous versus Corrupt is going to be a bit of a grudge match, as those two guilds had beef for the years in Black Desert Online, and now we're gonna fight in Throne of Liberty in the losers bracket of this tournament. That's gonna be a pretty hype match, Marlon.
Yeah, absolutely. I recognize both those guys, even from my BDO days. So these are some players that have been around and that have known each other for quite a while. And I don't think that either one of them is going to... You don't want to fight a guild in one game and lose to them, and then fight the same guild in another game and then lose to them. You don't want to let that happen, Blue.
No, you do not at all want that to happen. Released over here just... well, releasing the dragon, basically mopping up the remaining Animal Crackers left in this match. 1 minute and 15 seconds left on the clock as Animal Crackers do what they can. They did try a few different strategies in this match. Sauko Dude basically running around trying to get a heal off over here. Heals himself, keeps himself healthy right there on the side of Released. But Released, again, they're going to move on in this tournament. They're going to fight INFAMY in the next round of this one. And I got to say, between those two guilds, I've been very impressed by Released here.
Yeah, Released absolutely playing this map very well, and you know, Cherno is just it's one of those things that could go either way, and you got to be careful that your opponent doesn't sneak up and surprise you. But Released didn't give them any room to do that. There was never a moment in this match where Released overextended or allowed any backcapping. Even when they were pushing, there was always a couple of Released tanks kind of watching the back, shoving any potential point cappers off the side. They were paying attention. They didn't let anything wonky happen. They didn't let any coin flips go off. They were just locked in and got it done.
Yep, Viryu, 10 seconds left on the clock. We'll see if he can't get one more spin in for the boys here. Nah, he's just gonna let the time run down, or is he? Yeah, oh, he does try for one more spin right at the end of time remaining there. Defeats 108 for Enjoy Lane on that Spear Dagger. That is extremely impressive. CBA on the Spear Dagger as well. The Cordy Crossbow, Giga Fiar in at number 3. Momo in at number 4. Viru at number 5. Quack's Arc, the top killer of the lobby on behalf of Animal Crackers there. And again, assists obviously heavily dominated by Release there. You look at damage dealt, again, Arc, the next closest is Finn all the way down here. Finn Germimus all the way down here on that Spellblade, doing what they could, but Enjoyvelin all the way at the top of the leaderboards for that. 5.7 million damage dealt. 2 million damage taken from Noel Io, and then Lucien, Pierrette, and Nalem, the top healers and tanks for the lobby, respectively. You don't often see a Spear Dagger second on the leaderboards for damage taken. That is not very common. If I scroll down here, I might be able to get the top tank of the lobby for Released. Down here, it looks like the Big Chew. Amount healed, actually not very much. 12.2 million for Cinnamon Roll right there. And Sparklebox, if Sparklebox has 1 million fans, I am one of them. 12.1 million healed right there for him. 11.8 for High right there. Quacks Pierrette, the top healer of the lobby for them. Definitely a lot more one-sided than we thought it was going to be.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, looking at these kills, I think Ark was the only player on the side of Animal Crackers to get even above 20 kills. Every other DPS on that side was below 20. He managed to get 47 though, so I mean, you're looking at basically triple the kills of everyone else on your team. Must be a little bit frustrating as that player, knowing that you are getting that much value, bringing that much value to your team, but that no one else is really even close to matching it.
Yep, where is O Timothy? Good question. I did not see him in the match today, so maybe getting subbed out for someone else, or maybe he couldn't make it. Either way, we have a grudge match up next. Another banger over here. We're going to see Villainous versus Corrupt. Of course, good fights to both of the guilds in the last match there. Sadly, we will not see Animal Crackers anymore in this tournament. Villainous from the Adrenaline server, led by Blargo. Rank 1 in their alliance with Silver Dawn, Daze, and Arise. Rank 2 on their server with 4 siege wins overall. They were just hoping to win the first round, and honestly, these are the Ayaya killers. These are weeb slaying machines, as they knocked Awawis and Hikikimori out of the tournament. Every femboy basically farmed straight out of the tournament by specifically Villainous. So playing that villain arc right there, and they're up against Corrupt. I'll give the backstory after you introduce Corrupt here.
Yeah, so Corrupt from the Ivory server in an extremely strong alliance with Tier Exodus and helloing some guilds that we have seen fight today. All of them very strong, placing himself 4th in the alliance, which I think is appropriate at this moment, but the alliance strength on the server definitely first. Siege is 1, going to be 5. This is a guild that has had to rebuild a couple times, but has very solid leadership and shot calling from our boy Soggy, who's been around all the way back since the BDO days. Fun little piece of trivia, Blue. I actually played under Soggy in Tim Allen's guild Aftershock for a little while back in the day, like in 2019 or something.
No way. Right now, after disaster, more like it. I'll be honest with you. Aftershock, certainly one of the more legendary guilds in Black Desert history on that one. And yeah, Soggy went on to lead Corrupt, which is now, it was the rank 3 and then rank 2 guild on the server for North America. And they always used to fight Villainous, and they've always been on top of Villainous, basically. But now Villainous is a new game, new Villainous right here. So honestly, we're going to see these two guilds clash. Corrupt, if this was BDO, obviously we're giving it to Corrupt here, but now we're going to see them fighting Villainous in Throne and Liberty. So we'll see if Blargo and his boys can outmaneuver Corrupt here. As we look over toward pick ban, I'll let you kind of cover that.
All right, so it looks like Villainous won, meaning that Corrupt is going to ban. They banned Dagon, Pakilo, Cherno, and Azriel. And interestingly enough, Villainous decided to pick Kawazan.
Oh, God, you just hate to see that. Corrupt lost on Kawazan earlier today to Flex in a match they absolutely could win. And Villainous just said, well, screw it, sweep the leg. If we know that they can't play on Kawazan, we might as well fight them on Kawazan over here. So I'm sure that the Corrupt boys have been talking in voice basically this entire time, getting ready for this one. There are 2 Cordy crossbows on both sides over here, as it's Cumin and Spirit Wolf on the side of Villainous, and on Corrupt, it's anything POS and Akara for Corrupt. We'll see if Corrupt's Achilles heel ends up being Kawazan today, or if they can come up with the win against Villainous. Either way, the match is already underway, and I'm going to go flip it right over to the live scene because we should see both guilds spawning in right away. There goes Corrupt. Looks like they are going to be first ones to the Rift. Villainous might be spawning at the other point here.
Yeah, honest.
Where are they? They're just going to let Corrupt have advantage?
That's a crazy move on this map, especially as the ones who picked this map.
It's a bold strategy. Moral and see out. No way they spawned in from the really far spawn. They didn't know which spawn to go through. Oh, God. Oh no!
Blue, I'm getting disaster vibes from this situation.
God. Now they're pushing through a little tiny. Oh god! Oh, start praying your rosary beads. Corrupt finally sees where Villainous is, and they're gonna meet them in the hallway. In the name of the Father, in the name of the Son, and the Holy. Villainous is getting farmed. Corrupt just gonna blast them down the hallway. Oh no, Marlon.
This is such a crazy pick. I mean, as you pointed out, Blue, there's no way that Corrupt has not been sitting in Discord going over their last Calazon match for the last hour straight since losing. They've probably picked over every inch of this map, come up with a plan, and for Villainous to not only pick this map in that aftermath, but then spawn in 1,000 miles away in the worst possible position and allow Corrupt to set up. What are they thinking?
I don't know, man. I just don't know. Now Villainous has finally realized, oh, we should spawn out here, over here. As again, it's almost like Villainous said, no. You don't know how to play at Kawazan? No. We'll show you how to not play at Kawazan. As they spawn in, they finally are able to wipe out some Corrupt members, but one static, Raffle static from Corrupt right now, holding up all of Villainous, and they're just going to keep spawning in on top of you, and this is something that you're always going to have to deal with on Kawa. I'm not sure, again, why you would spawn in at the far location. I think maybe Blargo just didn't know what exactly, maybe the number. He said, okay, everybody spawn, and I think he thought that this portal was the other one. I'm just gonna say it was a mistake, but it was a big mistake in this case, Marlon, because now Villainous in a tough spot.
Yeah, in a tough spot indeed. And once the other guild gets set up in Kalazan, I mean, you're basically forced to come through these tiny chokes to do anything. And it looks like Corrupt is not even going to wait for them to do that, deciding to push all the way out to the portal. Are we going for a straight spawn camp here?
No, but they're getting farmed.
Oh, they are. Look at that.
Corrupt getting the ego play. Soggy tries to push them through a tiny choke point. It's Black Desert Online Corrupt all over again. The ego from Soggy getting the better of him like every goddamn team fight I've ever played with. What are you doing, Soggy? You're killing me as Villainous farms them off that engagement right there. I think that Corrupt was able to spawn in on the backside of it. It was a complete disaster of an engagement on the side of Corrupt, but fortunately they all spawned in right behind Villainous. They are able to get the upper hand in the match, but Villainous makes their way in towards the stone now as a fair amount of Villainous members do manage to make it through. Not exactly a super good idea to try to ego play on Kawazan like this, but you know what? It's a learning experience for them.
Yeah, pushing a choke point that is 30 feet away from the respawn is probably not the best move, but hey, they figured we're not going to just sit AFK, let's go do something. And it didn't work out for them, but they're able to recover now. Corrupt taking that inner sanctum back from Villainous. They were completely cleared out just a moment ago, but now they are right back in position, holding that choke and fortifying it. It's going to be tough to break through this.
Yep, and again, I think they do have the upper hand in this matchup overall here. As you see, Fabi, one of their top DPS on this Liberator here, holding this hallway. Soggy, certainly one of the best shot callers that Black Desert ever produced, and is now shot calling in Throne. And he is normally very brilliant at how he shot calls, but he does have these moments where he just decides to do stuff. And that is the result, right? You see, you put yourself from an unlosable position. We're going to thread the needle and find that loss. And that's why Digital always significantly had the upper hand on them in some fights like that. But again, Soggy could absolutely tangle with the best of them. I don't think we're going to see them try to ego push that a single other time, because fool me once, I don't think that Soggy will make that mistake again, as Corrupt continues to try to lock down this point here. But Villainous managing to get a few members onto it as the first cap does come down for Red Camper. Corrupt is on the board with 32 people on the point. Villainous, surprisingly enough, though, has 18 and climbing people on the point right now. So actually being able to bring the fight to the point over here is Villainous.
Yeah, Corrupt definitely not going to make that mistake again, especially now that the point is live. They are going to want to keep this locked down. There's not going to be any more ego pushes coming out. We do see a little bit of chat PvP happening already, quite early in the match to be doing that, but they do have the upper hand, so, you know, maybe it's not too early for them to be running their mouths there. We'll see if Villainous is able to make a response. I mean, the fact that Villainous was able to wipe them so hard, that from like a mind game psychology perspective, you've now given your opponents the belief that, hey, if we just do this right, we can actually wipe these guys completely, because that's what Villainous did over by the spawn point. So giving them that chip, even if you're kind of dominating them on the point there, in the back of their mind, you know, Villainous is thinking, oh, if we just group up again and get a good push, we can still wipe these guys. And we'll see if that ends up being true or not.
Yeah, Dingus trying to run through. Dingus dad over here trying to run through for Villainous. I completely agree. Maybe it was the long con by Soggy. We're like, no, we need to make it look a little closer so that they want to keep running in and getting farmed. That way Villainous keeps making mistakes and we can keep killing them on repeat the entire map. We'll say that it was the long con for Soggy right there. But again, both guilds making mistakes at the start of this match. But hey, every shot caller makes their mistakes. Blargo makes mistakes. Soggy make mistakes. I make mistakes. Tim Allen's made mistakes. Lord knows more than we can count. Everybody makes mistakes when you're shot calling. It's just how many times do you make that mistake? And we saw Blargo immediately correct that with him and the Villainous boys, which is really good to see on their side as they struggle to get through this little hallway right now, as a lot of Corrupt members are meeting them in here. And then again, you know, Soggy made a mistake there, but you're seeing them immediately correct that as well.
Interesting how we're seeing Corrupt try to mimic the strategy that was used against them previously in the tournament, with a kill squad in this kind of respawn narrow chamber here, trying to be as disruptive as possible with just a single static of 6 people, and it's kind of working just as well as it was working against them. I'm seeing Soapy Stud getting a lot of kills out in this hallway and kind of jumping back and forth between the main chamber and this side hallway here. You have to decide what you're going to do about these kill squads in this little room here, because it's so close to the respawn, but it's also so close to the main objective. It's not quite clear to some of these Villainous members if they should be stopping and fighting these guys, or if they should be trying to ignore them and get to where they're supposed to be.
Yep, absolutely. And we're actually seeing an interesting strategy I want to highlight here is on the other side of these bars, a tank can stand on one side. You see Headpats here waiting here, and then he goes for a pull. He can pull the Villainous members as they push into that room. He can pull them next to the bars where his spell blades and liberators, there it is, look at that pull right there, and then you can throw damage through the bars right there. So interesting strategy. And again, this is what I'm talking about, is Corrupt definitely was in Discord talking about how they could improve off that last match. We did not see them consistently doing this in the last match. Of course, they weren't necessarily on top of the last match, but you look at it from Villainous' perspective, they're just pushing people against those bars right there, and they're just getting wiped out by the DPS on the other side of those bars. A brilliant strategy right there on the side of Corrupt.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's interesting too. Like I said, you know, these are strategies that were just used against them not too long ago in this very tournament and this very evening. And so they've definitely reviewed those VODs, and they are now going to take everything they've learned and punish anyone who decides to choose this map against them, which I still think is just so crazy.
Yeah.
The Villainous decided to choose this map, knowing the Corrupt has been staring at it all night.
I don't understand. Like, did you think that Soggy wasn't gonna go replay what he did wrong there? Again, like, he was so confident after that first push. He's like, screw it, just go kill him on the spawn like this. I mean, it was just a little rough, I gotta say. You just, and if you are gonna pick the map, like, dude, Moreland, if you are gonna pick this map, you're like, okay, we know how to play on Kawazan. They don't. So we'll pick it again and we'll beat them on it, because we saw them fail on it earlier today, knowing that they're gonna study it. And then you spawn in the worst possible location, literally high-fiving Mr. Tumnus on your way through Narnia, on the way to the Riftstone, and then through this narrow choke point. And it was just a solid yellow kill feed. A little rough on the decision-making at the start. But you know what? Villainous does manage to get people on the point right now, but boy, Corrupt standing tall with 40 people against the 3 of Villainous just locking down this room.
Yeah, you could imagine some potential theoretical 200 IQ play as Villainous where you watch Corrupt lose on this map and you go, oh, okay, here's the mistakes that they're making. We're going to choose this map and we're going to exploit that weakness. We're going to make them make those mistakes all over again. But instead, they sort of just spawned 1,000 miles away and just let Corrupts completely position and do whatever they want.
Yep, absolutely. As we can see, I'll give you the main hallway perspective. I'll go over to the side hallway where the statics are all fighting out here. As you see, Raffle and his static locking things down for Corrupt, not letting these Villainous members regroup consistently. And then the main hallway, or the main Riftstone room rather, not looking super great for Villainous there, as Corrupt just doing a great job of just wiping out each and every single one of those Villainous members on repeat, locking it down. Raffle and his static doing such a great job out here. And again, this is how they must have watched the previous replay. Said, okay, Raffle, you guys are on this duty over here. Again, it's a fool me once situation.
Yeah, no, Corrupt has massively upgraded their strategies here. And, we can see that they are coming up with a few of their own ideas, but also borrowing ideas from their previous opponent, getting a ton of value from that hallway over there where you're watching, Blue. I mean, I'm watching Soapy. He has been filling up the kill feed this entire time. And that's as a Spear Dagger playing, Kill Squad playing that secondary chamber. Spear Dagger shouldn't be that hard to take down if he's separated from his group like this, and yet Soapy has just been farming in there. Anytime he's even remotely in danger, he's able to back out and get with his guild in that main chamber, and in the meantime just making life miserable for any respawns who want to try to get in through that main entrance.
Oh boy, Bad Ripper is stealth here. He's trying to, this is why you don't ever want to be last, guys. If your guild is trying to push through a choke point or a very precarious situation, you never want to be last. It's because you have these people in stealth waiting for you. Do you know who dies on every push? The people in the back. That's who the best players on the enemy team are going to kill first, because they're going to flank in and they're going to kill you. So you never want to be last. You want to be somewhere in the middle to anywhere in the front, especially if you're a tank on this one. But good showcase right there by Bad Ripper and his static. It looked like a big push on behalf of Villainous, but getting shut down pretty quickly by Soapy and company right here.
Yeah, they're trying to do a little bit of a split push now, and Villainous does have some decent presence inside this chamber. I'm seeing a lot of red names. They're able to survive for a little bit and get some feet on the cap, but the damage is just not there. Villainous needs to actually get some kills here if they want anything to go. They can't just have their tanks stand and survive. Yeah, that'll help a little bit, but this kill feed is just so completely overwhelmingly one-sided right now, and it's surprising because we saw Villainous blow Corrupt up on that choke point in the very beginning when they pushed out too far, and this choke point in the chamber isn't too much larger. I mean, it's not a narrow tunnel, but it's still a fairly small room. You would expect that Villainous should be able to repeat at least some portion of that, but they have not even been able to get 10% of that of those kills in this big chamber now compared to that initial choke point fight.
Yeah, Cumin actually the top of the damage charts on behalf of Villainous right there. So Villainous definitely showing some moments of brilliance for their guild, because Cumin is managing to come up with a fair amount of DPS on that Cordy crossbow, and we've seen it in every match that that Villainous has played so far. Blargo grouping on the outside right here. It looks like they're going to try for some two-pronged aggression. If you want to show us the main room, I've got this side over here. Yeah, so you see Corrupt guys posture down the hallway. That's the posture from the other side of the hallway. You can see both guilds squaring off against one another. Soggy out in front, Blargo right here for Villainous. And again, both these squads know each other very, very well. Stev in there as well, one of the staple Corrupt members. Oh my gosh, Villainous getting pulled down the hallway as the engage begins right there. Preemptively, I don't think that Villainous really wanted that engage to happen, but Akara just said nope. Nope, you're all gonna die. Akara, one of the Cordy crossbows on behalf of Corrupt, just moving through that fight with ease and mopping it up.
Yeah, Villainous, I think, just taking too much time to get in. That first push they had on Corrupt was so decisive. They saw them in the tunnel, and I don't even know if their shot caller had time to say anything. They just all instinctively reacted and blasted Corrupt, but we have not been able to see them repeat that. Ever since then, I'm seeing Villainous push in so passively and so spread out, and it's giving Corrupt the opportunity to just throw those chain hooks, pull the people in the front, separate them out, and farm them for free. This is a completely yellow kill feed. I don't think I saw a single Villainous kill in that entire encounter. If they're going to do these choke point pushes, we got to see that aggression that we saw in the first couple minutes.
Yep, Akara here waiting with his static. Look at this line of sight on this static right here, guys. They don't want Villainous to know. This is, again, you don't want to show the pig the knife when they're bringing them into the slaughterhouse over here. So you gotta hide it from them. Akara waiting in the corner, in the wings with his static here as Villainous groups up outside. We'll see if he can make something happen here. Where is Villainous? They're gonna come out. Looks like they're fighting the Raffle static group as usual once again, and Raffle getting farmed right now out here, interestingly enough, as Villainous starts to make their way in through the main choke point here. They're going to try for another main engage with 4 minutes left on the clock. Raffle static going to spawn in behind them. All you got to do, dude, you can't just turn around and keep fighting this. You just got to designate a static to basically keep them occupied because they're right on top of the spawn. Just abuse that. They can't be that great. You know what I mean? They're a great static group, but at the end of the day, if your static dies, they just spawn up and then they just keep fighting them right there on the spawn instead of turning the entire offense around and forcing them to fight over and over and over again right here. Blargo waiting for this engage right now. I don't see human right here, so otherwise I'd lock onto him. Here's Brother Monkey on the right side. He was a big impactful part of their last fight, if I remember correctly, but Villainous waiting. Precious seconds are being taken down right now as Raffle static spawns in yet another time. They're like, uh-oh, they're still here as they as they move away. Maybe they're just trying to kill this one static group to try to pad their stats a little bit, Marlon.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that kill squad definitely has its job, and their job is to keep the main ball distracted and to waste time as they try to respawn. So I'm sure that they are pretty content to just get farmed out there. It's not necessarily going to look great for them on the scoreboards, but your goal as a kill squad is to do that. And so if Villainous is just going to sit there and fight them, they're going to be happy to do that.
There is the rotation right there. You see Akara very likely on the other side of this. Yep, he's still waiting here. Oh, he is waiting. I'll stay locked onto him if at all possible here. If it doesn't bug out here, but we do see some of Corrupt. Are they going to come down the hallway here? Because the static is coming up behind them. They actually have a pretty good flank right now if they just wanted to move down the hallway. But Soggy just says, no. Fool me once. We stay right here. He does not want a repeat in the final 2 minutes of what they saw earlier in this tournament here. Spicy Parrot and his static group gonna get gunned down. It looks like he is gonna just walk out of that one. He just, oh my god, puts the question mark up right there. It's, oh god, man, that's just tank. Honestly, that's peak tank. Okay, there he goes. Never mind. Okay, he's trash. Spicy Parrot, the worst player in Corrupt, confirmed. Actual dog water trash. Getting farmed by Villainous on repeat. You hate to see that.
Well, the fake engage from Villainous there, it looked like they were coming in pretty hard on this side entrance, and then they just suddenly pulled back. Both guilds kind of staring at each other. Now, there's not a lot of time left. You can see Soggy up in front of his guild, and you know he's saying, nobody go past me. Villainous finally pushing in now, and they are coming in hard. They are ignoring that choke, going straight into the main chamber, but it's a completely yellow kill feed, Blue.
Oh god, look away. If you're a Villainous member, look away, man. That was a little rough. Blargo went for one last hurrah in the hallway for the boys and for the girls of Villainous, but holy moly, they were bent over sideways on that engagement. They were ready for that play. And again, I'm not sure why you would wait outside. I thought for sure he would try to juke back the other way and try to juke Corrupt into thinking they were going to go one way and then come in the other way. Nope. That is not what happened right there. And now, again, time has run out. 40 seconds left on the clock. Villainous will get to spawn in one more time, but they're just going to stay out here and pad their stats as long as they can against these, honestly, these members of Corrupt that probably had the most fun this match.
Yeah, I think other than that first push, they probably had a lot of fun. I mean, that final wipe there was just insane. I don't know if I've ever seen a full guild get completely 100 to 0, every player dead that fast in the entire history of the tournament. And yet, I mean, I don't even think a single tank or healer survived that blast of AoE from Corrupt. That was just their whole guild gone in an instant.
Well, I mean, they gave them all day to set up, man. In fairness, like, bro, it's like, hey, by the way, we're gonna push from this direction. Just make you ready. We'll give you 4 minutes to prepare. They waited. They put Corrupt in a perfect position, then just pushed straight down the hallway. And you gotta give them credit, they did try. Soapy Stud, 72 kills, the top of the lobby. Akara, though, coming in at 57. Fabi in at number 3 on a Liberator. Right behind the Cordy crossbow, interestingly enough, which is impressive considering how many kills Akara was getting on each and every one of those pushes right there. And then Soapy again fighting outside basically the entire time. So extremely impressive from Fabi, one of the better Liberators in the tournament right there for sure. Clem, the top assists of the lobby, and again, yet another Liberator right there. So Clem, a name to keep an eye on as well. Damage dealt looks like Human, 3.737 million. Soapy Stud number 2, Clem number 3, Fabi number 4. So Clem and Fabi, the top Liberators. Well, some of the top 2 Liberators of the tournament in this case, but again, they were on top of that match. In fairness, Eye Spirit, one of the top. Again, the Cordy crossbow for Villainous. The top non-Cordy crossbow was Togami right there on a wand dagger, interestingly enough, for Villainous. Top tank of the lobby's Raycrown Ruin, Moonborn, and Ganjako for 20 right there. Corrupt's top tank, Status Newbie as a healer right there. The amount healed, 22 million, 21.9, 20.1 million for Rusty, Meek, and HTC Fuzzy. Down there, HTC Fuzzy claiming the top healer of the lobby. Techniques all the way down here for Villainous is the top healer as well. A grudge match, but a one-sided one.
Yeah, pretty one-sided, and kind of interesting the fact that Corrupt had a couple Liberators up there. I don't think we've seen, maybe 1 or 2 Liberators here or there, but generally throughout this tournament we have not seen Liberators coming in 2nd, 3rd, or 4th when it comes to kills. Probably a bit of the result of the just difference in power between the groups, but interesting that Corrupt is still choosing to run these players on Liberators instead of switching them over to Spellblader, one of the classes that we've seen perform so much better in this fight.
Yep, absolutely. Couldn't agree more. Let's take a look one more time at the Alamo from that last match. As we see, again, here's the Villainous push down the main hallway. You can see Corrupt ready and waiting in the bottom right of your screen right there. As they're about to come in, Villainous just decides to pull the trigger. They're just going to brute force their way in, but Corrupt was just prepared for it over here. Look at that kill feed on the right side of your screen, and that was the name of the lobby as Corrupt throws down the gauntlet in that match. But of course, again, if you give them 4 minutes to set up in a tiny little choke point, they're going to be ready for your push, which might sound a little crazy, but hey, what are you going to do? It's good fights to both teams. Villainous does get to walk away knowing that they are the weeb-destroying femboy crushers of the tournament, knocking Awawis and Hikikimoris out in the losers bracket, knocking those weeb Ayaya players out of the tournament, making way for the rest of the guilds here. Let's take a look at our next match of the day, which is going to be Lords of the Dead versus Polarity. We saw Polarity fight earlier today, so hopefully they remember to pop their food buffs in this lobby. Lords of the Dead from the Cordy Right server, rank 1 in their alliance with Regal Mafia and Mutiny, rank 4 on their server, 4 sieges, 1. Lords of the Dead is a long-standing community of 30 years here down, and this is a losers bracket match. Whoever loses this, mind you, gets knocked out of the tournament. I'll let you introduce Polarity here.
Yeah, so Polarity, I believe they got to this point, as you said earlier, through buys, right? So probably one of the only guilds still competing left that hasn't at least picked up one victory on the way to this position in the loser bracket. But they are from the Carnage server and ranked first in their alliance. Their alliance also ranked first on the Carnage server. 7 sieges won. This is the guild that did have a little bit of a food debacle earlier. So yes, I hope that they are now taking the opportunity to eat the food. We're not going to remake, so you guys better start chowing down. We're about to get started here. Their prediction of top 15. This is their last chance to have a opportunity to make that come true.
Yep, absolutely. Is we are ready in the lobby. It looks like, let's talk about pick ban. There is no way we see it again. How is this the most popular map in North America? Bro, we really are a clown region. This is insane. No reason, no wonder EU thinks that they're stronger than us. We look like a bunch of clowns. The pick ban, Lords of the Dead won the pick ban. Polarity banned. They banned Daigon, Pakalo, Leviathan, and Kawazan. We are going back to Chernobog again. What is going on?
You know, Blue, we've been talking about Cherno as the coin flip map, but the Cherno fights that we've seen today have kind of been crazy one-sided. So I don't know. Maybe we'll see that again here, or maybe we will see some surprising back and forth. It's always such a risky pick unless you think that you are tremendously stronger than the other group. But even if you are stronger, why risk it? Why give them the opportunity to spawn so close? Just one unlucky push and you can lose the whole thing. So it's really hard to predict which way this is going to go.
Yep, we're gonna find out. Polarity certainly with an easier opponent this time around. They had a really tough opponent earlier in Exodus right here and there. Now they're running up onto the stone. Yellow is Polarity, red is Lords of the Dead, and now they're, oh my gosh, just to duke it out. What an absolute clown fiesta in North America here. Unbelievable that we consistently see Cherno picked over and over, Moreland.
And we're seeing Polarity get a little bit of vengeance here after a complete one-sided farm fest against Exodus. Now they are the ones that are farming a totally yellow kill feed on Chernobog. LOTD's pick, but LOT just not able to make anything happen on their map that they wanted to play.
Yep, cue the clown music, because I swear this region is absolutely obnoxious in their match picks. I mean, you said it before again, Cherno, when you see the guilds, there's a big gap in when you see a big gap in overall strength between the guilds. Cherno is not close, but it's when it becomes a coin flip when the guilds are actually closer in strength. Right now, it looks like Polarity is dominating in this match so far, but we are seeing some red kill feeds on the side of Lords of the Dead real quick. Let's take a look at who the Cordy users are. Delarax, the only Cordy user in Lords of the Dead, versus Jess, Scarlet, and Bluey for Polarity here. So we'll see if Polarity can make this happen as they come up around, or as they get flanked rather by Lords of the Dead coming up on the other side over here as they're trying to get make anything happen right now. Is, oh my gosh, look at the dominance right now. They hold the entire main choke point is all yellow, Marlon.
Yeah, this is what happens when you allow Polarity to eat their food ahead of time. I mean, it's just completely going in their favor here, completely one-sided. I'm looking for the Cordy Spitter on the side of LOTD, but haven't been able to find him quite yet. Probably struggling to get any kind of position here. Polarity completely controls that top plateau. They're kind of ignoring the stairs, actually, and allowing LOTD to get a pretty significant regroup up through that main choke, not stuffing it at all. If LOTD can organize a little bit here, they can make that happen, but it looks like finally Polarity is moving over in that direction and stuffing those stairs. If Polarity is going to get baited over to the hook like that, LOTD does have a clear path into this stone, but it looks like they were just a little bit too spread out there to do anything with those stairs.
Yep, Spicy right now on this Spear Dagger right now on behalf of Polarity, having a much better opportunity to make something happen in this match than he did in the previous one here. Spicy running around trying to make things happen. 2 minutes left on the clock before the stone opens up. Let's take a look at the leaderboards right now. Polarity, Nathias 11, Urine A, Creamy, and Butter, the top of the leaderboards for Polarity. We scroll all the way down. Lords of the Dead coming in at number 18 for Spot, Quacken, and Lol XD down here. So Lords of the Dead definitely coming out on bottom of this one. I don't know if Unhinged, Delarax is actually a Lord of the Dead member, so Unhinged must be part of Lord of the Dead right here, as that's their only Cordy member in the lobby right now. Damage taken, Lord of the Dead heavily favored right there, and then Polarity dominating the healing leaderboards. Tent, the top healer for Lords of the Dead.
I am seeing Delarex get some kills, so they're not completely out yet. LOTD has some response, and it's not just Delarex. I'm seeing some other LOTD members show up on the kill feed as well. If they can organize a little bit, work together a little bit more, they might be able to turn that kill feed somewhat more in their favor. But man, this map is just running up and getting farmed on those stairs can be so demoralizing. You have to have a lot of rapport as a shot caller to be able to keep your guild intact and together and focused. In a scenario like this. People are going to get discouraged real quick.
This is an interesting choice. We are for the first time seeing Lords of the Dead grouping on the low ground, inches away from the high ground advantage that Polarity currently has. You see them just taking pot shots right now from 11 and Nathias up on that high ground. Well, Nathias maybe not so much, but now they're just going to try to come up the right side grapple and the stairs at the same time. D-Blaster going to collapse down here, and again they're all clumped up. Oh gosh, one Cordy in all of this is going to be a problem, and they see it. Just Scarlet diving for it. There goes Nathias in the middle of all of them, and Polarity is going to mop that push up. No problemo right there. That's the first time I've ever seen a shot caller try to back up in range of the high ground right there and try something different. But again, they all got stuck. They could not take the second grapple up, guys. There's a second grapple up right here. You can see the flag that I'm circling with my mouse right there. They were trying to get over there to that, and it just got blocked.
Yeah, I don't know if he realized how much danger they were in there. Sometimes the vertical elevation range can be kind of misleading. It can be surprising when you get hit by one of those fireballs that seems like it should be too far away, but if you have that elevation advantage, then you can definitely still get hit. And this respawn down here is not safe. They can, in fact, hit you at the top of those stairs there and even a little bit on the cliff. So if you're going to group up, you might have to go downhill, might have to just choose a different portal altogether if you're going to do the strategy where you hold and wait for everyone to get to you.
Yeah, interestingly enough, we're seeing a pretty big fumble on the side of Released here, where they pulled the entire guild back to the Riftstone to handle 3 people in order to secure the cap like this. That is not very good resource management there. And again, we see the top kills in EU and even in NA. They don't commit that many people. You want to keep holding that aggressive advantage that they had. They had the high ground. They were basically portal camping the enemy guild, and then like they panicked because there were like 2 or 3 people on the point. They said, everybody come back over here. The whole guild shifted back. And now we've seen LOTD able to come up the stairs, and now they've made themselves an even bigger issue as now 9 people are on the point. They've lost their position. They have to clamp back down on this. So overcommitting resources and then allowing, in the midst of like 30 yellow health bars, we're seeing Lords of the Dead consistently get 2 caps in a row. That is a failure from the front line of Released right there. So as dominant as they are looking in this matchup currently, definitely a lot of mistakes that we're seeing come out on this side.
Yeah, a bit of Cherno paranoia there. People see the cap on this map and they know how flippy it can be, so they're going to react, and in some cases they're going to overreact. Nobody wants that stone to be open when your opponent can respawn so close and get those numbers up so fast. So they're going to pull all the way back and try to clear that out. But as you said, probably not super necessary. The value of farming the other guild on the portal is so high. Don't give them a chance to heal up when they respawn. Don't give them a chance to get their buffs together, to get their statics together. If you can just keep farming them when they're half health, that is so free and so easy. You don't have to pull your whole guild back up and give them all that space. You're basically going from strangling the opponent guild to giving them a bunch of free room to breathe, and it's not really necessary to do that.
Yeah, I mean, we're like, look at that. They're all just standing in range of the high ground, and 11 and Nikishi up there are just blowing them away. And now they're backing up at least half of the guild. Okay, so now we're going to try something different. Half of the guild is going to leave the other half of the guild to die as Polarity collapses down on that point there. I may have misspoken and said Released earlier. Forgive me. So many people have played on this map today. It's very difficult to tell to remember which guilds. It's all a blur now. It's always Chernobog. I can't... We didn't even see this map this frequently in T1, mainly because it's not considered a very great map in war games, because again, it is most of the time supposed to be a coin flip. And now we're seeing, look at this regroup from Lords of the Dead, a little sneaky, trying to come around this side of the fight over here, but Polarity should be ready for this one. They're gonna go around both sides. Polarity ready from both sides. If you want to handle the back side of the fight, I've got the front cliff side over here. Yeah, go back over there. Perfect. That way we can see exactly the carnage that's going on that side, because Lords of the Dead is going to engage right here and get stopped by a brick wall of Polarity right now. And Polarity mopping up, it looks like, both sides of the fight. How's that looking over there, Moreland?
LOTD was able to get in through this back entrance and get up on the plateau. They actually have a bunch of people up here. They're still not really getting too many kills, but Delarax with a huge spin, taking out 7 people with that Cordy, so he's at least on the board. Unfortunately, the other LOTD just not really following through, and we've got Polarity now pulling up their own kill feed. 11 just absolutely shredding a group of LOTD players. Creamy now shredding a group of LOTD players. It was a really good push, Blue. The best push I think the LOTD has had so far, but you can't just rely on your Cordy to do everything. We need some more DPS from LOTD getting these kills.
Yep, absolutely. It was actually a pretty solid engage overall. A two-prong engage, certainly better than the one we saw from Animal Crackers earlier today. So a good attempt on the side of LOTD. Sadly, I'm not sure it's going to matter too much as they initiate a cap that is immediately going to get snuffed out. They had about 21 people on the point just a moment ago, but it is just not enough. Polarity is just too strong. 10 minutes to go in this Cherno Bog match right here, and it looks like Polarity are going to be the ones that end up knocking Lords of the Dead out of the tournament. Remember, we are playing for keeps in the losers bracket of this one. Whoever loses this just gets knocked out of contention completely, and Polarity does not want to be that guild here. Pac-Man out in front trying to heal. Let's see where he's doing on the healing leaderboard right now. Pac-Man is apparently terrible at healing, unless I missed him at the top of the... Where? There he is, all the way. Oh my gosh, look away. Okay, never mind. He's not having the best match. All right, maybe that has to do with him standing in the front line right there as a healer, but really struggling right there. Buey in the middle of everything gets a nice Cordy spin off right there. So again, the Cordy crossbows on the side of Polarity doing a great job.
Yeah, indeed. And wow, XXX now with another huge kill feed as well. There are so many Polarity players that are just getting these crazy kill feeds, and it's not just their Cordys that are getting these double, triple, quadruple, sometimes 5 or 6 kills. I mean, huge multi-kills coming out from so many different Polarity players. As LOTD, you got to think, how are we feeding them this easily? Are we not spreading out enough? Are we clumping too much on these stairs? I really like what they did with that side push. It was a little bit slow, and I think it gave Polarity a little bit too much of a chance to set up and respawn. But at the same time, we saw Polarity kind of overcommit to the front side of that split push and allow LOTD to get through. So splitting them is a viable strategy here that could work. But once you get engaged in the fight, you gotta find those key Polarity DPS players and shut them down. You can't just keep letting 11 and these other guys get absolutely disgusting kill feeds over and over again.
Yep, they've just got more people stacked on the point. Even when Lords of the Dead has a big kill feed, like you see this on the right side of your screen, Delarax, big kill feed, Quacken getting in at the end there as well. They just can't put their boots on the point as effectively as Polarity can in this matchup. So again, Polarity gonna snuff this out one more time because I think that their statics are just working better with one another. Interestingly enough, we have not had a chance to talk about the tanks flipping people off the side of the mountain. We saw that much more frequently on the EU side of things. And NA, we're not seeing people go for that that pull. Certainly some pulls are being used on the side over there, but it's not like the main strategy we're seeing guilds approach here.
It's honestly a little surprising because it's by far the most valuable thing you can do as a tank on this map. I mean, the kills on this map, you just respawn so close. If you throw someone off this back cliff, they can kind of try to fly around to where the grapple is, depending on how far they go. But if they fall all the way down, that's a crazy run. That's way worse than taking a death. That's like taking 2 or 3 deaths in a row. So I am surprised that more tanks aren't focused on it. I think there's just too much attention paid on that choke point because you have a constant trickle of enemies coming in from the front side. Everyone's attention's brought over there, but the real value for some of these tanks honestly is on the back. It's not that hard to get people to move over there in range of getting pushed or shoved off, especially with the grapple not too far away.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more. We got Yordzerex over here. I've got this healer POV from Lord of the Dead to see how their healers are faring in this matchup. Oh, look at that. Big kill feed for Delarex once again, certainly showing up, showing how effective even one Cordy crossbow can be for his guild here. Yordzerex still able to stay alive despite standing. Basically, he's like, hello, fellow Polarity members, as no one decides to turn and focus him right here, despite the fact that he's in kind of the middle of everything. So I'm not sure how do you teach me this power? Can you learn this power? Maybe not from a Jedi. Because like I get focused immediately if I'm standing in this many people like this, but Yord's doing a great job of somehow remaining invisible. Finally, he starts to take a little bit of damage. Can he get himself healthy again? There he goes. Oh my goodness, the dude is still alive. What is going on right now? Look at the ocean of yellow health bars around this healer right now. And again, he's on the point. He's going to take a lot of damage one more time. Maybe the target acquisition on behalf of Polarity might not be as good as we thought, because that healer stayed alive forever.
I'm locked in on 11 now, one of the top Polarity Spellblades, and he is just being put in no danger at all, Blue. I mean, he's been free farming. He's got such an easy, like, recognizable name. When you see a name like that in the kill feed, it stands out, and yet nobody seems to really be looking at him or giving him any pressure. He's able to just free cast, and finally he goes down. LOTD noticing him and getting a kill. That's what we want to see more of. If they can focus on 11, if they can focus on Creamy and just a couple other key Polarity players, then they could really have a high impact. There's not that many names to remember here.
Yep, absolutely. Couldn't agree more. But I think that Polarity is probably going to come up with this one unless we see a big swell come out on the side of Lords of the Dead. They have been behind the entire match, but you got to give their frontline credit where credit is due. Tentacle standing basically right on top of the point, trying to hide himself from everybody. He's standing behind a flag, interestingly enough, down there as a healer. He's slightly elevated, which means his heals get slightly better healing right there. He's certainly he has stealthed himself in behind this flag right here because they are red. Look at it. He doesn't want to move right there. Such interesting position coming down on the side of Lords of the Dead. I don't think that they're potentially final. They might get one more cap here off, but it looks like it's going to be thwarted one more time, despite how well their healers are positioned consistently here. They did try a few different pushes, so you got to give their shot caller credit where credit is due here, but Polarity just looks like they have the stronger statics overall.
And I'm watching, I'm looking for these other Polarity top fraggers. I'm watching Creamy now. Actually playing a Gladiator, not what I expected from how many times he showed up in the kill feed. I thought this was going to be another Spellblade. But this guy is running around with the Greatsword Spear, and he is popping off. We are seeing him get tons of kills here. And as a Bruiser build, looks like he's not really in much danger. He can kind of just freely pick who he wants to go after here. And he's got that tankiness to just not be threatened at all. I wouldn't be surprised if this guy had close to 0 deaths for this entire fight.
Yeah, and here we see fake Frank here. This is Frank at home. As the Exodus Frank is one of the Cordy spinners for his guild and consistently one of the top fraggers there. This is the other Frank. This is a healer on the side of Polarity here. So lots of Franks plague throughout everybody here, but you can see just how safe. You look at the different healer perspectives here. You look how safe the healers are on the side of Polarity, and it kind of just tells the story of the match. Their DPS start to get on top of things, and their healers just become more safe because their DPS are able to put down more damage, which certainly helps them succeed more and more in the match. Another cap is initiated on behalf of Lords of the Dead, but sadly, I don't think they're going to be able to come up with it. They are going to get knocked out of the tournament with 2.5 minutes left to go. It's looking kind of dire, but Polarity has to be happy. Maybe not with the first half of the day, but certainly with the second half.
Yeah, definitely a redemption for Polarity here, who I believe this is only their second match, right? Their only matches have been today. So after that first showing, they definitely are looking for some redemption, and they have found it here in the loser bracket. We'll see how much further they can go, but absolutely coming out, taking this match seriously and showing what they can do. And LOTD, well fought, GG's guys, but looks like they're not going to be continuing on.
Sad to see Succubus in the middle. I think that says Succubus. in the middle of everything. Interesting name right there for that healer. Normally not what you would think a healer would be naming themselves, but hey, you never know. Succubus keeping everybody healthy, one of the top healers of the lobby on the side of Polarity here. As time begins to tick down, everyone just kind of looking for as many kills as they can find. An SNS spear here from D Blaster, running around doing his best. Certainly a solid bruiser class that we've seen a fair amount today, actually. Despite, again, at the start of the tournament before the patch, we did not see SNS Spear, but now we've seen it a lot more. At least in North America, we've seen it a lot more. I've seen it a few times on EU as well. Are you seeing the meta shift a little bit more towards that weapon loadout?
It wouldn't surprise me, again, because of the nerfs to Blood Devo and the buffs to Spear. As a tank, Blood Leech Aura now removes heals, and so it can be kind of hard to get value off of that if you're like a Spear Dagger, because you're not really going to be in the clump ripping heals off of people. But if you're a Spear SNS, you're right in there on top of those healers or on top of those DPS who are getting those beneficial effects, and you can just purge those once a second with Blood Leech Aura. So yeah, does not surprise me at all. Spear also has some really underrated crowd control skills. You've got not only Death from Above as a fear, which is one of the most obnoxious crowd controls in the game, but you have Tempest Strike, which in my opinion is a super underrated move. You already have a crazy amount of collision chance as a tank, and if you're now throwing those Tempest Strikes in, especially with the new directional mechanics, you can spin people to look in the other way with Tempest Strike and allow your DPS to hit them in the back for bonus damage. So a lot of interesting new value for Spear in general, but also for Spear and SNS in particular.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more there. Looks like it is Polarity coming up with the W here. 81 kills on UNA. Delarax, the top kills on the side of LO, Lords of the Dead there in the Unhinged Guild. 66 kills. The top for Lords of the Dead proper is Spot for a crossbow dagger, interestingly enough, down there. But again, Spellblades reigning supreme in this match. Top assist is Urine. Once again, Spellblades doing a great job there. Gladiator in at number 4 for Creamy right there. 6.7 million damage done for Delarax. Certainly showing why they only needed one Cordy crossbow. If they just had another one of him, maybe the fight goes the other way. I'll be honest with you. Huberto down there with that SNS Spear for Lords of the Dead, as we just talked about that. That class certainly rising in popularity consistently here. 11 Urine A and Nikishi coming in for the top DPS on the side of Polarity with that Spellblade there. Again, the healers, damage taken wise, Lords of the Dead, good guy Lonzo, top tank of the lobby, Chow Cream and Puke, also renamed 001903, interestingly enough. The top 4 of the lobby. Polarity's top tank of the lobby is Jekro Dieter on that Crusader class. The amount healed 16.7 million from Willow, Harper, Aragorn, Flying Penguin, Isla Summers, and Farbos. Rounding out the top 5 for Polarity. You have to scroll all the way down to Chew Cream, and then good guy Lonzo down here to get to the top 2 healers. Slardar for Unhinged coming in as well. So Unhinged at least showing up for their alliance here. Sadly, we will not see Lord of the Dead anymore in this tournament.
Yes, indeed. And, we were kind of clowning on Polarity a little bit earlier because of the whole food thing. But in reality, any guild can look weak when going against a group like Exodus. Polarity was able, I think, to show there that they are, in fact, not weak. They are very competitive. That was a crazy strong showing against LOTD. And we will see if they are able to continue and progress through the loser bracket now that they've got a little bit of momentum going.
Yep, absolutely. Polarity having a good back half of the day, which is really important for them and their guild. Good fights to both teams right there. Let's take a look at our very last match of the day, which is going to be versus Cursed. Cursed, we saw earlier today play against Supple. Supple's first appearance in the tournament, and actually looked really good against Supple. I would not want to play against this Cursed lineup. Hailing from the Carnage server, rank 2 in their alliance with Polarity, who just made it through their match. Now Cursed is trying to make it through in their alliance as well. Rank 1 on their Carnage server with 0 siege wins. They were just predicting round 3, which they have technically made it to at this point. I'll let you introduce
Yeah, Uh-oh is one of Supple's new allies recently as they came over to Stellarite. They joined forces with Supple to win the most recent siege on the Stellarite server. So they are definitely the strongest alliance on the server now, knocking out Cobra Kai, Hailstorm, and that whole alliance and kind of taking their place. Sieges 1 is 1. I think that was the siege that just happened a few days ago. So that was their first victory. Top 50% would be great. A pretty modest prediction from a pretty modest guild, but being allied with Supple now, you can tell that these guys are on the move, trying to rise up. This is the second guild from the Supple alliance that Cursed is facing today. I don't think Cursed is going to want to lose to the same alliance twice in one day, so I'm expecting them to come out swinging pretty hard.
Yep, absolutely. You do not want to lose twice in one day to the same alliance right now. And I'll be honest with you, I would give it over to Cursed in this particular matchup. But honestly, you never know. Uh-oh could pull this one out. It could be very close. Again, this is the losers bracket of the tournament, guys. So whoever loses this match is out of the tournament. Please tell me it is not Cherno. Oh, thank goodness. It looks like Cursed won the coin toss. They chose to pick banned Leviathan, Malakar, Manticus, and Chernobog. Thank the good Lord in heaven. And the choice on the side of Cursed is actually Talus we're going back to.
It's one of the safe picks, and if you feel like you're the stronger guild, it's definitely one to go for. You've got that space to spread out and just control the fight. There's no crazy terrain or gimmicks or, respawns that are 2 seconds away that you have to worry about. The respawns are a little bit close on Talus, but you've got a way to kind of deal with that with the terrain and the grapple and just the amount of room that you have to move around and make plays. So a smart pick and, a smart ban when it comes to Cherno as well. Thank you for doing that.
Bro, we look like clowns, man. I'm telling you, it's actually just obnoxious. As we come in here, in the red, Cursed in the yellow as they start to spawn in. Okay, so Gum running through all of the members. Hello, fellow members. No way that they're gonna trickle spawn like this. What are we doing, guys? Cursed trickle spawning into just hard farming them one at a time.
Here they come, Blue.
Here they come on the other side of things. It's just a distraction, they said, as Curse starts to dive in to the main ball. And now we start to see that kill feed come through right there. Helicase getting his first kill of the match. Params as well right there. But an interesting engagement for them to come from the right side of the match there. Very back and forth kill feed for the first engagement here.
Yeah, they actually, managed to taunt with like 3 or 4 players spawning on the wrong portal. I wonder if that was intentional because it actually kind of worked. Mm-hmm. Everyone was focused on a handful of players while the rest of Curse came completely from the other side of the map and just hit him in the back.
It may have been intentional because again we didn't even see Cursed approaching from the other side of the map. I tried to scroll over and look, but I didn't want to miss a second of the action right there, and it did actually work. It got them all to look at the people spawning, and they went for it. You see Flacco on the back line on behalf of Curse right there, but I think he got taken down. That was one of the top DPS of their previous lobby today, where they lost. Reyna over here for Cursed as well. And again, it's a very back and forth kill feed so far with 3 minutes left on the clock. Really showing up. Cursed in a little bit of trouble here after that first engage. Kind of mainly went their way. Now they're starting to get picked off.
Yeah, and a fairly slow kill feed as well, as Talus is, not so much of a choke point map. People do have more room to take up space and to disengage and to play safe. And so we're seeing those kills come in pretty slow and honestly pretty evenly on both sides. It's going to be really interesting to see who actually has more feet on the point once it goes live.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we see Flacco coming in and why he is such an effective greatsword dagger user in this one. He's got Goldfish in his sights right now, but he's taking a lot of damage right now. Can he actually manage to lock Goldfish down? Yes, he will right there. And this is why he's such an impactful player for his team, is he's able to lock onto the priority targets that normally do really well on the side of and lock them down and knock them out. I wonder if that's the same Goldfish that we saw earlier today. I doubt it. Again, they've all got special characters in their name, so a lot of people apparently like the name Goldfish.
It is a good name and also making me hungry, just like animal crackers from earlier. But I've got Param's perspective now, one of the top performing Spellblades from Cursed. He was one of the people that was actually managing to get a decent amount of kills even against Supple earlier on. So I'm going to watch him here and see what he's able to do. It looks like almost took him out there, but his healer's doing a good job of saving him with 5% health. And I'm expecting him to do a lot here. We'll be keeping an eye. One of the best Spellblade players that they have. So far, it looks like they're hunting him a little bit, going for those chains, going for those great sword plays, but his healers are managing to keep him alive as he runs around and continues to get value for his team.
Yes, he absolutely does. Let's take a look at the leaderboards as we only have about a minute and 15 seconds before the Riftstone opens up. Right. Uh-oh, cursed. Uh-oh, cursed, cursed. Uh-oh, cursed. Uh-oh, cursed. Man, this is close. Holy banger, Batman. It is Goldfish at the top of the leaderboard. And again, that's why Flacco, it's so important that he's able to lock that particular player down right there. I'm sure he's got him feuded. Baby, the top damage dealt. Look at Cursed on top of damage dealt right there. Baby, Params, Okami, Alikay, Strider, and Gunwallet all coming in before the top members right there. And if we look over at damage taken, you're starting to see come out on top of that. That is not a good sign. But again, amount healed. Here's the story of the match. You can do as much damage if you want if the healers are performing this well. Look at that leaderboard for the healers. It's very favored, as the only 2 or 3 healers on the board for Cursed are Reyna. It looks like Reyna, Jacobus, and Cheese Curds there, and that is not a good sign on the side of Cursed right there. Is definitely with the stronger healers in this lobby, you see a lot more Cursed members, though, as they have more DPS overall. Such a close match. 3 seconds before it opens up, Dizzy Giraffe standing tall on the point, waiting to get this cap off. Does manage to get the first cap off. Can they interrupt him? Maybe on the other side, they're not going to interrupt it. No way. Dizzy Giraffe just gets it uninterrupted right there, and initiates the first point take on behalf of Frontline doing their job as he interrupts the Cursed attempted cap on the other side. That's exactly what I expect the Frontline to be doing here, as they're going to go for it one more time. Can he interrupt it? No, he will not. Both guilds on the board now, and look how close it is back and forth right now, Mortland.
Crazy close, and I'm still watching Params here. He has yet to go down. That's going to be a big problem for They're not going to be able to out heal that if they are not doing a proper job of focusing and putting pressure on those key Cursed players. It's still early in the match, so they might be figuring out who those players are and who they need to focus. But this guy's static is kind of crazy, Blue. I saw 3 great swords jump on him not too long ago, and he was totally fine. His healer was able to save him from that scenario, keep his health above half the entire time. Hey, this guy's pumping out a crazy amount of damage here and finally goes down. That's what we want to see. So is going to have to look for those priority targets like Params if they want that edge here. Again, even though they might have more healing, it's going to come down to preventing those powerhouses from Curse from getting too many kills and too much damage.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, Morlin. I think that if 3 greatswords collapse down on you and you don't die, it's because the greatswords are terrible. Straight up, they should be able to lock that down on that one. But honestly, like you said, a combination of an absolutely cracked static group and again, greatsword fumble on the other side there, and is doing their best to fight it out in this match right now, but coming out on bottom. But honestly, both guilds still have their cap moving right now, but definitely really struggling to keep their boots on the point, as Curse consistently is farming them off, which is crazy to see, because again, healers are supposed to be winning this right now. Curse healers starting to climb now on the leaderboards here, but still dominant here. Normally you see whoever's healers are performing better, being able to stand on the point more consistently, but interestingly enough, we are not seeing that as a trend in this match.
Well, if we look over to the side, Blue, there's quite a few members that are kind of just not standing on the point. And I mean, I'm looking at these players. One of them's a Ravager, which I can kind of understand, but I'm seeing some Seekers and some tanks over here as well. It looks like they're maybe finally starting to move now, but like, what is this? We're standing 6 inches away from the cap, but we're not actually putting our feet on the cap. And that can make a difference when it's this close. If you're fighting this close to the cap, you might as well just get in. If you're going to avoid the clump, then you want to be really far away. way. I mean, at this point, you're already there. You got to move the extra few inches, and you got to start getting. Look at this whole static of players here. What are you guys doing? It's right there. It's right next to you.
So true, man. I don't know. Not as disciplined as Cursed is, and that's why again I give them advantage here in this matchup. They were certainly one of my favorites to take it home here. Cheese Curds, one of the top healers of the lobby for Cursed right now, standing on, you'll notice, on the point, just barely, but he is in counting on the point, and that is the difference, the discipline coming through for Cursed here. And again, showing lack of discipline for their DPS and their healers. And I know Blue doesn't know what he's talking about. I want to stand outside the point. But I assure you, I have been doing it longer, and you do need to just step a little bit further forward, stand on the point. Sure, sometimes you have to dance back and forth. It is a delicate dance. You don't just dive into the middle of everything, but you do need to step onto the point. And that's exactly what we're seeing from Cursed. We're seeing their healers kind of float the outside of the point, stepping on and stepping off as they're basically able to, or as necessary there, to put themselves at minimal amounts of risk. But just a little too afraid to get anywhere near the point. Now we're seeing 93 to 6%, and really still struggling to just get their members to step forward and get onto that point.
Yeah, the Cursed members are coming in from the north side, and as soon as they get here, they are in that green square helping their guild, whereas on the other side, I'm seeing a little bit of hesitation. They're respawning and they're regrouping just as fast, but there's a lot of fighting happening just outside the point, and it looks like they might be tightening it up. Now we're seeing a little bit more of the fight move on to the point itself. I know there's not a ton of space there, but like I said, if you're already 99% of the way to the cap, you might as well just take that last 1% and actually start contributing.
Yeah, rallying pretty strong there. They had over 30 people on the point for just a moment, over the top of like only a measly 15 basically on the side of Curse there, but Curse rallies back, and again, they were all the way up at like 95%, and now we're seeing it was 95% to 5%. Now it's 25 to 95 or 93 or so. So again, certainly showing that they can pull this one back if they just lock in right now. Goldfish struggling to get onto the point himself. And again, if your top DPS will stand on the point, so can you. If your Spellblade top DPS can get onto this point, he's sleeping right now, but the moment he's able to move, yeah, you see him step forward onto the point right here. He's hiding the outside of the point, but still contributing. Everyone should be on for right now. They just need to trust their static healers. Sadly, their healers coming up short when they're not supposed to be, and that is a massive kill feed for Cursed when they absolutely needed it. Surely they clinch this all the way to the finish line. No, is gonna pull it back. They get all the way to 31% to 97, and again, it is a nail biter, but Cursed comes out on top.
And there it is, man. It was looking really close. Keeps looking like they're going to rally. They keep looking like they're going to flip it. If they can just get a couple more feet to stand on the point. If they have the stronger healers there, that should be an advantage when it comes to just stalling out your members on the point and getting that contribution. But the damage eventually has to come along too. And a lot of that is going to be target acquisition. It is going to be pressure. You got to find those top 3 or 4 key players from Cursed, especially the squishier ones like Param and Gun Wallet, and you gotta shut them down. You can't let them play for free, especially play for free inside the boundary of the cap point.
Completely agree. And we look over at the frontline battle that is raging on right now. Somebody in chat earlier said that you can't stop Heavy Giraffe. Well, they just did it 3 times and then farmed his ass. That is clearly not the case, as they are stepping forward to try to get caps on the point, but the front line from Curse doing a great job of continuously interrupting here, and they know that there's only 8 minutes left on the clock. All Curse needs to do is to keep them from initiating this point, because if this fight moves over to this point, we will see a slow snowball of until they basically just win the lobby altogether right here. And so Curse is trying to prevent that every minute that goes by where we cannot initiate a cap on behalf of is a serious problem. Here we go, the tanks coming in from Cred and Dizzy Giraffe doing their best right now to try to take the take the point. 80, 90. Can he get it? He does manage to get that. And here comes the wave of Curse coming back. They're trying to snuff this out before is able to regroup and get to this point right now. Dizzy Giraffe, like, please, everybody come over here and help your general right now as everyone piles back onto the point. A huge play for Dizzy Giraffe to come in from the other spawn point and take them by surprise. Got that in a moment of need right there for they need to get back on top of this point, though. Again, we cannot have this moment where all of our people are standing Dioxin running around outside the point right now. Saphira outside the point right now. And again, look at all these red names not on the point. You are the reason your guild is losing. Oh my gosh, it's so annoying as a shot caller to watch, Marlon.
Yeah, and it really is so close. If they would just move up a little bit more, they could do this. But again, they probably just don't have the confidence to do that right now. We're seeing Cursed get a ton of confidence as this match goes on. It was really 50-50 at the start, and the longer the match goes on, the more it looks like Cursed is ahead. So they're kind of losing that morale battle here, and you can see it in the performance. You can see kind of hesitating, not pushing as hard as they should, not committing as hard as they should, and not putting pressure on those Cursed DPS. I'm seeing these Spellblades from Cursed play so confidently, play so far forward, and they're just not getting punished for it. The longer that goes on, the more confident they're going to get, the more bold they're going to get, and the more of a problem they're going to be for You want the enemy DPS scared. You want them running away. You don't want them standing on the point. You want them hesitating with every step that they take forward, and right now Cursed does not have to hesitate at all. Their DPS are plenty comfortable to just step forward and cause problems. Gunwallet getting a quadruple kill here now, just absolutely up in O's face, and they are not reacting to him.
With massive blunder. Dizzy Giraffe getting cap after cap after cap for his guild right here. But again, you consistently see getting the entire guild. I was zoomed in on them a moment ago while the cap was running. The entire guild was fighting just off screen to the left, basically right here, instead of fighting on the point. And it wasn't until after the point basically was wiped and they lost their percentage, they had to reinitiate a cap, that the entire guild basically came around. This probably helped them. The front line for performing in such a great way, but the DPS just coming up in like such a low IQ fashion. Guys, move up and step onto the point. Stop focusing all of the tanks. They're a distraction on the side of Curse right here. They need to step forward and get onto the point. Finally, they have shifted this fight onto the point, and now we're starting to see them climb, and it's couldn't have come a moment too soon. 24% and climbing on behalf of as we tick into the 4.5 minute mark here. This match is going to be close, Marlon.
And this is one of those scenarios where you see how getting the first cap can actually be a little bit sketchy. Cursed was winning enough so that they can hold this throughout the duration of the match, maybe, but they don't have a bar that they can tick up anymore. So if manages to get a cap, Cursed is not going to have enough time to flip that. And that is kind of one of the disadvantages of getting that early cap. You're always going to be vulnerable in those last few minutes because you just won't have time to take it back. If both bars were still ticking up, then they could just continue to work on that, and it is what it is. But they're already locked in, and so their only objective here is to prevent from getting their bar, which is kind of slowly climbing, and they've got time for sure to finish that off.
Right now, and honestly, 38 people rallying onto the point for right now with 3.5 minutes left to go. We're up at 42% and climbing. I just gotta say it. Ruh-roh, Raggy. Ruh-roh, Scoob. Rallying strong. Curse falling apart at the seams in the final minutes of this match. We're gonna get up over 50% with 3 minutes left on the clock. It looks like might just bring this one back, Marlon.
If that percentage is still climbing, Blue, and I mean, this is what I mean. Like, as Cursed, what are you going to do here? All you can try to do is stuff and prevent them from getting that contribution. Your cap is already locked in, so at this point, you have to prevent that bar from going up. There is no time to recap. Less than 3 minutes left now. This is the battle of the match. If you can't win this battle here, you're going to lose the entire thing. It doesn't matter if you were ahead for the first 70, 80% of the fight. This can absolutely be lost, especially as that first capping guild. And I'm seeing such a red feed here, Blue. How is managing to rally like this?
What is going on? And man, what are they feeding these boys? There is something in the water. 40 people over 16. They have 2 times as many people on the point. 82, 83, 85, 86. Are they gonna make it? In the final moments, it's Guardians and go. No way. All the way to the finish line. Curse with the fumble of the tournament so far. Unbelievable. Pulls it back with 2 minutes left on the clock. Cursed with a complete disaster. Totally fell apart. This shot caller not calling Guardians, not calling Remedies. The statics completely falling apart. They got lazy. They deserve the loss. Locking the hell in. Marlon, what are we watching?
Blue, I cannot believe that just happened. I would love to hear what the comms must sound like. Must have been screaming at their soldiers to get into that point, because that is by far the most confident push that we have seen. And you could see just the psychology. Once that stone was up to 30%, they got a little more confident. Once it was at 50%, they got really confident. And once it was at 70, it was just over, Blue. There was nothing Curse could do. Every member finally realized, wait a minute, guys, we could actually win this. Just press W.
Yeah, just hold. And that's what I'm talking about, is finally they got the discipline towards the end of the match there to just say to themselves, okay, if we just stand on the point, we can just recap this. We'll be fine, guys, because our front line, and you have to hand it to the front line, who, again, Dizzy Giraffe, MVP of the entire lobby. I do not care. That guy is a goat at getting consistent caps off for his guild. He made it happen. Oh my God, they're saying in chat. 40 seconds left on the clock, and you see Cursed frontline struggling like really hard to try to get a cap now. It couldn't be Dizzy right now. It's once again another interrupt on the point. There is not enough time. I can't believe the words coming out of my mouth. Is going to move on. Cursed with a disaster. They looked so good the whole match. They had better cohesion. They had better engagements, but they just let off the gas pedal with like 3 or 4 minutes left on the clock. They just said, we're fine. They got complacent, and takes it home. Cursed is out of the tournament. All the way to the finish line. Oh my God, look at the defeats. It's Cursed Strider, Cursed Helicase, Cursed Gun Wallet, finally Neff, Cursed Kinesis, Cursed Okami, Cursed Synchro, Cursed Params, Cursed Flacco. You are all losers. You lost the match. You guys are losers. What happened, guys? Where did we go? Holy, man. The assists, all Cursed. Look at that leaderboard. It's Excel at the top, and everything else is Cursed right there. Damage dealt, Params, Baby, Strider, Gun Wallet, Okami, Helicase, all at the top of the leaderboards. Goldfish, Excel, and Weeb Commander coming in on the spell blades and that spear dagger right there, bringing it back for at the end. This is, if you just look at the leaderboards, you think Curse won this match by a landslide. Look at the damage taken. Dominates that. They're winning it nothing basically right now, except we move over to amount healed. This is actually really close. Again, Cursed on top with Reyna, but then Senitsuru, Sephira right here at number 2 and number 3, holding down the fort for right there. And Jacobus from Curse coming in at number 4. It's very back and forth, but more Cursed healers on the leaderboard. Again, it's the first time across all 3 regions we have seen a guild dominate defeats, dominate assists, dominate damage dealt, dominate amount healed for the most part, and come out and lose the match. It just goes to show you that, again, came with a stronger strategy. They stayed locked in the entire match. Cursed let off the gas pedal and just lost in the final moments on the throw of the tournament right there.
Yeah, absolutely. Either the throw of the tournament or the comeback of the tournament or both. That is so crazy that they were able to pull that out. And we knew, we could feel it throughout the entire fight that there was potential for Uh-Oh to get a surge and get that cap, but they didn't have the confidence. And then for some reason at the end, they suddenly did. I mean, look at the scoreboard here, Blue. Cursed was out fragging Uh-Oh almost 2-1, like a crazy advantage in terms of actual kill death ratio, but just playing the objective and getting that energy towards the end of the fight was able to win the entire thing. I gotta give a special shout out to Neff here from Uh-Oh. By far the top fragger for his guild as a gladiator. I don't think we've seen a top frag gladiator yet. And on top of that, all the gladiators that we have seen that are overperforming in this tournament, every time I check their weapons, I'm seeing Deluge Noah's Shard, I'm seeing Cordy's great sword. This guy does not have either of the Arc Boss weapons. He's using Quakeblade and Hellskewer and top fragging as a gladiator. So what a gamer in that match.
Beating out people that have spent $6,000 on the game as someone that's very likely spent almost nothing on the game has got to be it makes me a little excited just thinking about it. To be honest with you, I gotta give MVP of that match because the front line does not get shouted out enough in these matches. Dizzy Giraffe, man, I just can't emphasize one of the best tanks of the tournament, consistently able to get those caps back for his guild repeatedly. They got their caps shut. The door was shut on them time and time again, and once again he would just step up for his guild. He would be there. He would constantly initiate that cap, and he was the carry there. That it finally, he gets the cap off, and he goes, finally, you guys just back me up a little bit on this. Unbelievable turnaround right there. I thought for sure that Cursed had that in the bag. And again, going into it, I thought Cursed was favorite. And again, the leaderboard, I don't know, just make it make sense. Make it make sense. Either way, the content card's going to be going ballistic on that one. Guys, that was our last match of the day. 10 matches for NA East today. Was crazy. Can we get some, those of you that have stayed the entire broadcast, thank you so much, guys. W audience right there. But can we get some W? Let's talk about AGS a little bit today. Kept the servers running, thank God, despite some people trying to DDoS during the tournament. They did manage to keep it alive, and we were able to keep the matches running smoothly. WAGS there, and then 1.3 million Lucent supplied to supply all 3 prize pools for the tournament worldwide. Really appreciate that. The shout outs on social media, the promotion, and then the unique drops every week. We're all getting an in-game title in the final week of the tournament, Squadron Commander, and then unique drops starting at the start of every week, which would be Monday of this coming week. Well, we'll start with we'll start with NA West, as it were. Could everybody wave hi to the moderators in chat and the tournament directors at home, as we really appreciate Senior Chief Dragon and Lucy keeping the chat safe for us today and keeping the matches going. It certainly was an extremely difficult day with so many matches and so many different things going on. Lobbies had to be remade. People are crashing. It was kind of a crazy day overall, but they did manage to keep it going, and I really appreciate their help with the tournament there. They certainly worth their weight in gold today. And then finally, well, I also want to shout out all the guilds that came out and participated. Even if your guild got knocked out of NA East today, like Cursed, you guys fought super well. Everybody fought well today. It was a super, super fun day for NA East, and it's just going to keep heating up more and more as the tournament goes on. We'll be back with NA West on Monday, EU on Tuesday, NA East on Wednesday again, and then Thursday, Friday, Saturday, again, NA West, EU, NA East, 6 out of the 7 days a week. We see this tournament live basically every day. If you miss any of the tournament, guys, you can find it on my YouTube channel the following day. And just a few hours after the broadcast has happened, you will see it up on YouTube there. So you can always check those out. Just remember to give a thumbs up and subscribe as I do come out with content all the time. My final shout out is to my boy, the GOAT, Morlin here. Morlin, thank you so much. It's been a long day, buddy.
It has been a long day, Blue. Man, thanks for having me. This was so much fun. We had some crazy fights. The helloing match was just blew my mind, and that final fight that we just had there, man. I mean, you couldn't script a better last fight of the night. So thanks for having me, man. This was a lot of fun.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. Make sure you go give him a follow over on Twitch. He also streams and puts out some banger YouTube content as well. I'll link his YouTube in the chat so you guys can subscribe to him as well. Appreciate you being on. He shoutcasted yesterday for EU. He filled in for those casters who sadly none of them could make it, and now he's here for NA East again today. I appreciate you. He had to level up an EU character yesterday, so he got it done. My man gets it done, so we want to support him and all the shoutcasters and everybody that helps make this tournament possible, guys. With 6,000 players participating worldwide, this is certainly the largest MMO event that we have seen ever really attempted in any category here. So I'm gonna ask the chat who we would like to raid today, as I don't think that Morlin is gonna be streaming. I will say that I will not be streaming tomorrow, as I will be playing a certain game. So I will not be live tomorrow, sadly, but I will be back on Monday. We might do a 2-a-day on Monday, but we will see on this one. Where is subscribe WGG? Right on. Thanks so much, guys. I appreciate it. All the subs, the gifted subs, the bits, the donations, guys. Thank you so much for supporting me and the tournament. It does mean a lot. It has been an extremely hard tournament to put on overall. Who would we like to rate? No, it needs to be somebody in the throne category, because I want people to be able to get their drops on this one. Is Cap Gomez actually live, or is this a rerun? What is it? RME here. Doug Wildest. Thanks for running this tournament. No problem, guys. Not a problem at all. Well, it actually is a problem. It's been a lot of work. It's been a lot of work, but now I'm gonna go run with Basil.
It's been a crazy production, man.
It is. Normally, you get paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to do productions like this, especially across 3.5 weeks like this. I'm getting paid $0 by like sponsors. I don't have any sponsors or anything. It's literally just, all right, we're just gonna put in all this work, and fortunately, everybody is coming out to watch. Thank God, because that makes my time worth it and makes all of this worth it, guys. I'm gonna throw it over to Little Fatty GG, who's one of my shoutcasters for NA West today, guys. Thank you so much, guys, for watching from home, and we'll catch you on Monday, guys.